Chapter 25. The Wild Dragon. Madara watched their massive army starting to split up into three groups as they reached the crossroads point. He looked back and saw the distant silhouette of the capital where they had left his father, Den Nara, and Sakumo Hatake in command of 10,000 men to defend their nation. The remaining would march to war. He had been initially surprised by his brother's decision to conquer the remaining elemental nations because his brother was not someone who craved for power like Tajima did. But Naruto had stated that as long as the nations remained divided, their isolation and conflicts would never end. He wanted to bring them all together so that a proper chain of command could be established that could keep ninjas in check and resources to be distributed a little more equally. But the most dark reason behind this war was a simple fact that Naruto knew better than anyone else. There were simply too many ninjas in the world. And as long as men knew how to fight and kill, they would never stop. Madara knew he himself craved for good fights, and there were thousands of shinobi who shared those feelings. In simple but harsh terms, this war would change that. It was a bitter fact that many ninjas, samurai and civilian fighters were going to die in this war. Naruto knew this better than anyone because he had made this decision even after being aware of that fact. Madara and Tajima were the only ones who were aware of the king's plan if he won the war. To say it was logical to an extent was an understatement, but it remained to be seen if that dream would ever come true. He angled his warhorse in the direction of his brother who was also watching his own force march in a different direction. Naruto saw him coming and wordlessly approached towards him with the fox right by his side. Madara got off his horse and stepped before his brother. Sometimes it was still hard for him to see this man as a king rather than the little boy who used to run after Izuna. But those days were gone, they were not the same boys anymore. But they were brothers and nothing in this world was going to change that. It was why Madara saw through Naruto's outwardly calm and composed facade to realize the true feelings in the boy's heart. "Are you afraid?" asked Madara bluntly. Naruto gave a hesitant nod, earning a grim look from his eldest brother as Madara placed a hand on the king's shoulder. "Good. Because once you get into the fight, win," advised Madara. "I will," promise Naruto solemnly. From the corner of his eyes, Madara saw Hashirama and his siblings were also saying their own farewells. Naori and Tajima had already did the same with him, and currently his aunt was marching alongside the Kingsguard members. Seeing that Naruto was still nervous, he decided to cheer up the boy one last time. Gods only knew how long it would be before they met, and he could only imagine how his grim brother could survive that long with such gloomy thoughts. Gods, in some ways Naruto reminded him of Hashirama, and he could barely tolerate one man of that kind. "Next time I see you, I guess you'll be covered in gold," japed Madara, suggesting the riches Naruto would get once he defeated the other nations. Naruto glanced at his own golden armor that Madara had given him years ago. It brought a tiny smile on his lips. "It always did suit me," he retorted, earning a grin from his eldest brother. The king's gaze shifted towards Tobirama, who was now talking with Tsunade. He couldn't help but look at his brother seriously. "Be careful," warned Naruto. Madara caught his brother's gaze and snorted. "It would be a cold day in hell before the wild dragon will be intimidated by the likes of him. Besides, if he does try something, I'll crush his bloody skull," said Madara darkly, a savage grin visible on his lips. "I'm serious, brother," said Naruto with a frown. "So are we." Naruto blinked and found himself facing not just his former lover but also the likes of Tobi Shimura, Rei Namikaze, along with Ken and Kakashi Hatake, the two sons of Sakumo Hatake. All of them were brave and loyal Uchiha bannermen. Watching them stand around Madara gave him the reassurance he desperately needed. "See, I'm well protected," said Madara sarcastically. Naruto ignored his brother and glanced at the people around him. His eyes were as cold as ice in order to make sure they understood his orders. "Make sure no harms comes to him. From enemies and other parties," commanded the king. "Don't worry, my king. They all would have to go through me, my son Danzo, and every Shimura first before they can even touch our Hokage," promised Tobi fiercely, his intense eyes glaring at Tobirama. "Can't let a handsome man like that to be harmed," teased Rei Namikaze, much to Madara's surprise as she winked at him. Naruto raised an eyebrow questioningly at his brother when he saw the faint blush on Madara's cheeks. "I guess even wild dragons can be tamed. You saved our sister from the Yamanaka. We'll keep your brother safe," my king promised Ken Hatake, earning a nod from his younger brother Kakashi as well. Nodding respectfully towards Sakumo's sons, Naruto turned towards the last person of the group. Even now he couldn't help the stirring in his heart when he looked at her. But he had made a choice and he had to live with it, so he didn't let his inner turmoil be visible on his face. I am his sworn shield. I'll defend him with my life, promised Mikoto, as she gave him a strained smile. Thank you, he whispered. They both stared at each other, their eyes not willing to part until a light cough from Madara brought them back to reality. It was then Naruto noticed that the other members of the group were awkwardly trying not to stare at him and Mikoto. Was the tension that easy to see? Thankfully, Madara knew just the right thing to break the ice. Farewell, my king, said Madara teasingly, and even went forward to give a short bow, but his playful mocking eyes made Naruto well aware of his brother's amusement. It was certainly not missed by the others as they chuckled at the antics of the wild dragon. You too, Hokage, replied Naruto teasingly, with his own trademark smirk. Both sons of Tajima stared at each other for a brief second before moving forward to embrace each other in a fierce hug. Naruto closed his eyes as he memorized this moment in his brain, and he had a feeling Madara was doing the same. When they parted, they both whispered at the same time. May we meet again. With one last smile, Naruto climbed atop Kurama as Madara and his comrades did the same with their horses. Sharing one last glance, both brothers galloped in the opposite directions, never looking back. What the hell are you saying? Hissed Tsunade, her murderous gaze staring at her brother. Only what you cannot see, sister. I say it because I care about you, insisted Tobirama calmly, but was disappointed when it enraged his only sister even more. I will do no such thing. Not only is it a sin, but it will be a betrayal, said Tsunade furiously. It is no sin nor a betrayal if you do not allow your womb to give birth to a dragon spawn, explained Tobirama patiently. No. Tobirama felt his patience waning in the face of the sheer stupidity of his family members. First his brothers and now his only sister were blind enough to trust an enemy they had fought against for thousands of years. All I'm asking is you to not allow him to make you with child. I understand Hashirama forced you into this, but it does not mean that you have to sacrifice so much, said Tobirama heatedly, making her sigh. It is true that Hashirama forced me into this marriage, and initially I was opposed to it as well. But Naruto is a good man, brother. He cares for me, if not love me. I will not betray him by killing whatever children we may have in the future just because you think we should not trust him. I can understand not trusting the Uchiha, but I want you to trust Naruto at least. For me. Pleaded Tsunade, taking his hands in her own and hoping to gods he understood her request. Out of all her brothers, Tobirama had always watched out for her most. He could be overprotective and stubborn, but whenever she needed him he had always been there. The only reason this marriage had even happened was because when the decision was made, Tobirama was a prisoner of the Uchiha. She doubted Hashirama could have pulled this union off easily if Tobirama was there. Likely, he would have given Hashirama the most severe tongue lashing of his life, and if he still persisted then Tobirama would have found some other way to make sure she didn't have to go through with this marriage. And she would have thanked her brother for it had she not come to know the kind of man Naruto was. It was not ideal or the best, but she couldn't deny it was not a terrible match. Maybe in time they could hope to understand, trust and love each other. Tobirama glanced at the king, followed by few of his own supporters that were lingering nearby. What she was asking of him was a great deal, but after him Tsunade was the one in their family who hated the Uchiha most. She would not be blinded by emotions so easily, but if a person like her was vouching for the kin slayer. Had he been wrong in judging Naruto Uchiha? He could not know for certain, but he loved his sister, more than any of her other brothers ever did. If she was happy and hopeful. Tobi, please, begged Tsunade, and smiled in relief when his hard gaze shattered and he gave out a tired sigh. I will never trust the kin slayer or the Uchiha. Not after what they did to my brother and our people, but if you are happy with him then I will let this go. But if he ever hurts you in any manner, I will kill him and his entire family, promised Tobirama murderously, gripping her hands fiercely. Tsunade felt a chill run down her spine as she felt and saw the raw hate in her brother's eyes. The only thing stopping him from rebelling against this alliance was his love for her and his devotion to Hashirama. For all his faults, Tobirama had always been a loyal member of their family and had followed Hashirama's orders without question. But she could understood this alliance with the Uchiha and her marriage were too much for him to accept, but he would if she asked him. It was why she loved him despite all his faults. He relaxed in her arms as she hugged him, but his next words made her heart skip a beat. I have quite a few of my supporters in your camp. The moment you feel you are in danger from him or anyone else, go to them. They will protect you, whispered Tobirama, and Tsunade saw nearly a dozen men in Naruto's army give her a subtle nod when she looked in their direction. Her brother's men, loyal only to him and not the king. It troubled her and she was just about to protest when she caught Naruto and Mikoto staring at each other intensely. No words were exchanged between them, but the look in their eyes was enough to make Tsunade feel betrayed. Her hands tightly gripped her brother's armor as she couldn't understand why this was happening after all the progress she and Naruto had made in their friendship. He loves Mikoto and always would. The traitorous voice in her head only seemed to break her heart even further until she remembered that Naruto had promised her that he would treat her as his lawful wife and he would not cheat on her. She remembered how seriously he took his promises and the fact that he broke up with Mikoto to do his duty. Duty. Was that what she was to him? Was the kindness that he showed her just a way of him showing her pity? Doubts started to plague her mind and she decided to stop them for now lest she go mad. Saying her goodbye to Tobirama, she mounted her own horse before joining beside her husband. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern visible in his eyes as he glanced at the frown on her face. "Yes," she answered monotonously, even if the true answer was buried deep within her heart. "I don't know." 1 week later. Madara walked through his army camp observing the soldiers and ninjas were sharpening their weapons. It would seem word had spread fast that their enemy had been spotted and would be upon them by tomorrow. However, Madara was pleased to see it had not affected the men's morale, certainly not after the good news they had received yesterday. Sasuke Sarutobi had emerged victorious in his campaign and had crushed the former daimyo's nephew and his army to the last man. The fact that the majority of the former royals perished on the battlefield was another bonus. But then again, victory was assured on that front as Sasuke had nearly 8,000 men with him while his enemy had half, with only a quarter being ninjas. In crude terms, it was pure slaughter, and now the Sarutobi host was marching towards the land of wind, but they would wait for Madara to join them first before carrying on the campaign. That victory had been much needed to be heard about by the men in Madara's army, as it gave them the strength to face their first battle of this war. Unlike the host Sasuke faced, Madara's foe was Isshin Minamoto. The old man was the former daimyo's uncle and an experienced battle commander who had twice destroyed attempts by Land of Wind to conquer the Land of Fire. He was a stern but fair man and skilled with the sword. The fact that he was the last living male member of his family only made his fight for survival more dire. The men following Isshin were roughly 6,000 loyalists, with more than half being ninjas from all over the world who had benefited greatly under the daimyo's rule. It was fair to say these men would be fighting desperately in the coming battle and with twice the passion Madara's force could ever muster. Even if Madara had 10,000 battle-hardened ninjas with him, it wouldn't hurt to not underestimate his enemy, even if the old man was a civilian general. What made him more worried was the news that Naruto and his 22,000-strong host had crossed the Land of Fire and were now on their way to face the army of the samurai nation led by Hanzo Salamander and Mifune of the samurai, who nearly had 40,000 men under their command, with more than 15,000 of them being ninjas. Even if Naruto had good fighters like Hashirama and a biju with him, Madara couldn't help but worry for his little brother. He could only pray that Naruto managed to achieve victory, because if the boy lost, then the ninjas following him would start having doubts about his leadership. And a doubtful ninja was very dangerous, for he could attack anyone perceived to be a threat. His eyes glanced at the group of young ninjas following around him in a protective circle, which brought a small smirk to his lips. He had got the idea for this group after watching his brother's Kingsguard and their exploits over the years. To say he had high hopes from his own 5 battle partners would be an understatement. The leader of this group was Mikoto Uchiha, a former member of Naruto's Kingsguard. She was a very skilled fighter and had aptly demonstrated her skills against Madara long enough to earn the Hokage's respect. Combine that with her recommendation from the king, she soon found herself appointed commander of Madara's personal guard. The next member was Danzo Shimura, son of Tobi Shimura. The boy was young but extremely skilled in ninjutsu and taijutsu. He also had a keen sense of observation and cunning. Most of all, he distrusted Senju, which would be helpful as the boy would always watch out from any kind of treachery and warn Madara beforehand. The next 2 members were both sons of Sakumo Hatake. He had been very impressed when Ken and Kakashi had displayed their swordsmanship to Madara. Ken was a gifted taijutsu master and adept with ninjutsu, while his brother was a master of every ninja art. The fact that Naruto saved their sister Kiara from the Yamanaka's clutches not too long ago only made the boys more determined to serve their king's brother. The last member of the group was Shibi Aburame, son of Shin Aburame. Unlike the others, he was not a great but an average fighter. However, he was a skilled long-range ninja and his spying skills were off the charts, which Madara had not missed. Plus, Madara couldn't resist awarding the Aburame leader's son a chance to earn glory for himself after their clan's loyal service to Madara's family for years. Madara couldn't help but notice that except for Mikoto, who was a servant's daughter, All the other members of his guard were high-born noble heirs of important clans loyal to the Uchiha. Many more nobles from other Uchiha loyalists also wanted their sons and daughters to join and serve the Hokage, but for now Madara was content with the group he had assembled. It was better if he had few warriors whom he could absolutely trust than have an army whom he couldn't. He bid them to stand outside his tent and they obeyed without hesitation. When he entered, his good mood vanished as he saw a very familiar person waiting for him. Tobirama, said Madara simply, making the Senju look up from the map on Madara's table. Lord Hokage, replied the Senju, his unnervingly blank eyes seemingly boring into Madara's very soul. It still vexed the eldest son of Tajima that his brother had sent him this man to act as his second-in-command instead of Hashirama. While it was true that Tobirama was more sensible than most ninja lords, it was also a fact that the man had always unnerved Madara. There was something about him that just didn't sit right with the new Hokage. Regardless of that, they were allies now and it was important that they crush a common enemy. The men are ready, reported Tobirama briskly, cutting through any unwanted pleasantries much to Madara's relief. Good. We cannot allow Isshin Minamoto to achieve any victory here. How do you propose we deal with him? Asked Madara straightforwardly. Tobirama blinked. What? Snapped Madara irritatedly. I never thought someone like you would ask a Senju for advice, answered Tobirama honestly, and was not surprised when Madara sighed. It's not my style, but things aren't the same anymore. My brother made you second in command of this host. Despite our enmity, he sees something in you, Tobirama. I want to see what that is. Revealed Madara sincerely. Why did you and your father even agree to this peace? Gods know you two hate my family, said Tobirama seriously, earning a snort from Madara. Some things are more important than revenge and old feuds, whispered Madara. What is that thing? Questioned Tobirama curiously. Family. Tobirama had to look away in order to not meet Madara's gaze. One look at the Hokage was enough to show he meant what he said, which only confused Tobirama even more. How could an Uchiha even understand a concept like that? Thankfully for him, Madara was not in a bad mood and decided to explain, if only to not have this conversation again between them. I know you don't trust us Uchiha, including my brother. Well, the feeling's mutual. I'm not asking you to trust me or become friends, but your sister and my brother are trying to build something. I don't know about you, but I love my brother, and if he believes we can live with Senju, then I can bloody well give it a try at least. Besides, someone like you should understand how this peace is beneficial for your family as well. True that the future kings will have the Uchiha name, but they will have the Senju blood in them as well, explained Madara honestly. I see, was all Tobirama said, before he focused back on the map. His sister's plea for him to give this peace a chance passed through his heart. Hashirama and Atama had also wished for the same. Tobirama had seen it in their eyes. Whatever lingering hesitation he had was severely affected when someone like Madara expressed his own desire to give this peace a try. Had he gone wrong somewhere? Would his actions actually place his family in harm's way? He felt a stinging pain resonate across his head which nearly made him cringe. Thankfully, Madara was busy looking at the map and hadn't missed Tobirama's momentary discomfort. No, don't trust the Uchiha. They killed your brother. The voice in his head whispered ever so treacherously and even more insistently than before. He looked at his right arm, and from the slight parting in his shirt he could see the area near his shoulder was starting to change. Where once the skin was pale like the moon, now lay a darkened layer that only seemed to spread ever so slightly. The Senju medic he had seen had warned him that it was unlike anything he had ever seen before. He had asked the man to keep this to himself, but it was only getting worse every passing day and Tobirama was running out of time. Tobirama? He looked up to see Madara staring at him with a frown on his face. Yes? Asked the Senju, hoping his voice sounded the same as ever. Your sweating and your hand is trembling, commented Madara, and Tobirama cursed himself for letting the Uchiha see a weakness. It didn't matter that it was out of his control, Madara, or as a matter of fact no one else should be allowed to discover it. Just nervous about this war, said Tobirama hesitantly. To his relief, Madara actually accepted the answer, but then again it was partially the truth. Good. It'll keep you focused and alive on the battlefield. Now tell me your thoughts on the strategy we should take against Isshin? Asked Madara seriously. Tobirama controlled his pain and the treacherous whispering in his head to look at the map and the enemy position. He might not like the Uchiha, but his family wanted peace. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but if someone like Madara could come to terms with this peace, then he had to try. For me, brother. Tobirama violently silenced the whispers in his head as the face of his beloved sister flashed before his eyes. He had not missed how happy she was this morning and how she wanted to believe in Naruto. He might never like the kin slayer, but he had a duty towards his only sister. The Uchiha aren't the only one who value family above all else. His trembling hand stopped shaking as he felt strength return back inside his body. His fierce cold eyes glanced at the map as a plan started forming in his head as the whispers faded away. Here's the plan. By the time he was done explaining his idea, Madara was grinning savagely and Tobirama couldn't help but share the feeling even if he remained composed on the outside. He would give the wild dragon a chance to prove himself regardless of what his allies believed or wanted. He would do it for her and not anyone else. Tobirama stood at the outskirts of the Naka River with an army of 9,000 men, all of them currently hiding in the forest just near the river. The censor ninjas had already warned them of the approaching enemy and it had sent his forces in a frenzy to ready themselves. He was more than surprised when Madara gave him command of their main force, the Hokage's reasoning being that Tobirama had the mindset to maintain order in the midst of battle while Madara was a leader who liked to tear through enemy lines with sheer force and unimaginable speed. When presented with an argument like that and how well it fit into their strategy, Tobirama had found no reason to deny Madara's idea. Certainly not when the Uchiha had actually agreed to go forward with Tobirama's battle strategy. Tobirama felt the ground beneath his feet tremble and it was the first sign that something wasn't right. They had information that the enemy general had 6,000 men under his command, with more than half of them being ninjas. But this was something different. Quickly placing his finger on the ground, he allowed his senses to span across the land far and wide. "What's happening out there?" asked Tobi Shimura, as he and nearly everyone else felt the trembling of the ground beneath their feet. No small army could cause such shockwaves. It was nightfall and the moon had been hidden behind dark clouds. Thin wisps of snow were falling from the heavens, making the temperature even more cooler. Tobi Shimura narrowed his eyes when he saw Tobirama pale as he got up from the ground and looked at their men. "Our information was wrong," said the white-haired Senju bitterly, as his fists clenched shut. Before Tobi Shimura or any other commanders could ask the Senju another question, they were all silenced when they saw an endless wave emerging from the forests on the other side of the Naka River. "Those crests," whispered Hiroi Nuzuka in alarm. None of the other ninja lords missed what the dog warrior was seeing with his own eyes. For there in front of them was an entire army of thousands and not all of them were civilian fighters. Majority of them bore the armor with emblems of a very feared and hated clan in the ninja world. Kaguya. Tobirama grimaced on watching nearly 3,000 Kaguya standing in front of him with all of them heavily armed and savage grins on their maniacal faces. But what caught his complete attention was one strange-looking person standing at the front of this army. Unlike the soldiers, he was dressed in shimmering blue armor with an emblem that Tobirama didn't recognize. His hair was long and reached up to his waist, but it was pale like the snow and so were his eyes. He carried with him no sword or gun but a spear-shaped weapon that was also white. Judging from the way the bloodthirsty Kaguyas were not attacking outright and actually deferring to this man for direction only made Tobirama guess the man was the commander and not Isshin Minamoto, who was standing with the remaining few thousand of his civilian soldiers in the rear. Fighting against civilians and minor ninja clans was one thing, but the Kaguya were an enemy on a completely different level. They didn't fear death and only enjoyed murdering till they were killed. They were the most ferocious clan in the world and even the Uchiha avoided provoking them openly. Even a small force of Kaguyas was dangerous for ninjas to face, battling against thousands of those monsters. The king's army shivered when the Kaguyas in a uniform fashion started banging their swords against their armored chests while giving out a thunderous battle cry. The roaring continued to get louder and more ferocious with every passing second, and more than one ninja on Tobirama's side trembled as the terrifying sound penetrated each and every cell of their body. It would have continued if not for a single kunai that flew rapidly through the air and in one strike severed the head of a Kaguya warrior from his neck. The roaring of the enemy army stopped as they watched the headless body fall gracelessly at the river bank. Nearly half of the river started to rise up high in the air, making the Kaguya warriors take a step back in alarm. A lone warrior in Senju armor stepped out of the forest with a lightning cackling sword in his hand. His eyes were as cold as ice and his one hand was outstretched controlling the rising mass of water. When he looked at the men behind him, they all saw nothing but cold fury in his eyes. "Send these mad animals to hell," roared Tobirama. With that war cry he unleashed the amassed body of water right towards the enemy army. But before it could swarm the Kaguyas, that lone pale-haired enemy commander walked forward fearlessly. Tobirama saw veins emerge around the man's eyes and his entire body glowed with pure blue chakra. The strange warrior unleashed a tidal wave of pure chakra from his hands that clashed against the massive river water wave. Steam and boiled weather flew across the riverbank, making many across both armies dive for cover. With the initial attack neutralized, the pale-skinned warrior gave out an unearthly battle cry and pointed his hand right at Tobirama. At once, the Kaguyas charged. Tobirama was rooted in his spot as he watched the unknown enemy commander freeze the entire Naka River, allowing the Kaguyas to cross without any opposition. At the same time, a dark wave of arrows was unleashed from the rear by Isshin Minamoto and his civilian fighters. Thousands of more battlecries joined the fray as dozens upon dozens of Uchiha charged ahead of Tobirama, forming a protective formation around him. "Fire!" yelled one of the dragons. Immediately all the Uchihas unleashed their own volley of shuriken that soared high in the sky before it multiplied into an even large wave as the kunai were doubled, thanks to the Uchiha's shuriken jutsu. With a mighty roar they clashed against the volley of arrows, sending shattered metal pieces raining all over the river bank. Despite the valiant effort, many of the lethal projectiles broke through the defense and several ninjas cried out in pain as they were sent crashing down. While the Uchihas protected their leader, the Inuzuka had charged ahead ferociously with their battle dogs. Their clash against the approaching Kaguyas was heard by every man present as body parts and blood was sent flying everywhere. Tobirama saw a large force of Kaguya charging towards him and the Uchihas around him. "Combination," he commanded, thankful that the past week had given them time to at least familiarize their forces in working together. It was not perfect, but at the very least they would not outright reject his commands. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The Uchihas were joined by the Sarutobi warriors as they too unleashed nearly 100 magnificent fireballs at the charging enemy. The enemy's savages were not to be intimidated as hundreds of them retaliated in kind with similar attacks. Dozens of men and women on both sides screamed in agony as the volley of fireballs started to be exchanged at a rapid pace, even as a large force of Kaguyas clashed madly against the forces commanded by Tobi Shimura. To his credit, the Shimura leader was as vicious as the enemy and mercilessly started slaughtering every single one of his foes. The fearless persona inspired many others to join the fray against the Kaguya. Tobirama grimaced when another volley of arrows was fired by the civilian fighters on the other side of the frozen river. What shocked him was the fact that this barrage rained down mercilessly, killing Tobirama's fighters and Kaguyas both. However, for every Kaguya that died in the friendly fire, 3 more of Tobirama's fighters went down. He was alarmed when one of his civilian commanders was literally pulverized on the spot by the pale-haired enemy commander. The Kaguyas on the left flank, led by their commander, was literally butchering every ninja that tried to stop them. Tobirama gripped his sword as he saw his Uchiha allies were preoccupied fighting against the ferocious Kaguyas around them. How could you stop an enemy that didn't even bat an eye when you severed their limbs, killed their fellow comrades? The Kaguyas were not just madly ferocious, but unlike the allied ninjas who felt pain when they were injured, the mad bastards continued slaughtering and killing everyone around them without pause. For every Kaguya that was falling, 3 of Tobirama's men were the price. The continued barrage of arrows from the civilian forces on the other side only continued to add more casualties. That was when he saw the first silhouettes in the sky. Tobirama couldn't help the savage grin from gracing his own lips as he saw an army of eagles emerge from the nearby mountain. On top of those birds was a figure whose power was felt by every fighter on the battlefield. "Burn them all," yelled Madara furiously. Rei Namikaze, who was commanding the newly formed aerial corps, gestured her clan summoning creatures to follow through the order. Mounted on top of the beasts were the most elite fighters of their army, who were now all positioned exactly above the civilian army of Isshin Minamoto. Fire style, Raging Inferno. Madara was joined by nearly 1,000 of his elite forces, who all unleashed the same attack from their mouths. Isshin Minamoto could only give out a terrible scream as he and his entire force were literally set on fire, along with half of the forest on their side. Men screamed in horror and agony as they were burned alive, their skin gelding against their melting armor. Everywhere there was fire and death with no route of escape. The Hokage unleashed his gunbai in a wide arc, making the raging inferno spread across the entire forest, consuming every living soul on the cursed land. Even the mad Kaguyas faltered for a moment when, in front of their very eyes, half of their allies were burned alive. By the time the horror was over, the last of the daimyo loyalists were nothing but ash. Madara jumped from his bird and was soon joined by most of his 1,000 elite ninjas, who all now formed a single line right behind the Kaguyas. Rei Namikaze and her clansmen, still mounted on the Eagle squadrons, unleashed a devastating volley of explosives, shredding the rear ranks of the Kaguyas. However, for the blonde ninja leader, her surprise attack was disrupted when she saw a pure beam of chakra being unleashed from the ground. It tore through the eagle, carrying the Namikaze leader, sending her and the few men with her flying away. Before the allied ninjas could even get over the shock, dozens of more such beams were unleashed, striking several more eagles, sending more and more Namikaze fighters to their deaths. Madara gripped his gunbai fiercely and raised it in the air. His Sharingan was focused on the falling form of Rei Namikaze. Judging from her still form, he could only guess she was injured badly and lost consciousness. Or worse. Regardless of the dire scenario, he threw his famed weapon, watching it sail through the air. Many ninjas on both sides gasped as the hilt of the gunbai connected with Rei's shoulder and carried her straight towards the bark of a tree, where she got stuck thanks to the gunbai lodged in her shoulder. The sound of broken bones was clear to hear, but at the very least her brains were not splattered across the battlefield like the rest of her clansmen who were not so fortunate to gather Madara's attention. The Hokage grimaced as he realized that one of his best commanders could possibly be dead. Rei had served his family faithfully, and watching her get attacked like that ignited a murderous rage within Madara as he glared at the pale-haired enemy commander who did this to her. "No prisoners," yelled Madara viciously. Madara unleashed his sword and made a straight line directly towards the one who hurt his friend and allies. A dark smirk graced his lips as the enemy commander calmly walked forward as his Kaguya soldiers broke into two groups. One still battling against Tobirama's forces, the remaining smaller force began their attempts to stop Madara's elite forces. The two armies again clashed in devastating shockwaves, sending limbs, heads and blood flying everywhere. It was a savage massacre. Rage was the only thing running through Madara as he beheaded two Kaguya stupid enough to charge him. He gave a vicious roundhouse kick, sending another dozen flying away. Blocking a horizontal slash from another enemy, he pushed the man back several inches through sheer force before his finely crafted sword broke through the enemy's weapon and buried itself in the shocked Kaguya's neck. For all their savagery and ferocity, the Kaguyas felt the superior anger of the wild dragon rain down on them mercilessly. Madara glanced at his sides to see his personal guard make a butchery of any enemy that tried to swarm him. Leading the charge was Mikoto herself, and her sword was making a carving out of corpses. Joining her were the Hatake brothers and Danzo, while Shibuya Barame harassed nearby Kaguya warriors through his swarms of bugs. He was brought out of his thoughts when he heard Danzo scream. Looking forward, Madara realized why. Through the fighting, Tobi Shimura had managed to find a way to reach the enemy commander. The Shimura leader was swift and precise in his strikes, but his enemy was easily evading the attacks as if he was fighting a child. The dance didn't continue long as the enemy commander made a horizontal slash with his strange weapon, and it shattered Tobi's sword like it was made of glass. Many of the nearby Shimura warriors desperately jumped in to save their leader, only to see a blur move around them. The enemy commander started rotating, sending large shockwaves of chakra that hit the Shimura warriors brutally. Madara cringed when he literally heard necks snap, heads burst and limbs fly as every Shimura was thrown away. Suddenly the circle of death was stopped, and from its midst the enemy commander emerged to launch a brutal strike that connected with Tobi's shoulder, making the man wildly flip in the air before crashing with a bone-crushing thud. The fall must have hurt the Shimura badly as he weakly moved on the ground trying to find his lost sword as his enemy moved in for the final kill, but was forced to jump away when bolts of lightning rained around the position he was standing a moment ago. Tobirama stepped between the enemy commander with his lightning sword in his hand as several Aburame dragged the Shimura clan head away from the battlefield. Madara was quick to join the Senju as they both now glared at the enemy commander, who stared at them without a flinch. "That's a dojutsu," warned Madara, gesturing towards the enemy's pale white eyes. "I figured as much. The fact that not a single strike has managed to hit him makes me believe it allows him to see in all directions," suggested Tobirama. "Never thought I'd face someone like that, certainly not with a Senju by my side," said Madara with a smirk. "How about facing a common enemy with an ally?" asked Tobirama with a small grin, earning a tiny nod of respect from Madara. "I could live with that," agreed Madara. "Together?" asked Tobirama finally. "Let's dance, Senju." Madara charged forward swiftly with Tobirama right by his side. The enemy commander flexed his stance as the two arch-rivals closed in on him. When Madara tried to attack the man's legs with his sword, he was shocked to see his sword shatter to pieces when the spear-shaped weapon of the enemy blocked the move. The same weapon was instantly raised upward to skewer the stunned dragon until the attack was blocked by Tobirama's lightning sword. For the first time, an emotion akin to shock passed through the pale-eyed enemy commander, and he howled in agony when Tobirama sent lightning coursing through the locked weapons, hitting the man with several lightning sparks. Madara, taking advantage of the opening, moved to subdue the enemy but was forced to battle several Kaguyas who madly jumped in between to protect their leader. They soon found out they had jumped to their doom. Madara grabbed the punch of the first opponent and twisted the limb before punching his chakra-coated arm right through the shocked Kaguya's armor. Before the dead man could even hit the ground, the Uchiha leader had already grabbed another Kaguya, slapped an explosive seal on his chest before throwing him at his comrades, ending them all in vicious explosion. Tobirama also moved forward, slicing through Kaguya's left and right, his lightning sword Raijin no Ken carving through their armor like butter. So engrossed was he in his battle that he didn't see the surprise attack. Madara watched Tobirama howl in pain when the pale-eyed enemy commander emerged again, only to land a swift strike to Tobirama's sword arm. The lightning sword fell to the ground as Tobirama's entire arm went limp, and the Senju felt another palm strike heading towards his chest. Considering the fact that he just lost all feeling in his right arm made him brutally aware that if that blow landed, he was as good as dead. With his last reflexes he dodged the lethal blow, however it still connected with his leg, making him fall to his knees. To his relief, Madara picked up Raijin no Ken and sent a lightning shockwave that was blocked at the last moment by the enemy commander as he performed his lethal rotation technique. The Hokage saw with his Sharingan that the chakra nodes in Tobirama's right arm were blocked and damaged. Same was the case with his leg, which made him glare hatefully at the enemy commander, who looked at them calmly. "You cannot avoid fate," whispered the strange man for the first time. "Who are you?" demanded Madara, receiving a pitying look from the strange man. However, the man was surprised when he watched Tobirama actually stand back on his feet with great pain. "Impossible. You bloody worm. I will end you right here," warned Tobirama murderously, as he unleashed his entire killing intent, making dozens of Kaguyas fall to their knees. The enemy commander frowned and gritted his teeth on seeing the endless rage in Tobirama's eyes. Despite his wounds, the Senju was standing defiantly. Even Madara was stunned at the display of power. "Theirs is the fury." The Hokage wordlessly handed over the Senju his sword, and an unsaid message was exchanged among them. Both men lost track of the fighting around them, and soon enough Madara unleashed his entire killing intent, making every fighter tremble as the combined rage of Uchiha and Senju spread across the battlefield. Madara charged forward, getting close to the enemy commander, and sent a strike towards his solar plexus. The pale-eyed bastard saw the move coming and sent his own left palm, but before it could connect with Madara's arm, the Uchiha twisted himself out of the way and sent a swift kick aimed at the enemy's ribs, which was unfortunately blocked by the opponent through one of his own legs. "He's strong." Madara was forced to go on the defensive when his enemy closed in on him, sending a flurry of palm strikes at maddening speeds. If not for his Sharingan, Madara would have been reduced to a pinch cushion, but thankfully he had his famed dojutsu that allowed him to see the attacks coming, and with years of battle experience, he was able to dodge the attacks at the last second. Even as he fought for his life, from the corner of his eyes he saw Tobirama give him a subtle nod. Deciding to trust the Senju on this gamble, Madara swiftly deactivated his Sharingan and closed his eyes before jumping away. Lightning style, heavenly flash. Tobirama's entire body was submerged in a nova of white lightning that soon exploded across the entire battlefield, rendering every fighter blind. Many screamed, but one yell was most painful than any other. When Madara opened his eyes again, he saw the enemy commander howling in agony, trying to shield his bleeding eyes. He grabbed the holy sword that Tobirama threw at him before flashing right behind the stunned enemy commander. Raijin no Ken sliced through the man's armor before plunging into his chest. The strange man screamed in horror and unbearable pain, whirling around to deliver a brutal palm strike to Madara's armored chest, sending the Uchiha crashing away. Whirling unstably, he started marching towards Madara blindly as men started to back away after already seeing what the warrior was capable of. Madara coughed blood but painfully managed to get back on his feet and prepared himself for another fight, only to see Tobirama flash behind the stunned enemy and grabbing the plunged sword. Raijin no Ken emancipated another blinding nova of light, rendering most fighters to cover their eyes. But they all heard the inhuman scream, and when they finally managed to regain their vision, the Kaguyas were stunned to watch their commander dissolve into ash. Tobirama coughed blood and fell to his knees, the effects of the fight taking a toll on his body. With great struggle he grabbed a kunai with his only functioning hand to fend off the pissed-off Kaguyas closing in on him. To his surprise, Madara again came to his rescue, and again Tobirama was reminded of the fact that crossing Madara Uchiha was a bad idea. With their commander lost, the Kaguyas lost all sense of coordination and started attacking anything and anyone. Madara's personal guard stepped deeper into the battle and rallied the scattered allied ninjas. Long minutes of savagery and killing passed, but soon enough the Kaguyas were cornered with allied ninjas surrounding them on all sides. Tori Yamanaka was smart enough to trap the ferocious warriors in a barrier. Madara stared at the remaining 900 enemy ninjas that were desperately trying to break through. Never once did he see in their eyes the desire to surrender which made him arrive at his decision. He gestured to Tori Yamanaka, who nodded in consent, cementing Madara's resolve. With a dark grin, he looked at his clansmen. Uchihas, give them fire and blood, commanded Madara, and watched in satisfaction as his clansmen stepped all over the barrier's edges. If the Kaguyas had any brain cell in their heads, they would have formed a defense formation and fought as one, which could have given them a chance of survival a little longer. However, when the barrier dropped, the savage warriors tried to charge out, only to hear the last words of their life. Fire style, pits of hell. The Uchihas unleashed a tsunami of fire from their mouths that formed a raging inferno, trapping the Kaguya warriors. Many tried to jump over but were cut down by precise kunai strikes of Sarutobi and Shimura ninjas. Slowly the inferno started to close in, burning many Kaguyas in its path, yet the allied ninjas were again to be shocked. Stepping over the piling mass of corpses, the last of the Kaguyas used the chance to jump over the inferno and try to take out as many enemies. Many exploded themselves with the help of explosive tags, taking out dozens of Madara's ninjas in a flash. Few even tried to take out the Hokage but were mercilessly cut down by Madara's personal guard. The inferno had trapped the last few hundred Kaguya so thoroughly that now there was no chance of escape. Still, there was defiance and never-ending bloodlust burning in their mad eyes. Instead of begging for mercy, they huddled closer to each other and grasped their hands. Many allied ninjas, including Madara, took this as a last act of their enemies choosing to die together. Tobirama, however, felt the disaster that was coming. Madara! Seal them off now. The Senju couldn't finish his warning as he was sent flying away, courtesy of an explosion akin to a miniature biju dama that erupted from the middle of the inferno. Everything went silent. After what felt like an eternity, Tobirama groggily regained the first of his senses. His head was throbbing, many of his muscles were screaming in agony, and he definitely felt his leg was broken. When he first tried to open his eyes, all he saw were dark blurs, but he didn't give up. After several failed attempts, he finally managed to look at the sky, only to see it covered in dark smoke. Rubbing his eyes, he managed to make himself sit upright and gingerly raised his only functioning hand to see something land on his palm. His breath stopped when he realized it was not the dark smoke that he had seen in the sky, but ashes. Horrified and alarmed, Tobirama wildly glanced around, only to see a massive crater now present on their side of the riverbank. It was at least 30 feet long and another 50 in depth. It was then Tobirama heard the moans and screams. He felt something inside of him snap when he saw thousands of allied ninjas lying all over the battlefield. Half of them were so badly burnt or had parts missing that they were not even recognizable. Those who had survived soon discovered death would have been better, as many were missing limbs, eyes, and many other vital body parts. Tobirama heard another blood-curdling scream and saw Kakashi Hatake being desperately held back by Danzo and Mikado. The reason for the boy's grief made bile rise in Tobirama's throat. In order to save their sworn leader, Ken Hatake had valiantly placed himself between Madara and the suicidal chakra explosion unleashed by the Kaguyas as their final act of vengeance. In doing so, the now heavily bleeding Hokage was saved, and so were Ken's comrades. But despite being a veteran of hundreds of battles, Tobirama had never seen a sight that he was seeing tonight, and one which made him vomit the last of his meal on the ground. For in front of him, where once stood the eldest son and heir of Sakumo Hatake, was a badly burnt skeleton that was still standing in a self-sacrificing manner between himself and Madara. Every inch of skin, flesh, clothes and armor had been vaporized, leaving only a husk behind. A husk which soon turned to ash, making any trace of Ken Hatake disappear from the world forever. Tobirama felt his resolve break as he saw nearly a quarter of their army was utterly wiped out. Another large contingent of ninjas were so badly wounded that he doubted they would ever be able to fight again. Those that had managed to survive this devastating battle were numb with shock, horror and pain at what they just went through. As the last of his strength faded away and darkness circled his vision, Tobirama fell to the ground once again. His mind was so numb and his heart was still unable to believe what he just witnessed. As the last of his vision faded away, he saw 4 figures with pale white eyes watching them from the forest across the other side of the riverbank. Chapter 26. The Choice. 2 weeks earlier, Mito Uzumaki had a radiant smile on her face, and she was one of thousands cheering wildly as they watched the whirlpool banner of their clan being unfurled on top of the city hall. Her eyes shed out a single tear as she watched a young man of 24 years of age smile as he placed the flag claiming the lost city back for their people. Just like the rest of her clan, the man had bright red hair with one long bang covering his right eye, but it only made him look more mysterious. His blue eyes were shining with pride and confidence, something which their people desperately needed to achieve this victory after nearly 3 months of brutal fighting and constant defeats. Her heart ached for her youngest brother, who was one of the many who were not here to see this day. Her only solace was the fact that her eldest and only surviving brother, heir of Uzu, and future leader of the Uzumaki, had given them the victory they needed. Nagato Uzumaki had always been more wild and brave than his sister and brother. It was his steadfast leadership that gave the Uzumaki the courage to face an enemy that wanted them killed to the last man. Even when his youngest brother Nahiro was killed and their people suffered another defeat, Nagato Uzumaki did not give up and continued fighting, which inspired the Uzumaki to do the same despite all the odds against them. Until yesterday, out of their 7 great islands they had lost all except their capital of Uzushiogakur. Their small villages were lost, their cities burned, their people died by the thousands. Uzu's existence as a nation itself was at the verge of extinction. Their economy was shattered, a large part of their population was dead, food was getting scarce, but most of all there was no sign of anyone coming to their aid. The only reason they had even survived this long was the fact that the Uzumaki had close to 25,000 ninjas and civilian fighters in their ranks. Now barely half of those ninjas were still alive. Still, Mito could not help but be proud of her eldest brother, who reclaimed this island and pushed out the abominations holding this holy city. A city she had lost. Her defeat was not because of her cowardice but for the fact that she barely had 1/10 of the men their enemy brought with them. She tried to buy as much time and resist for as long as she could, but when all seemed lost, instead of sacrificing precious fighting men, she ordered a retreat to their capital city, if only to regain their strength. The plan worked, and soon enough her eldest brother mustered their forces and led the assault that gave them this victory. It wouldn't have been possible had she sacrificed the 1,000 men under her command needlessly. Still, the men had rallied and fought valiantly when they saw the future heir of their clan lead the assault. Nagato! 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 Mito laughed on seeing their clan warriors yelling her brother's name at the top of their lungs. Nagato gave a winning smile as he held the flying Uzumaki banner in his hand. This city was once the holy land of our people. A place of worship, faith and devotion. And from today it shall be great once again, declared Nagato proudly, and was deafened by the approving roars. Let those monsters know this. Never shall any Uzumaki bend to their will. Promise, Nagato, to another round of cheers. Here I declare, the city of Hiroshiman reclaimed. Nagato unleashed his sword, and Mito could not help but feel hope surge in her own heart as her brother raised his sword victoriously in the air. Furuzu! Mito and every one of her clansmen could not resist unleashing their own swords in cheers and yell at the top of their lungs. Furuzu! 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 Mito waited as her brother made his way through their clansmen. For the first time in months, their people were smiling and cheering. There was a faint shimmer of hope in their eyes as they congratulated and cheered their future clan leader. The men have found their captain. Pride surged through her as he came towards her, and wordlessly they both embraced each other. Quite the speech, teased Mito, earning an infectious grin from her brother. Remember today, little sister. Today is the first of our victories, with many more to come. Boasted Nagato. Mito looked at him and could not help but want to believe in him. She knew as long as their people had Nagato to lead them, there was still hope. Her brother was a fine ninja adept in ninjutsu, kenjutsu, fuinjutsu and taijutsu. Traits keenly desired among their clan leaders. Mito, on the other hand, was someone who preferred diplomacy over battle. That was not to say she could not defend herself or their people. She was the finest fuinjutsu master of their nation after her father. Even so, she knew that perhaps she would not have been able to take this city back from the enemy, unlike Nagato. She had tried her best to hold it for as long as possible, but when her youngest brother Nahiro was killed, she realized the battle was lost and she had to consolidate her forces. Her attention returned back to reality when she noticed their people already breaking barrels of sake and food. It would seem the party was about to start, and knowing her people, it was going to be quite a wild night. They deserve it, advised Nagato, and she could not find any reason to object. Her gaze caught sight of a very familiar man approaching towards them both. The crowd instantly parted, with each person bowing and offering a respectful greeting to the man. Not that he deserved any less, for Ayato Uzumaki was a feared and respected leader. There he is. Uzu's finest, my son and heir, said Ayato proudly, as he approached towards Nagato with a beaming smile on his wrinkled face. Despite his old age, his red hair had not lost their shine and he could still be a force on the battlefield. Nagato might be a good leader, but it was Iyato's firm command that prevented any of their people from breaking down or doing something foolish. Nagato gave a strained smile as he saw his father approaching. His relationship with the man was complicated at best. Granted, Iyato had provided for his children and governed their nation excellently. However, the same man had barely paid any attention or even showed interest in the upbringing of his younger children and focused all his attention on Nagato's development into the leader their people would need when Iyato was gone. Some might believe it to be right, but Nagato had watched his younger sibling struggle desperately for this man's approval only to be mocked at worst and told to do better at best. His brother died trying to hold this city, knowing how disappointed their father would be if it was lost. Thankfully, Mito had enough sense to not order her remaining fighters to die needlessly and came back to their nation's capital. It allowed Nagato to muster his forces, and in a surprise attack they took the city back. He remembered how severely their father had lambasted Mito. He blamed her for not only losing their holy city but also for the death of Nihiro. Nagato had never forgotten or forgiven his father for the tears that Mito had shed after hearing such cruelty. If only their mother was not killed by the mountain clans. Still, they were in public and it was best if their people didn't see any friction in their leadership. Nagato hugged his father, and even if he didn't like the man very much, Iyato was extremely proud of him. It could even be said his father loved him more than he ever loved Mito or Nihiro. The men say you were a force on the battlefield. That you single-handedly trapped those bastards, said Iyato proudly. Mito was the one who erected barriers across the city and cut off the enemy reinforcements. I was able to achieve this victory because of her, father pointed Nagato, his fists clenched when the old man glanced at his daughter with a grim look. At least you did something right for once, daughter. But if not for you, this city would never have been lost. I was reluctant to give you command, but when Nagato insisted, I could not resist. I commanded you to hold this city to death, yet you abandoned it and got your brother killed, said Iyato disappointedly. I tried, father. I can never forgive myself for not being able to save my brother, but I will not apologize for trying to save the lives of our people against certain death, replied Mito sadly, but her firm gaze was enough to make the old man see her thoughts clearly. You're too soft, Mito scolded Iyato with a heavy frown. Father, warned Nagato, making Iyato realize that many of their people had stopped their festivities and were now trying to see what was the problem between their lord's family. Iyato sighed before looking at his brave son with a determined look in his eyes. Reluctantly, he had to gesture Mito to follow after him as Nagato did the same. Iyato took his children towards one of the broken watchtowers, and when he was certain they were alone, he looked at the ruin that was Hiroshima. We need to get back our remaining islands. We need to push the enemy out of our nation now that we have fate on our side. The men are in good spirits and they have you, Nagato. I want you to recapture Naga Island next, commanded Iyato seriously. For all their differences, Mito knew her brother shared their father's feelings when it came to their strategy to survive this invasion. But before Nagato could reply to that order, she coughed lightly, making both men look at her. What is it, Mito? Asked Iyato impatiently. She hid her own sadness on not being even given a proper chance to speak her thoughts. The only reason she was even allowed this luxury was because of Nagato's presence, and the last thing Iyato wanted was to offend his prized son. All her life, she had only been a daughter to her father. Someone whom he could use for their clan's benefit, nothing more. And she had accepted her fate. Family. Duty. Honor. Those were their family's words, and Mito had tried her best to live her life on the basis of those principles. Father, you have seen their numbers. You have seen what those monsters are capable of. We cannot afford to lose more men in retaking our lost islands. Cities can be rebuilt. What we need to do is consolidate our forces on Uzu and Hiroshima. We hold them here, suggested Mito, earning a scoff from her father. So you suggest allowing a foreign enemy to rape and pillage our nation? Uzu is well defended. No army has ever broken through our barriers. Hiroshima shall also have a decent garrison to hold it against any further incursions, but the majority of our forces led by your brother will take back our lost islands. I know what my country needs, and Nagato knows our lands better than those monsters. Your brother has never disappointed me before. I cannot say the same for you, replied Iyato harshly, and didn't miss Nagato flinch while Mito took in a deep breath. Then we are doomed, father. We cannot win this war, much less survive it. Those monsters are not interested in our cities, wealth or hidden jutsu. They want to kill us all. Warned Mito. She bristled when Iyato slammed his fist against the wall, and the sheer ferocity in his eyes made her gulp nervously. If we are to die, then we shall do so defending our nation. Every last Uzumaki man, woman and child will fight tooth and nail, and before our end comes, We'll make those bastards pay dearly in blood. Promised Ayato bitterly. Maybe we should again send messages for aid. If it could save our people, father proposed Nagato, earning a tired sigh from the Uzumaki leader. And who will answer our call for aid? Senjus? Fire Daimyo? No, my son, our allies have forsaken us. The old alliances between Senju and Uzumaki are no more. We are all alone, whispered Ayato gravely. Mito could not deny that her father was right in this matter, at least. Words couldn't describe how disappointed and shocked the Uzumaki were when all their calls for aid went unanswered. Neither Hashirama or the Fire Daimyo sent help, they didn't even send a message. Granted, there was a civil war going on at that time in the Land of Fire, but still, in their time of need their allies had deserted them. But her people couldn't survive anymore without aid. In her desperation, she could only see one way. The Dragon King shall answer. The incredulous look she received from her father and brother made her nearly want to grimace, but she held her ground. They might think her insane for even suggesting getting aid from an Uchiha, but the bitter truth was the fact that Naruto Uchiha had the power to save the Uzumaki. Dragon King? You're proposing getting aid from a damn Uchiha? Asked Nagato in disbelief. I've heard a few things about this boy king. They say he is just and loyal. But where was King Naruto when the enemy invaded our nation? Where was King Naruto when our people were butchered by the thousands? Where was King Naruto when my son? Ayato stopped himself when he noticed the sadness in the eyes of his children as they were reminded of their lost brother. They both were young and it was why they didn't understand the way shinobi were in reality. Let her go to him. Both Mito and Ayato blinked on hearing what Nagato just suggested. What? Asked Ayato in surprise. He certainly had not expected such madness from his son. I've received intel that King Naruto marches with a large army to fight against the samurai nation. Mito knows diplomacy better than either of us, father. If she can convince him to come to our aid, it could save the lives of many of our people, explained Nagato honestly. Her? Questioned Ayato skeptically. Yes, said Nagato firmly, staring right into his father's eyes, making the old man sigh again. What makes you think he'll come to our aid? Even if he does, it won't be for free, said Ayato bitterly. I don't know, father. It is very likely he'll ask us to bend the knee and accept his rule. He sent us an offer before and you rejected it. But back then we had a huge army, now half of those warriors are gone and we are surrounded. We need help, suggested Mito honestly. Lose our independence? Are you out of your mind? Yelled Ayato furiously. It is better than being dead, father. Or worse, whispered Nagato reluctantly. Even if we miraculously survive this war, it is very likely the mountain clans will try to take advantage of our weakness. We have lost many good fighters, our cities and islands are in ruin, our supplies are low. Isolation is no longer possible, we have to join the king if we wish for the Uzumaki to have a safe future, insisted Mito passionately. All she had were good words about the new king, and it was true she was blindly hoping for many impossible things. But hope was all she had left. Even a stubborn man like Ayato could see the harsh reality that awaited their people. For all his pride, Ayato was not a foolish man. I have no hope in this matter, but do what you can, Mito. Your brother seems to trust you despite all your failures. Try not to fail your last brother, whispered Ayato bitterly, before he walked away. Nagato embraced his sister as soon as their father was out of sight. He felt her shudder in his arms and knew very well how much she loved that man despite his cruelty and negligence. Stay strong, little sister. For our people. Mito stared at the retreating form of her homeland from her ship. She waved a final goodbye to her brother and he returned the gesture. She could not see his face clearly from the distance, but in her heart she knew as long as Nagato lived, Uzu would never fall. However, it didn't change the fact that their people needed help desperately and she was now responsible for getting them that aid. No matter the cost. All she had with herself were a handful of warriors that would serve as her guard, but if the Dragon King wanted her taken hostage then he could do so very easily. Yet she had hope in her heart. Few of their people who had returned from the mainlands to defend their nation had nothing but praise for the new king. He was young but fair and honorable. Most of all, he had the strongest biju of the world serving him. She could only imagine the power of that beast on the battlefield. It might just be enough to save her people. Mito didn't know how she would be able to convince Naruto Uchiha to set aside his own war to fight hers. But if she didn't succeed, then this might very well be the last time she saw her homeland and dear brother. Present day. Tsunade was awakened when she heard a strangled gasp from her side. She was surprised when she saw her husband was wide awake in their bed. His eyes were wide and utterly terrified, his bare chest sporting several beads of sweat, and his forehead was the same. She gently touched his cheek and looked compassionately at him. "Another one?" she asked. He wordlessly nodded and didn't resist when she stroked his hair affectionately. "What did you see this time?" she asked gently. "Many things. Horrible things, a three-headed dragon, a sea of darkness, a woman with eyes as pale as snow, a man who looked like an older version of myself only with dark black hair, and a child born in fire and blood," he whispered worriedly. She raised her eyebrow at the last revelation because it was not something he had ever dreamed of before. His other visions were jaded and utterly confusing to say the least. She was inclined to dismiss his dreams as after effects of lack of sleep due to the hectic march, but she had been there when Naruto revealed his dreams to his biju friend. Never had she seen a monster like the Kyuubi pale and be rendered speechless like that. If these dreams unnerved someone inhuman and monstrous like the fox, then it worried her too, because somehow they all came back to her husband. Even her own insecurities regarding him and Mikoto felt shallow in comparison to what trouble plagued Naruto, and she tried her best to be there for him. He still looked lost in his thoughts, making her place a soft kiss on his lips. His eyes found hers, but she didn't look away. It had taken her a while, but she soon discovered that with him words were not necessary to offer comfort or even seek it. A strange phenomenon, but not one she couldn't help but like. Knowing that they were going to face a great battle only seemed to bring them closer together, and she was glad for it as it helped reassure her doubts. Shisui had even suggested that a part of Naruto would always love Mikoto. She had been surprised that the boy even knew what was going on between his two friends, but he had simply smiled and said those two had not been as discreet as they imagined. But the new commander of the Kingsguard, an elite force of 7,000 warriors, had also suggested that a part of Naruto's heart was warming up to Tsunade. It had given her hope. Naruto watched her as she was lost in her own thoughts. As time passed, she had defied his doubts and tried her best to be there for him and support him. Tsunade didn't call him a lunatic when he revealed his dark dreams to her. Considering the madness Uchiha were prone to develop, she had taken this turn in his life far better than he had ever expected. He knew she didn't understand what was happening to him despite her dearest wish to do so, yet that was enough to make him see that she was someone whom he could trust fully. With everything. "Tsunade," he called her gently, making her look at him curiously. "What is it?" she asked, and didn't miss the nervousness in his eyes. "The men found a hot spring in a cave deep within the forest. Considering that we might not get such leisure time in the future, I was thinking I would love to go. Just the two of us," she requested with a beaming smile, eliciting a faint smile on his own lips. "As my queen wishes," he replied happily. Giving her one last kiss on the lips, he was about to leave the bed when she grasped his wrist, making him stare back at her. She was biting her lip, which was a clear sign that either she was nervous or wanted to say something that she didn't think would be to his liking. He gently squeezed her hand, making her sigh in relief and look at him gratefully. "I know our marriage was not what either of us planned for or expected. But the time that we have spent together has at least made one thing clear to me. I don't regret it," she confessed, honesty and sincerity clearly visible in her dazzling hazel orbs. If he had not developed the ability to control his emotions, he might have shed a joyful tear on hearing those precious words from her. But since he couldn't do that, he decided to confess something that he had also realized as he spent more time with her. "I know sometimes I am distant from you. It was because I didn't know how you'd react to the way I live or my actions in past. But you proved me wrong, and there is no doubt remaining in my heart now. I trust you," he confessed. Her eyes widened on hearing him say that. Naruto was not someone who would say anything lightly or on a whim. Most of his actions were always well thought out and came from the heart. She was about to speak when he cut her off. "There is something that I have kept from you. Something that I couldn't trust you with before," he confessed, guilt and shame clearly visible on his face. "And you trust me with it now?" asked Tsunade, unable to hide her slight disappointment over his deception. "I don't regret what I did, and it was never my intention to hurt anyone with my actions, especially you. I want you to know that," he insisted, looking right into her eyes, and she knew he was yet again speaking from his heart. "And you want to tell me this secret in that cave, don't you?" asked Tsunade knowingly. He was surprised by how quickly she realized his plan, but then again she had great wits apart from her beauty. If she realized this much, then he knew that she understood why he was choosing to reveal his greatest secret to her in an isolated cave rather than in the midst of their army camp surrounded by thousands of soldiers and ninja lords. Yet he still had hope, for instead of lashing out at him for keeping any secret from her, Tsunade was trying to be patient and understanding. Shisui might have had a hand in that, considering he was the one who was making the queen familiar with the Uchiha way of life and introducing little bits of Naruto's past which she didn't know about. For that he was grateful both to his friend and his wife. Yes, he said honestly. She was silent for a moment and he could not miss the doubts and fear in her eyes. Yet she pushed those negative emotions back and looked back at him seriously. Very well. Whoever considered Naruto to be a less cunning man had surely never experienced how skillfully the king could make them dance to his whims. Tsunade could not help but agree with that thought process as she contently sat in the beautiful and relaxing hot springs. There was bare minimum light in the cave and the air was a mix of hot and cold. Deep fog shrouded most of the area, yet it was not so thick enough that she could miss the naked form of the king sitting on her opposite side. The lukewarm water relaxed each and every nerve of her body, relieving a week's worth of fast travel. Her nerves were tingling pleasantly and she felt she could remain here forever. It also served to make her less focused on whatever secret Naruto kept hidden from her. You plan this very well, she said frankly, but her tone wasn't accusing even so it made him flinch. I was trying to find the best way to reveal the truth to you, he confessed sheepishly. Quite the diplomatic answer, my king. There might just be hope for you yet, teased Tsunade with a playful smirk dancing on her lips. His own eyebrows twitched and she saw him fight back the grin that wanted to break across his own handsome face. But he controlled his emotions as he steeled himself and came near her. Tsunade moaned lustfully when he pressed his lips to hers. Unlike their past exploits, this kiss was less fierce but full of passion. She could feel him dearly trying to reassure her as he explored her mouth, sending waves of pleasures throughout her entire body. Her body was already relaxed and aroused thanks to the hot springs, and she felt stars flash before her eyes when his chakra-coated hands gently squeezed her breasts. She trembled in his embrace and gave a silent scream between their kiss as she came really hard. He held her firmly as her legs were barely able to handle her weight as every muscle in them was turned to water. Her vision was blurry and her heart was beating at a pace she never experienced before. She was panting firmly, and if not for his repeated and gentle strokes on her naked back she would have lost all sense of her surroundings. Bastard, she cursed without any heat in her voice, making him chuckle and kiss her cheek affectionately. I told you I would give you pleasure every time after our first night together. I'm just keeping my promise, he whispered cheekily, and despite her closed eyes she could already imagine that smug, victorious and cheeky smile plastered on that face of his. Naruto chuckled loudly when she gave him a playful punch to the ribs before pushing him roughly into the water. She was quick to dive in after him, and soon enough they were both fighting for control over the other. Their little spar being a mix of kissing, light punches, playful biting and even an occasional spank to the ass. He didn't know how long they continued wrestling like that, but it was enough to make him laugh and give him the reassurance he desperately needed. By the time they were done, it was not just him who was ready to reveal the truth. But Tsunade was also calm enough to listen. Tell me, she whispered seriously, her hazel eyes staring at his own as her hands caressed his chest. It's now or never. He took a deep breath before losing himself in his memories as he remembered the past. Already it felt so long ago that he had met Shizuka, it felt like another lifetime. So much had happened since then. The Uchiha and Senju had united, the daimyo was overthrown, he lost Mikoto, being chosen king, marrying Tsunade, and now the war of conquest. Had it already been barely 6 months since he last saw Shizuka? Gods, he might become a father sooner than he expected. When he saw Tsunade still waiting for him, he knew he had to take a plunge into that dark valley and hope for the best. Before I met you, before the peace, I did something, began Naruto carefully. Go on, she reassured him. It was after I put down the Yamanaka rebellion once and for all. To make sure they didn't take up arms against my people ever again, I burned their leader alive and made them watch. It was something which I had to do but also left me shaken. Like you, I also didn't believe much in the gods, but something inside me snapped and I needed to find an anchor or lose myself to the madness many in my clan have succumbed to in the past, he explained honestly. It's totally normal, for all my anger I cannot think I'll ever be able to do what you did. Even for my people, said Tsunade hesitantly, earning a grim nod from her husband. And I pray that you never have to. The burden of command is not easy to bear for anyone, it tests you in ways you could have never dreamed of. Where every action you take has to be thought of from all angles unless you make a mistake and innocents pay for that in blood. To find that peace again, I went to the temple of Amaterasu of the Nadeshia clan, confessed Naruto. Tsunade got a sinking feeling in her gut on hearing that. She was well aware of what that clan of only female warriors and priestess were famous for, and judging from the way Naruto looked nervous, she was not going to like the rest of the tale one bit. Even so, She had to know, so she gave him the consenting nod. There I met a priestess named Shizuka who helped me in finding that piece. One thing led to another and he left it unsaid. Tsunade grimaced as she realized what had happened between Naruto and the priestess. Were you with Mikoto together during that time? She asked hesitantly, and was very much relieved when he shook his head. Not exactly. I mean, we were teasing each other all the time, but we had not committed to anything at that point. It was only after our return that Mikoto and I decided to give it a shot, reassured Naruto. And why does your actions with Shizuka matter? She's your past, just like Mikoto, and I cannot hold you guilty for having sex or relationships, said Tsunade honestly, and frowned when he pursed his lips for a moment before revealing the truth that left her speechless. What if that led to the creation of an unborn child? Tsunade paled and her hand on his chest stopped its caressing motion. She knew he was anxiously looking at her, waiting to hear her say something. But she couldn't do that. The hard and bitter truth that there was a woman currently carrying his child in her belly left her paralyzed. It changed everything, be it the alliance that was formed, their marriage, and the rest of their lives. Most of all, he knowingly kept this secret from her and the Senju along with their allies. Who knows about this? She whispered, still looking at the water, and nodded him. The Kyuubi, Madara, and you, he confessed. She looked at him in disbelief and felt her own emotions go for another frantic spin. The fox was a dear friend of Naruto, and she knew how much Naruto loved his brother. It made sense that he told them of this, but to think he kept this from Tajima? Naori? His friends? Mikoto? Even the Uchiha and their allies? That's why you sued for peace so fiercely. For your child, realized Tsunade, as he nodded hesitantly. I did. And they are probably twins girls if Shizuka's medics are correct. Tsunade grasped her forehead as she felt a painful headache spreading through her brain. Nothing could have ever prepared her for a life-changing truth like this, and she was desperately trying to find an anchor to hold on to. But unlike Naruto, who found that anchor in Shizuka, Tsunade didn't have anyone in this moment. Please say something, Tsunade, he pleaded, and she could not miss the desperation in his voice. When she finally looked up at him, he flinched on seeing the burning anger and hurt in her eyes. You shouldn't have kept this from me or my family, at least. Do you know what you have done? Asked Tsunade bitterly, and was surprised when he glared back at her. I didn't know how you all would react to this. It could have probably destroyed any chance for peace and plunged us all into a never-ending war. I did what I thought was right, argued Naruto fiercely. She jabbed her finger painfully into his chest and looked at him even more furiously. Maybe. But it was selfish, and you know that. Did you even think how my family and their allies would react when they discovered the truth? You created a peace on the foundation of a massive lie. If people discover the truth, and in time they will, because nothing stays secret in this world for eternity, there will be many who will feel betrayed. I feel betrayed, she yelled, as she pushed herself away from him. When he tried to reach her, she gave him a scathing look that stopped him dead in his tracks. I understand your need to protect your children, but by trying to do so you have placed the lives of thousands of other children at risk. Tobirama will kill you and your entire family when he learns of this, said Tsunade in alarm. He wanted to argue against her, to make her understand how this revelation could have neutralized any chance for peace or sent them all into an unknown future. But he couldn't, because deep down he had always known how the Senju and Tsunade herself would react when they learned that he kept such an important secret from them. He was no ordinary man, but a king. His daughters through Shizuka would be princesses because there was no way he would abandon them to their fate. It directly threatened the future of the children he would have with Tsunade. Ninjas have gone to war for petty feuds. For an important threat like this, they would probably go for a genocide. Hashirama and Itama could probably be pacified, but there were many like Tobirama and his allies who just wanted a chance to rebel. And he had given them the perfect reason to do so. I made a mistake, he whispered sadly. How could he have been so delusional in hoping the Senju would accept this? It was a fool's wish, and he had fell for it completely. You are king now, Naruto. Every action of yours have grave consequences. Her sharp words only made him feel worse, but he knew he deserved it, so kept his silence until another question came to his heart. What will you do? He asked worriedly. She paced restlessly across the hot spring, sending ripples everywhere. The irony was that watching those ripples only made him realize even more how this could destroy everything they had built. I don't know. We are barely 16 and are already rulers of an entire nation. We are fighting a war by uniting ninja clans that have fought each other for thousands of years. Confessed Tsunade in panic. Tsunade. Don't. He felt as if someone had given him a painful slap as he watched the raw fury in her eyes, and it unnerved him, for he had never seen her like this before. Looking into her fierce eyes made him wonder whether she would kill him right here or do something worse. "How could you lie to us all like that, Naruto?" she asked disappointedly. "I'm sorry," he whispered, knowing it was not enough. "I cannot fault you for having an unplanned child, but the truth is that you kept this from not just my family but yours as well. You have betrayed them all and placed everyone's life at risk," lamented Tsunade. He was alarmed when she started to march towards the shore of the hot spring. "Tsunade." She looked at him and probably saw his fear and panic. She wished she could reassure him, but she couldn't. "It's best if we maintain distance for a while. I'll be heading back to the supply camp in our rear lines and take charge. It would not raise much suspicion, since everyone would probably think it is a safe choice not to plunge both the king and queen into a dangerous battle and lose them both. My brothers would not question my choice either," she decided, surprising him with the fact that despite all her anger and betrayed emotions she could still think up of something intelligent like this. "Will you tell your brothers?" he asked hesitantly, and saw her clench her fists. "I don't know. I have never lied to them before, but I will do what I can not to endanger those children and Shizuka. They are innocent, but not everyone would see that. That is all I can give you right now, Naruto," she whispered sadly. Hearing her say that relieved and unnerved him at the same time. He was glad to know that she was not the type of person who would bring her wrath down on Shizuka and her unborn children for his mistakes, but if Tsunade ever told her brothers about this. She walked away before he could say anything, and for the first time in his life, Naruto experienced a feeling he had not experienced in a long time. He was terrified. By the time Naruto and his friends entered the command tent, it was mid-afternoon. However, they were all surprised to find it already occupied. None were surprised to see Hashirama Senju or Naruto Uchiha or even Tobirama waiting for the king. Even the fox's presence didn't raise any eyebrows, as the beast usually resided near to the king most of the time. However, Naruto narrowed his eyes when he spotted a stunningly beautiful red-headed woman waiting for him. She was older than him by a few years, probably around Hashirama's age. Her skin was even more paler than his own, and her stark blue eyes were staring at him intensely. Her posture indicated pride, surprise and respect, but also fear, desperation and nervousness. The same could be said about the handful redheads, including a little girl of 9 standing around the woman protectively. Before he could even speak, he was surprised when a golden blur passed from his side. He could not help but blink when Tsunade, who had just charged into the tent, went straight for the redhead woman and embraced her fiercely. Confused, the king looked at his supporters and saw Hashirama gesture to the redhead, who gave a short bow to him. "This is Mito Uzumaki, my king. Daughter of Lord Ayato Uzumaki, heiress of the nation of Uzu," introduced Hashirama, and was there a hint of admiration in the man's voice? Naruto was not in a good mood right now after his spat with Tsunade. He was still worried as to what she would do now that the truth was known to her, and meeting in Uzumaki was not on his agenda right now. Certainly not when the stubborn redheads had ignored his proposal to join the ninja kingdom. He had even offered them quite a few lands in the Land of Lightning once it was secured, and also proposed to let them rule Uzu but ultimately be answerable to him. And they had ignored that offer, continuing their never-ending slight of the Uchiha. King Naruto greeted Mito respectfully. "What business does an Uzumaki heiress have here? If I remember correctly, I sent your people an offer to join the New World." "Your father spat at my offer," said Naruto frostily. Maybe it was his anger and frustration with Tsunade's reaction or the insult Ayato Uzumaki had shown him. He was not in a good mood, and Mito Uzumaki was going to bear the brunt of it for her poor timing. The woman flinched at his harsh tone, but before Naruto could rebuke her further, he was silenced by Tsunade's stern glare. "You will speak to her respectfully, my king. If we are all guilty for the crimes of our fathers, then we all ought to be executed," warned Tsunade icily. Nearly everyone in the tent flinched at the rebuke, and Hashirama was taken aback by his sister's changed attitude towards her husband. His ability to sense emotions already pointed barely restrained anger, hurt and pain burning in both Naruto and Tsunade's hearts. More so in Tsunade's case, he didn't know what happened, but he knew he had to intervene. "My king, my grandmother was an Uzumaki. The Senju share ties of blood with their clan, so do the Uchiha through our common ancestor," said Hashirama honestly. "We are kin. Uchiha and Uzumaki." It was the little girl who spoke those words and surprised the king. His anger momentarily forgotten as he stared at the proud and defiant child. Mito tensed when the king approached forward and knelt before the girl. "What's your name?" asked Naruto curiously, making the girl lift her shoulders proudly. Kushina Uzumaki, daughter of Nagato Uzumaki, heiress of Uzu, introduced the girl. Do you know who I am? Asked Naruto with a smile, making her nod eagerly. Dragon King. They say you ride upon a giant fox, said Kushina gleefully, as she stared at the fox sleeping in the corner, who on hearing her words snorted, much to everyone's shock. Tsunade and everyone else tensed at the blatant insult but were surprised when Naruto rolled his eyes at the gesture. I do ride upon that lazy fox once I managed to get his fat ass off the ground, said Naruto playfully, and grinned when he saw Kurama growl at him. Kushina laughed on hearing that, and she pointed a finger at the grumbling biju. He's cute. I am the QB, stupid brat. I am not cute, roared Kurama in fury. And Fluffy, said Kushina bravely. I am not Fluffy, yelled Kurama in disbelief, nearly making everyone deaf and sending half the camp in a frenzy. Oh, shut up. Getting riled up by a little girl? You're getting soft. Chided Naruto, earning a series of grumbling and curses from the biju before it went back to sulking in a corner. Naruto's anger had mostly faded, thanks to the interesting child before him. She was a fierce one, not many including the likes of Hashirama dared to irritate Kurama. He glanced at Tsunade only to see an unreadable expression on her face as she watched him and Kushina together. He was brought out of his thoughts when Kushina again decided to make herself heard. My people are dying. We need help, said the child hesitantly, worry and fear clearly visible in her purple eyes. Naruto frowned at the claim and looked at Mito Uzumaki questioningly. The older woman gestured to her guards and they hesitantly obeyed her command. Kushina soon found herself being escorted out of the tent by her clansmen. The child tried to protest, but one glance from Mito silenced all her protests. When they were gone, Naruto stared at Mito seriously. What does she mean? Mito sighed but was relieved when Naruto gestured for everyone to take a seat. They were all reluctant to do so when the king himself remained standing, but when he insisted they could not disobey. Only his newly formed Kingsguard stood alongside him. Mito had heard these 4 boys were childhood friends of the king and were fierce warriors themselves. The presence of Shisui Uchiha, the morning star, and his famed sword fury was enough to dissuade any hostile thoughts from arising in her mind. Not that they ever had. Nearly 6 months ago our patrols across our sea border spotted ships. While they did not cross into our lands, these unknown parties often used to stay near the border longer than any merchant vessels ever did. We know for a fact that the mountain clans from the land of lightning do not have any kind of fleet and imagine them to be a new nation trying to probe our defenses. Not taking the threat lightly, my father called for additional aid from the fire daimyo, who promised him not just his forces but also those of the Uchiha and Senju, explained Mito briefly. That went well for him, said Naruto sarcastically, making Mito grimace as she was again reminded of the coup this young boy had staged. It still surprised her that someone noble like Hashirama could agree to such a thing, but then again the man was a shinobi and treachery was not something unusual to them. It was only after news of the daimyo's defeat reached us did we come under attack. Whole patrols started disappearing, our forward defense outposts were attacked and destroyed. We only realized the true magnitude of the threat when one of our 7 islands went silent. My father called our armies and ordered an investigation. When we reached there, as Mito faltered, Naruto could not help but feel he was not going to like what she had to say. From the corner of his eye, he saw Kurama actually rise from his sleep and pay rapt attention to Uzumaki. What did you find there? Asked Tsunade gently. Mito was a friend of hers and even distant cousin if she tried to connect their family ties. Quite a few years of her childhood were spent in visiting Uzu, and there she had befriended Mito, Nagato, and their brother Nahiro. The whole island was deserted. Not a soul was present inside the city, it was as if they all vanished. There were no bodies but only rivers of blood. A massacre happened there, but no evidence was left for our army to investigate further. We soon realized we had made a mistake by taking our entire force to one place, as within the next few days we got word that 3 more of our islands were attacked. We rushed to their defense with haste but found similar results everywhere, said Mito gravely, her despair clearly visible in her blue eyes. Who did this? Asked Hashirama furiously. He might have did his allies injustice by not rushing to their aid immediately, but if they were facing such a grave threat then it was his duty to help them. Realizing the gravity of the threat, my father ordered our forces to defend our capital Uzu and our remaining 2 islands. It was not long before we encountered the enemy for the first time and we knew what happened to our people. They all came back, said Mito hesitantly. But you just said they were all massacred, pointed Shinoburame confusedly, earning a haunted look from the Uzumaki woman. I never said they came back alive. Naruto stiffened as memories of his dark dreams came haunting back in his heart. The tent erupted in panic and disbelief with questions being thrown at Mito along with accusations of lies, but everyone was silenced when Kurama himself approached the Uzumaki. Mito gulped on seeing a smaller form of the strongest biju of the world so close to her. This beast was capable of destroying entire nations and right now it was staring at her intensely. "Explain everything," commanded Kurama, much to everyone's surprise. "It was our own people who attacked us. But they were not our people anymore, they never spoke, they never listened as we pleaded them to stop this madness. They attacked our soldiers like animals, not caring if they were struck down. Even when our ninjas severed their vital organs they still kept coming. We soon realized those men and women, even children, were already dead. It was as if their dead bodies were being controlled like puppets by someone hiding in the shadows," explained Mito gravely. "Could it be fighters from the land of wind? Their people are well versed in the art of puppetry," suggested Itachi. "Maybe. But no puppet master can control thousands of dead corpses. They certainly cannot attack and silence entire islands without alerting the Uzumaki defenders," countered Kagami worriedly. "Lady Mito, did your fighters ever see the one behind this madness?" questioned Shisui. "Not up close. But we did see a few shadows at the back of our turned people. There were also strange inhuman creatures that were as pale as snow from head to toe, but they were all waiting in the back and content with watching our own turned people destroy us. We lost both our islands and had to retreat to Uzu. My brother Nahiro was killed when our last island was lost," revealed Mito sadly. Tsunade's eyes widened and without hesitation her hand reached up to clasp Mito's. The Uzumaki woman gave her a strained but thankful smile before looking at the king and the fox, who were both very pale. The fox looked ready to piss himself, which did not reassure Mito in the slightest. "Did you see any banners?" asked Kurama hesitantly. "My brother Nahiro reported one before he was killed. He said he saw a banner of a great tree with 10 long branches, but never before has such a banner been seen anywhere," answered Mito confusedly. Naruto was alarmed when Kurama roared so furiously that it nearly caused a minor earthquake. Instantly he walked towards his friend even as others scrambled away from the out-of-control biju. He knelt before the fox and placed a comforting hand on his neck. The familiar connection was established that allowed them to talk to each other without any words. "Tell me," commanded Naruto, and watched the despair and fear in Kurama's eyes, which unnerved him greatly. "That banner only belonged to one person," said Kurama hesitantly. "Who?" demanded Naruto worriedly. "Kaguya Otsutsuki." Naruto's heart skipped a beat on hearing the name of that dreaded woman be mentioned again. He remembered Kurama's terrifying tale of the First War for Dawn and how Kaguya nearly destroyed the world if she had not been stopped by her sons. "You said she was defeated." "She's dead," countered Naruto fiercely. Thousands of years had already passed since Kaguya's fall, and while some her supporters still existed till this day, he doubted they could ever be capable of something like this. "I know. But it does not change the fact that someone has raised her banner again. The reason I was tasked by the sage to watch over the Uchiha was the fact that the third tainted son of Kaguya corrupted your ancestor Indra and made him nearly awaken the Juubi in hopes of reviving Kaguya's trapped soul. While we managed to stop Indra averting another disaster, the sage wanted any further attempts to corrupt the Uchiha to be stopped by any means. It was why he entrusted me, the strongest of his creation, with this task while my other brothers and sisters maintained peace across the world," explained Kurama. "How grave is this threat? I cannot fight a war on 3 fronts. My forces are already engaged against the Land of Wind, the samurai nation, and they outnumber us. If I send aid to Uzu, I only further weaken my army. I cannot take this risk, certainly not now that Tsunade knows the truth about Shizuka," argued Naruto fiercely. "You told her?" asked Kurama in disbelief. "This couldn't have happened at a worse time? It might just destroy the alliance they had formed so painfully. But it was done and there was no going back now. Even so, Naruto needed to know the truth. You need to send aid to Uzu and investigate the truth. The Uzumaki are a strong and ancient clan. If you ever want their allegiance, then aid them in their hour of need. If these are truly Kaguya supporters, then I fear it is not possible for us to defend Uzu without great losses. I suggest you get as many of them to safety before their islands are overrun," warned Kurama. "This could all be a ploy, Kurama. We are talking about a woman that has been dead for thousands of years," exclaimed Naruto, and flinched when the beast glared at him. "It is your choice, King Naruto." The beast gave that last piece of advice just as Mito came before Naruto and bent her knee. The importance of that gesture was not lost to Naruto, for the Uzumaki were an extremely proud clan. For their heiress to kneel before him could only mean a Yado Uzumaki was desperate and was even willing to swear fealty to Naruto. You have every reason to deny any help to my people, King Naruto. My ancestors have not been kind or even cordial to the Uchiha, and for that I ask your forgiveness. But my people are dying by the thousands, one of my brothers is already dead and more will follow. My father has agreed to swear fealty to you and accept you as our king. He only gave me one message to say to you, said Mito sincerely. The redhead looked at the young king and saw a series of conflicted emotions present in his eyes. Uzumaki calls for aid. Tsunade and everyone else watched nervously as Naruto clenched his fists. Whatever their personal opinions regarding the Uzumaki situation, Naruto was their king and his word would be final and might just decide the fate of the Uzumaki. Naruto was already fighting a war on two fronts and his enemies outnumbered his forces greatly. The bitter fact was that he had no troops to spare even if he wanted to. Now, he also had to deal with the fact that Tsunade knew his darkest secret and his allies might turn on him any moment when they discovered the deception. In front of his eyes, everything was falling apart and he was helpless to stop it. 3 choices. Shizuka's dark prophecy rang true in his heart and deep down he knew this was the second one. When he made his first choice, it ended a never-ending war and brought peace after thousands of years. What consequences would the second one have? Naruto Uchiha watched her nephew close his eyes and take a deep breath. When he opened them again, he looked straight at Mito with clear determination in his eyes. And the land of fire shall answer. Stunned silence prevailed across the tent as the magnitude of that decision washed over every person. Kurama could not help but smile in relief when Naruto turned towards his most trusted friend. Muster the Kingsguard force by evening, same goes for the naval fleet. I want as many ninjas and sailors you can summon, I shall lead them personally to Uzu, declared Naruto. My king, it gladdens me to hear that you have decided to aid our allies. But you need not burden yourself, I can lead this force while you lead our army to victory against the samurai nation, suggested Hashirama, but Naruto shook his head. No, Lord Senju. What kind of a king will I be if I let others defend my own people? No. You shall maintain command over 15,000 of our warriors and with the help of the fox you shall defeat the samurai nation, ordered Naruto, surprising both the Senju head and the biju. What? Exclaimed Kurama fiercely. If my army loses here then it will all be for nothing. Help them defeat the samurai nation while I aid the Uzumaki. We'll repel the invaders by combining my 7,000 elite troops with the Uzumaki fighters. If everything fails, I'll use our ships to save as many Uzumaki as I can and give them refuge in my own nation, declared Naruto, his iron voice leaving no room for protest from anyone. Including Kurama. A part of Kurama wanted nothing more but to go with Naruto, but the rational side of him knew it was important for Naruto to defeat the samurai nation. He was already taking a considerable sum of his forces including many elite warriors to help the Uzumaki and needed Kurama to aid Hashirama to defeat their enemies here. If this threat was truly what Kurama feared it was, then it only became more important to unite every fighter of the world. The only way to do that with haste was through force until everyone saw the true threat with their very own eyes. But if they waited for that to happen, then it would be too late. The fox watched as Shisui and his sworn brothers rushed out to carry out Naruto's commands. The king then instructed Tobirama to accompany him to Uzu along with 3 civilian generals, Itama Senju and Naruto Uchiha as well. Mito could only watch in stunned silence as everyone rushed to obey the young king. She would have liked if he had brought his entire force and the biju to Uzu's aid but knew it was not possible. Even so, the king himself was marching to their aid, bringing the elite of his army to the fight including the likes of Naruto Uchiha and his dangerous friends. Surprisingly, Tsunade was ordered to stay back, much to the blonde's shock. When she approached her husband, the fierce glare in his eyes could barely contain the sea of anger burning in his heart. Why? She asked. I made a mistake and I am sorry for that, but you know I only had the best intentions for everyone in my heart when I made that choice. You chose to want some space, I am only following your own request, said Naruto bitterly. But... She stopped on noticing the sadness and disappointment in his eyes. Despite all that had happened between them, she could not let him go out there like that. Not alone. You cannot make every decision in this marriage, Tsunade. His words hurt and she fought back a grimace. With one last glance he walked away. Naruto watched thousands of his elite ninjas march in discipline towards the royal fleet that shall take them to Uzumaki to face an unknown enemy that had already brought a clan like the Uzumaki to their knees. Mito Uzumaki and all of her clansmen except for Kushina would be accompanying the king's force back to their homeland. Kushina had tried to protest but had to relent when Mito ordered her to stay here. Thankfully Tsunade agreed to watch over the girl personally. Both women knew that if all was lost, then at least this way one of Uzu's future heiress would survive. Shinoburame and the civilian generals were making sure the arms and supplies were being loaded onto the ships carefully, while Shisui, Itachi, Kagami and Takeshi guided the fighters. Naruto gave a respectful nod to Hashirama and Kurama, who both sent him a firm gaze promising nothing but victory against the samurai nation. His eyes then fell upon his wife, who was holding a moist-eyed Kushina in her grasp. There were many things he wanted to say to Tsunade, and she likely had the same thoughts, but a wall had developed between them, and at the very least they needed time to accept the change in their life. This new campaign might just given them that opportunity. Watching the three-headed dragon banners being unfurled across every ship made Naruto realize the true gravity of the situation. So, on the lands of Uzushiogaku, the doom of our world might be unleashed. He was brought out of his own thoughts when Naori placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Knowing that she was coming with him along with Atama, Senju and his friends gave him hope. The three of them looked ahead when the commander of the Kingsguard unleashed his sword from the top of the flagship, Hachimon. Naruto could not help but smile on seeing his best friend wielding fury and look at the thousands of ninjas boarding the ships who were all staring back at him. Shisui's voice was loud and commanding as he declared, "Warriors of Kingsguard, now is the time. Oaths you have taken, now fulfill them all. For Uzu. For the king." Chapter 27. Echoes. She walked through a field marred in crimson. The wind was cold yet comforting. The feeling of peace combined with melancholy resonated across every pore of her body. In the distant land, she saw a great city that had a three-headed dragon banner flying from its magnificent castle. As she walked through the deserted streets, she could not help but be drawn towards the castle. It took her a while to reach her destination, but when she finally arrived there, her breath stopped. In front of her lay a statue of a man who was unlike anyone she had ever seen before. She could not help but mesmerizingly watch the sleeping form of the armored warrior as he rested on a dais. In his hands was a great sword, and even though both man and weapon were merely made of stone, she could not help but feel he was alive. It was an image blessed to remain immortal through the passage of time until the world itself ended. Her heart threatened to shatter into millions of tiny shards as she gazed upon the mesmerizing statue. She would have fallen apart completely in grief and misery until she saw something else that baffled her. A real image of the same carved statue stood at its edge gazing down upon the sleeping man carved in stone. Their faces were so alike that she could almost call them twins if not for his bright blonde hair and bright hazel eyes. Beside him were two young women, both beautiful and dazzling. Their skin as pale as the moon, their hair long in variants of dark shade of light brown and black, their eyes so similar to the statue they were staring at. There were silent tears in the eyes of the girls and a look of melancholy mixed with admiration on the face of the boy with a crown on his head that was just as magnificent as him. Beautiful, isn't it? She blinked on seeing another person step beside her. Tsunade froze on seeing an almost exact replica of her eldest brother staring back at her. But while Hashirama had dark hair, this man had light brown hair and his smile was even more kinder than any man's. "What is this?" she asked in a trembling voice. "The fate of men. One passed on more prominently among those of dragon blood," he whispered sadly, and if possible his eyes were even sadder than hers, as if the carved statue was someone very precious to this man. "Who are you?" she asked. "A passenger of time. Someone doomed to witness glory and death until a true successor comes. One who shall relieve me of this suffering," answered the man mysteriously. Tsunade glanced at the boy with blonde hair and didn't miss the man beside her doing the same. She watched the stranger approach the carved statue, and to her despair the blonde boy and the two girls around him vanished as if they never existed. He gingerly touched the face of the statue and there was unending sorrow and pride in his moist eyes. "A great darkness approaches, my daughter. A time of great despair and suffering shall consume this world, the moment where the fate of this world shall be decided. Yet I see the dragons roar one last time in this world before fading forever," whispered the man sadly. "I'm dreaming," realized Tsunade, earning a faint nod from the stranger. Long ago a mistake was made that tore a family apart, yet after all this time of suffering there is still hope. If mankind is to survive the coming darkness, then it must unite. Where it must rally behind the one that shall lead them through these dark times, and yet I see his end. He shall die just like the ones before him, before his time, and all hope shall be lost. He will come to death saving the world from destruction, yet he shall fail in giving it true peace," explained the man briefly. "I don't understand." "Save him, my daughter. Before it is too late, before the world is ruled not by a king." Her eyes widened in horror and she was brought to her knees as the world around her was consumed by darkness and the skies were consumed by a terrifying image. Tsunade awoke with a strangled gasp. In the cold night she shivered uncontrollably and her terrified eyes searched for the form of her husband who was always by her side. But not this time. In his place lay a small child with bright red hair that was snuggled closely against her, giving out soft snores every now and then. She reached out to gently caress Kushina's face and felt some of her terror fade. Tsunade gave out a weak sigh as she wiped the sweat from her forehead and could not help but gulp as she remembered the dream she had just experienced. It had only been 3 days since Naruto left with his men to save Uzu from the unknown threat, and yet it felt like a lifetime. Her dreams were getting more vivid and darker, the visions she witnessed bringing only further despair to her heart. "I'm sorry, Tsunade." She fought back her tears as she again heard his sorrowful voice whisper in her ears. He had made a mistake, but it was one with good intentions. He was young and new at the change in his life, even so he was desperately trying to protect everyone. The fact that he went to help the Uzumaki even when they once spat in his face showed the kind of man he was. He had trusted her enough to share his biggest and most dangerous secret with her. And she had accused him, humiliated him and left him alone in his time of need. She cursed her impulsiveness that had led her astray many times. She could not help but remember the fact that despite the insults the Uzumaki had thrown at Naruto, or how miffed he was on seeing Mito come to him for help, he had been kind to Kushina. The kindness and warmth that had been present in his eyes were real and genuine as Kushina convinced him to help her people. If he was so perfect in bonding and caring for a child he just met. Tsunade now understood the amount of love Naruto must have for his unborn daughters that he was willing to go against the entire world including his family for them. It was not an action befitting a king. But it was befitting a man. She remembered the 3 young ones of her dreams. Those girls she saw were Naruto's daughters and the boy, her son. A child that would never be born should Naruto not return from Uzu. She should have been there with him, and all for a stupid argument he was left out there to face a threat that had brought a mighty nation like Uzushio to its knees. Guilt could not begin to describe the overwhelming feeling in her heart, and all she could do to console herself was the fact that she would never abandon him like that again. Morning came, and when Tsunade emerged from her tent she found their entire camp in a frenzy. Ninjas and civilian soldiers alike were seen running back and forth gathering arms, supplies, dousing campfires, readying warhorses, and much more. She wanted to send Kushina to safety, but knowing the stubborn child, she would only find a way to sneak into action. It was better if Tsunade kept the child by her side. She had promised Mito to protect her niece and she intended to keep her word. "The enemy is here." She blinked on realizing it was Kushina who said those words. Glancing at the child, Tsunade understood that she was a censor and had likely discovered the arrival of the samurai nation. "How many?" asked Tsunade seriously. "Thousands," replied Kushina nervously, making Tsunade grimace. Wordlessly the queen grabbed a nearby warhorse and mounted on top of it. Kushina quickly joined her on the beast when Tsunade extended her hand, and together they rode hard through the camp. Most of the fighters were almost there at the front line, standing behind the tall form of Hashirama Senju and the gigantic 9-tailed fox. She stepped beside her eldest brother and saw him grimly staring at the tall hills. "It is time," whispered Hashirama. "What do you want me to do?" asked Tsunade seriously, making her brother look at her. "The fox insists that we need to preserve our army. The king already took out best fighters with him. Half of our force are ninjas but the rest are civilians, and while I do not doubt their bravery or skill, they are going up against 40,000 samurai," explained Hashirama gravely. Tsunade could not help but nod grimly. While it was true that the samurai could be handled by ninjas if they had numbers and surprise on their side, but civilian soldiers going up against that ancient order was pure madness. The samurai had with them not just courage but discipline and the will to fight to the last for what they believed in. That kind of conviction was hard to break. The Uzumaki had really weakened their army in its most desperate hour by calling for aid, but there was nothing that could be done about it now. She felt a comforting hand being placed on her shoulder and saw Hashirama give her a gentle smile. Tsunade could not help but be reminded of the stranger she saw in her dreams. Her brother reminded her of that man. "Leave it to me." If it was anyone else who said those words, she would have likely not believed them. But this was Hashirama, the strongest Senju born in 1,000 years. "You're the queen of these men and women. Maintain command over them and keep them in reserve. I and Hashirama shall handle the situation," declared Kurama. "Just the two of you, Foxy?" asked Kushina doubtfully, making the fox's eyebrows twitch. "I'm the 9-tailed demon fox, stupid brat. I can handle these weakling samurai, boasted Kurama irritatedly. Before any further bickering could continue, Hashirama stepped forward and clasped his hands together. Wood style, 1,000 suns. Kurama and every warrior gasped when in front of their eyes rose 1,000 identical clones of Hashirama. Each and every one of them dressed in full Senju armor with a long sword in one arm and a strong wooden shield in the other. Together, the new army stepped as one before their creator. Why need an army when we've got Hashirama, thought Tsunade proudly. Kurama watched the Senju princess summon her own slug summon and start organizing their 15,000 strong army to act as reserve. Hashirama on the other hand walked forward at the head of his clone army ready to face his enemies. The marching sound of the clone army itself did wonders to boost the morale of the ninja forces. The fox stared at Hashirama and saw nothing but an iron resolve to protect his people in those eyes. The others may never see it, but the biju saw a shadow of a man long dead visible in Hashirama. Even after all this time, you haven't abandoned your descendants, Ashura. With a smile on his lips, the biju marched forward to join beside Hashirama, who gave him a smile, one which Kurama could not help but return gladly. Together beast and man climbed the hill, seeing the approaching enemy for the first time. Hashirama exhaled a breath on seeing thousands of armored samurai marching in complete discipline. On their right was a mighty cavalry at least 12,000 strong. On their left marched at least 24 war elephants. In the middle of the force marched thousands of swordsmen and archers, followed by their remaining few thousands of reserves in the rear. Leading the samurai cavalry was a scarred man dressed in fine armor. It was most likely Mifune, the samurai leader. And at the head of this 40,000 strong army was a tall man standing on top of a gigantic salamander. Hanzo. Both armies stopped a few thousand feet away from each other. Hashirama's clone forces quickly formed a perfect shield wall as their creator stepped before them with the Kyubi by his side. Should we give them a chance to surrender? Asked Hashirama finally, making Kurama roll his eyes. These warriors didn't march all this way here to surrender, Senju. They want to fight, we give them one, said Kurama firmly, earning a defeated sigh from the Senju leader. I just don't want them to die needlessly, said Hashirama remorsefully, and watched the fox snort in disbelief. Whoever said that peace can be achieved without bloodshed is a fucking lunatic, or at the very least doesn't know humans. Your kind only understands and bows to two things, power and desperation, replied Kurama flatly. Even so, I would like to end this before too much blood is spilled. More importantly, none get past us, commanded Hashirama. Kurama could not understand this man's fanatic desire to appease everyone. Just one glance at the samurai army was enough to make even an idiot realize they would never bow to ninjas willingly. They were prideful, stubborn, and an ancient nation. Yet Hashirama had a point. If the threat the Uzumaki were facing was truly what Kurama was dreading, then the world was going to need the samurai once again. There was only one way to accomplish that. Hashirama's eyes widened in horror when, without warning, the biju suddenly started creating a massive bijudama. The samurai were quick to realize the grave threat as one battle cry resonated across the lands. Charge! From the left flank, the entire 12,000 strong samurai cavalry led by Mifune charged forward with thunderous battle cries that deafened everyone. From the right charged the army of war elephants straight towards the Kyubi. From the main formation, Hanzo raised his hand and swiftly brought it down. Hashirama steeled himself when the very sun itself was momentarily eclipsed by the hail of thousands of arrows launched by the samurai archers. The clone army instantly raised their shields upwards while their creator went through a rapid sets of hand seals. Wood style, barrage. Hashirama extended his hands upwards, launching thousands upon thousands of wooden shards from his palms that collided head-on with the hail of arrows. Metal and wood clashed in a mighty roar just in time as the biju launched its devastating attack at the horde of charging war elephants. The land was dwarfed in a mighty explosion that nearly rendered every fighter blind for a moment. By the time they regained their vision, the samurai and ninjas both were stunned to see no trace of the entire force of war elephants. They just vaporized. Kurama narrowed his eyes on seeing the samurai cavalry remaining undeterred in the face of such a one-sided massacre. Brave but stupid. With a furious roar, the beast charged straight towards the cavalry force. Hashirama himself charging forward with his clones to meet the main force of samurai warriors led by Hanzo himself. The enemy general was galloping forward on his reptile fearlessly despite having witnessed what the Kyubi just did to his mightiest force of war elephants. The salamander opened its large mouth, unleashing a wave of purple dark smoke. Hashirama, who had a good knowledge of medicine, was quick to realize the incoming wave of poisonous smoke and moved to counter the threat. Wood style, flower pores. From the ground erupted hundreds of small plants which instantly gave birth to thousands of flowers who in turn unleashed a heavy layer of fragrant air. Hanzo grimaced on watching his poison attack be consumed by Hashirama's counter move even as the two armies clashed against each other. The enemy leader was left speechless when he watched Kurama mercilessly tear through thousands of samurai horsemen and head straight for their leader. Mifune. Hanzo's warning was too late as the mighty biju swept forward and grabbed the samurai leader with one of his tails. The samurai warriors roared murderously before unleashing all their fury on the beast that grabbed their leader. Kurama used his remaining 8 tails to pummel dozens of samurai riders but found himself facing thousands upon thousands of cuts from the chakra blades of the samurai. It was not taking into account the hundreds of explosives the samurai were desperately firing all over the biju's body in a mad attempt to save their leader. A small force of samurai cavalry broke formation and charged straight towards the exposed left flank of Hashirama's clone army that was engaged in a losing duel with the samurai main army. Hashirama grimaced when nearly 100 of his clones were mercilessly crushed under the charging warhorses as the minor samurai cavalry bravely tore through clone forces while their main army pushed back Hashirama's remaining clones. It was a bloodbath. That was when the sun was blocked once more, and the next thing Hashirama saw were hundreds of samurai warriors falling to the ground with arrows lodged in their bodies. Looking back, he saw his sister had disobeyed his order and had now commanded every single one of her 15,000 ninjas and civilian fighters to fight. That was 15,000 fighters launching a hail of arrows, kunai and exploding tags. The samurai archers retaliated in kind, but they were few in numbers and most often their volley was literally destroyed by the larger one launched by Tsunade's force. Never before had Hashirama seen his sister so furious and commanding. In this moment she was the perfect picture of a dragon queen. She proved Hashirama's thoughts when she gave the dreaded command. Charge! Katsuyu lead the dragon army with Tsunade mounted on top of it. The samurai, having already lost their beasts and their cavalry engaged against Kurama, could only grimly reorganize their broken lines, but Tsunade had other ideas. Attack! Katsuyu spewed forth gigantic streams of acid from her mouth that directly hit the samurai front line, and men broke as they felt the searing heat of the acid burn their bodies. Their armor only seemed to intensify the heat and pain. A second line of samurai fighters bravely created a shield wall with Hanzo and his beast at the front. Tsunade narrowed her eyes on seeing the telltale signs of the salamander reptile about to launch another one of his poison attacks directly at her own charging army. Katsuyu was still gathering her next volley of acid, which left the ninja forces open to the poison. Hashirama's eyes widened and he gave out an alarmed shout when he saw his sister leap away from her summon and fly straight towards Hanzo with her chakra-coated fist. The salamander opened its mouth and shrouded the incoming dragon queen in a hue of poisonous smoke that was more than enough to kill a horde of war elephants. Hanzo had expected the hot-blooded queen to fall and was utterly shocked when she broke through the poisonous smokescreen and connected her powerful fist across his jaw. The samurai were stunned to watch their general sent flying away, and their horror didn't end there as Tsunade gave a murderous roar before pounding both her chakra-coated fist on the head of the stunned salamander. The beast roared in agony before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Suan landed on the ground and coughed blood as she felt the poison start to take its effect. Before she could release the power of the seal on her forehead to stop the pain, she felt a comforting aura spread through her body. Looking up, she was relieved to see her eldest brother staring at her worriedly, but there was also pride in his face. Already, Tsunade could feel the poison being destroyed in her body, and just in time as the ninja army had now rallied behind the two Senjus. Hashirama was disappointed to see, despite all the death and destruction along with the power they just witnessed, the samurai looked ready to fight till the last man. Thousands were already dead and more would follow if this futile resistance was not ended. "Do it, brother," said Tsunade firmly. Hashirama grimly nodded and stepped forward, making the samurai take a step back. For all their courage, every one of them had seen what the Senjus were capable of, and none wanted to challenge the Senju leader in single combat alone. Hanzo's eyes widened when he sensed a massive buildup of chakra, one almost equal in power to half of that of a bijudama. He charged forward desperately as he realized what was happening. Wood style, deep wood forest. Kurama stopped his furious attempt to pummel as many samurai cavalrymen to their death when the entire land trembled. The beast watched Hashirama clasp his hands together before roaring so furiously as thousands of trees were given birth and all of them emerged from the bloodstained ground like a tidal wave. Hanzo and every one of his fighters tried to dodge or run but could not get away as one by one they were all trapped in the long branches of the trees. Even the horses were not spared. Within 2 minutes, the remaining samurai army was trapped in the newly created forest to the last man. Hashirama panted lightly as he finished his move, ending all resistance. This jutsu was still new to him and already he had used huge amount of his chakra in creating his wood clone army. But seeing that the fighting was stopped made this small inconvenience of fatigue worth it. He watched Tsunade approach towards the trapped Hanzo even as Kurama lowered an unconscious Mifune before the enemy leader. "Surrender or die," stated Tsunade firmly. "The samurai and my own people would rather die than let our culture be destroyed by foreign invaders," answered Hanzo honestly, earning a glare from the queen. "Then keep your culture and continue ruling your lands. But you will become a part of the ninja kingdom and be loyal to the Dragon King and his descendants. Help him create order and peace through these war-torn lands," urged Tsunade. "Shinobi only know war. Your kind will never change, you have no honor," spat a trapped samurai. "If that was true then we would not be offering you this chance. We have the power to take what we want, but King Naruto wants to unite the people of the elemental nations. He does not want to destroy your culture or tradition but simply wants you to join the new world order. We can have you all killed here today and take your defenseless lands easily, but I don't want to do that. Bend the knee and your people live, your nation survives, you thrive," insisted Tsunade. Hanzo stared at the blonde Senju and then back at his trapped men. Already they could feel the trees slowly sucking away their life force. Many were still trying to get out, but it only further served to weaken them even more. He had heard rumors of Hashirama's power and now he knew they were all true. That was not even taking into consideration the Kyuubi whom Hanzo had no idea how to defeat. If this was just a part of King Naruto's army, then he could only imagine what would happen to his people if the Dragon King came back for vengeance with the likes of Madara, Uchiha and thousands of ninjas. "What do you want from us?" asked Hanzo defeatedly. "The daimyos you serve must be overthrown. The king wants the samurai nation to become one large powerhouse where your ninjas can also stay. Either Mifune or you can rule those lands, the king is fine with either option. You will have full jurisdiction over those lands but answerable to any laws or decrees issued by the king. The land of lightning, however, shall be annexed by us," explained Tsunade seriously. "What happened to the mountain clans from those lands? I thought they would join your alliance in opposing us," said Hashirama confusedly, and didn't miss Hanzo grimace. "We sent word to them but they never replied back. I even sent a few emissaries to personally appeal to them but none of my people ever came back. Nor have my ninjas or Mifune's samurai warriors seen any movement from those lands for quite a few months," explained Hanzo gravely. Hashirama and Tsunade could not help but exchange a worried glance with the Kyuubi. The land of lightning was home to some of the most ferocious ninja clans of the world who lived in the high mountains. They were one of the most fiercest warriors of the world and highly valued their independence. For them to go silent like this despite an army marching towards their home could only mean something had happened. They were brought out of their thoughts when Hashirama released Hanzo from his captivity and the man now formally stood before Tsunade. There was a moment's hesitation before the man knelt, and when Hashirama released the samurai warriors they all followed their leader one by one in bowing to their new queen. They were not happy but they had no choice either. It was either survive or die a pointless death. Even a proud nation of samurai knew which was the better choice. For the first time in days, Tsunade felt a wave of relief as she watched one of their most powerful enemies surrender. Unlike the ninjas who were often known for treachery, the samurai were a different lot. If they gave their word then they kept it to death. For these people, their honor was more important than their life, yet for the sake of their families and people back home they had accepted this defeat. She had been miserable ever since Naruto left to fight for Uzu, but having played a part, however small, in bringing down his enemies and securing his reign over the world made her feel just a bit more better. But she didn't know where their army would go from here now that the samurai were defeated. Thankfully for her, Hashirama already had a plan. "Hanzo, your forces shall join with ours. Together our combined army shall pacify the mountain clans or at least discover why they have gone silent." Chapter 28. The Dragon's Roar. Naruto stared at the vast sea before him. He had been across the waters of the oceans of the world only a handful times, and even then those waters had been mostly peaceful to travel upon. However, the sea he was traveling through now had water so dark shade of blue that he could barely see any trace of life beneath the ocean. The sun itself had been hidden behind dark clouds and never once had it shone its light on the royal fleet that was sailing towards Uzu. The air was getting colder and more wild the closer they were getting to the home of the Uzumaki. He could feel it in the air, the sensation was so palpable that it nearly terrified any sane man or woman. Death. The ninjas under his command were getting restless, for they could all feel the change. The earth itself was getting consumed in this darkness that was growing stronger and stronger with every passing moment. The only thing keeping the army together was Shisui's firm command and the presence of their king, or else there were quite a few who would have ran away, and even Naruto couldn't blame them, for he himself could not help but wonder. Had he doomed his men? My king. He was brought out of his despair as Mito stepped beside him. If possible, the Uzumaki heirs could sense his thoughts and offered a comforting smile. I understand how you feel. The world is changing here and you can feel it now. I cannot blame you or your men if this creates doubts or second thoughts in your hearts, consoled Mito. It is true that I am apprehensive, but this threat is something entirely different and more dangerous than anything my people currently face. If they are coming for the Uzumaki, then they might come for my people someday as well. It is in everyone's best interests if they are stopped here, explained Naruto honestly, earning a smile from Mito. You are wiser than your age, my king, praised Mito, but was surprised when it only made the king smile sadly. If only that was true, Lady Mito, whispered Naruto, as memories of his bitter fight with Tsunade came back to haunt him. She was out there and would soon go up against the samurai nation. Granted, she had Hashirama and Kurama by her side along with 15,000 soldiers, but he still could not help but worry for her. She may have overreacted in her anger, but he knew she had been scared for their future if the people didn't take his secret very well. That was not taking into account the fact that he didn't know how Shizuka was doing and if his unborn daughters were well or not. He had promised the priestess that he would visit her, and yet he had failed to keep his word as he got caught up in the affairs of the world. What kind of king lied to his own family and people? What kind of king left his loved ones alone in their time of need to fight for someone else? Saving the Uzumaki may be the honorable and right choice, but it didn't make him feel any less guilty for leaving his people alone. What more can you tell me about these enemies? He asked seriously, in an effort to divert his mind away from his rising guilt. If possible, Mito's face darkened. Apart from the fact that they are all dead who came back to life unnaturally, they can be killed if they are beheaded or burnt. Anything less, even severing their vital limbs, will not do much in stopping them from attacking you again and again. They feel no pain or fear or anything at all except the desire to slaughter. Their bodies are deformed and mutilated, with their skin marred in dark stains, and their eyes are demonic in nature. We call them the Undying or the Legion, for they are endless, explained Mito gravely. She didn't miss a realization flash across the king's eyes. What is it? She asked. The ancestors of my clan commanded us to burn our dead. It is a tradition followed from Indra's time, and even the maddest Uchiha have never defied this tradition. Our elders say burning the dead takes their souls to the halls of our fathers, but now I cannot help but wonder if there was a deeper meaning behind it, said Naruto hesitantly. Now that I remember it, the Uchiha are one of the very few who burn their dead, realized Mito in surprise. The uneasy feeling in Naruto's heart only seemed to intensify as this realization dawned upon him. There was something dark at work here, something ancient and terrible. My king, I cannot express in words how much your help means to me and my people in this time of need despite our troubled past. If there is anything you ever need from me, I would be glad to offer you that, said Mito. Naruto gulped on seeing the intense stare of her mesmerizing purple eyes. Mito was very beautiful even if she was older than him, and the aura she was projecting left little to doubt as to the fact that she would offer him anything to show her gratitude. Unlike him, the Uzumaki were actual royalty with the proper lineage, nobility and wealth to back their status. While Naruto could only be considered a king of peasants in comparison to the Uzumaki, for most of the ninja clans except for the Senju and Sarutobi had very modest wealth and resources. He could never forget how much Tsunade had hurt him with her words, and it fueled a deep-seathed anger within him. She had broken his trust and accused him of being selfish when all he was trying to do was protect his daughters. His hand already moved towards Mito's cheeks as he leaned closer. Her lack of resistance to his closing proximity only encouraged him further. Naruto. He blinked suddenly and found a stoic Naori arriving on the deck. Her face broke no emotion, but the cold fury and disappointment in her eyes were clear for him to see. Mito was quick to realize the deteriorating situation and went away with a hurried farewell, leaving the king alone with his aunt, who was his mother in all but blood. I raised you better, Naruto said Naori disappointedly, and was surprised on seeing the defiance in the boy's eyes. I don't have to explain myself, replied Naruto coldly, and for a moment he regretted his harsh words as he saw hurt flash in her eyes. I know that. You are no longer a boy, but a man, a king. You hold a lot of power in your hands, and it is true that you answer to no one but yourself. I do not know what happened between you and your wife, but once trust is broken, it is very hard to rebuild, explained Naori sadly. My issues with Tsunade are my business. As far as I'm concerned, it is she who has hurt me, spat Naruto bitterly, but was surprised when Naori gently cupped his cheeks. And you will retaliate even more harshly? Don't be so spiteful as many of our people are. You are a good man, Naruto. Don't succumb to temptation and anger so easily. Our people are looking to you in this dark hour, said Naori seriously as she laid a gentle kiss on his forehead. She was relieved when he exhaled a deep sigh, and the burden on his shoulders was clear for her to see. For all his talents, Naruto was just a man. Forgive me, I did not see, he whispered remorsefully. Try to be patient with your wife. Neither you or her are perfect, and you both are new in this marriage. A woman can forgive and tolerate many things, but never can she forgive her loved one cheating on her. You are admirably fulfilling your vows as king. Do not waver in the vows you made to your wife, insisted Naori. I won't. Never again, he promised fiercely, glad that he had his aunt who made him see reason before he committed an even bigger mistake. Naori smiled at him proudly. Then let us never speak of this again. Nagato Uzumaki sat in his solar and heavy silence, his mind still reeling from the disastrous loss he had suffered while trying to recapture their lost islands. Before he began that foolish quest on the orders of his father, he roughly had 12,000 fighters with him, both ninjas and civilians alike. Now there were barely 8,000 left, and even those wouldn't have survived had he not ordered a full retreat to Hiroshima. Even his own father, who was sitting across from him, realized the extent of his folly, and both men could not help but wonder that Mito had been right all along. We cannot hold them anymore, father, said Nagato honestly, earning a grim nod from the older Uzumaki. I realize that, my son. But even if I want to evacuate our women, children and old to safety, I cannot. We do not have the ships anymore. We must make our final stand and die defending our homeland, explained Yato in a resigned tone. He was surprised when Nagato gave him a grim smile. I'm glad you allowed Mito and my daughter to go to the mainlands. At least this way they'll live. I'm with you till the end, father promised Nagato earnestly, making the old man smile proudly. Any moment the enemy could reorganize its now increased legions and attack. It was not going to be much long before. Both men were surprised when they heard a very familiar war horn being sounded across the entire city. One of the soldiers hurriedly came into the solar, but was surprised when both his lords brushed past him with haste. Miyami Uzumaki, wife of Nagato Uzumaki, was unable to believe the dozens of different banners fluttering across the devastated Uzumaki lands. Nor could she believe the sight of thousands of armed ninjas carrying those banners marching towards the gates in perfect discipline. The largest and most prominent was the three-headed dragon banner, but she also spotted the Senju banner, along with Namikaze, Sarutobi, Shimura, Akimichi, Aburame and so many more. As she gave the order to allow the army passage into their city, Miyami did not miss the relief and joy on the faces of her clansmen. Almost every one of them was shocked, but a shred of hope had rekindled in their broken gazes. She had never held hope of any aid coming for her people, and yet. Her eyes widened when a handsome young boy with light brown hair walked at the head of this army. If the golden armor of his did not give away his identity, the crown upon his head indeed proved his identity as King Naruto Uchiha himself. How? She could not help but ask, earning a comforting smile from the king, who was flanked by many Uchiha and Senju. I bring word from your allies in the mainland. The Uzumaki have been our allies since time immemorial. We share ties of friendship and blood. Our clans were born from the same family, and together we once pledged to safeguard this world as one, said Naruto respectfully. He looked behind Miyami Uzumaki as he saw two men very familiar in resemblance to Mito come running towards the gates. Their eyes slightly widened when they saw him. We come to honor that pledge, declared Naruto. King Naruto. The said monarch blinked when Nagato Uzumaki gave him a wide smile before engulfing him in a firm embrace. Although taken aback by the surprising gesture, Naruto could not help but feel the relief and happiness wave off this man in spades, which brought a thin smile to his own lips as he gently patted Nagato's shoulder. It's an honor to have you here, my king, said Nagato gladly with a beaming smile. Naruto nodded as his eyes spotted an old man with a striking aura step before him. It was no doubt Ayato Uzumaki, the leader of the Uzumaki clan and the man who had once spat at Naruto's offer to ally the Redheads with the Ninja Kingdom. Both warriors stared at each other intensely, and then, to the shock of every Uzumaki, their lord knelt. You have come to the aid of my people despite our troubled past and my mistakes. I ask your forgiveness and humbly submit my people and nation to your rule, King Naruto declared Ayato loudly but with respect. There were many scathing things Naruto wanted to say to this man but was stopped when Mito burst out of the crowd and hugged her brother fiercely, followed by her sister-in-law. The sight of that happy reunion stayed the king's sharp words and resulting in him giving Ayato Uzumaki a stern nod, accepting the allegiance. Ayato Uzumaki gaped when the thousands of ninjas stepped behind their king in unison, creating a loud sound. Their faces set in stone as they looked at him. He glanced at the king and saw the young warrior glance at the Uzumaki around him with a promising smile. We are proud to fight alongside our kinsman once more. Naruto alongside his friends was currently standing around a large table holding a detailed map of the islands of Uzu. He was already briefed by Nagato about the extent of the war and the losses suffered by the Uzumaki. They even gave him detailed account of the enemy they were facing, which was exactly what Mito told him about. When asked about any corpse the Uzumaki might have captured so that the king could study the enemy's secrets, he was disappointed to discover not one enemy was captured. It was not as if the Uzumaki had not tried hard, but every prisoner they grabbed only seemed to disintegrate into ashes because of strange seals on their bodies. Seals even the Uzumaki were not fast enough to stop, which was alarming itself since the redheads were the best in that art. In light of the discovery and on Shisui's recommendation, Naruto had ordered majority of his ships to start evacuating the non-combatants from the main island of Uzu and the few that were still left on Hiroshima. At first, Ayato Uzumaki had objected, stating that their combined armies could not stop the enemy, but one stern glance from Naruto made the man stop any further protests. He was completely pacified when Naruto explained that even with all his ships it would still take at least 2 or 3 weeks to evacuate every Uzumaki non-combatant to the mainlands, and that was not even taking into consideration the ninjas and civilian fighters. In the event that the enemy could not be stopped, it was best if the evacuation began now or risk annihilation of every Uzumaki if the allied army failed. Ayato Uzumaki could not raise any objection to that sensible choice. Send your 2,000 civilian soldiers to protect Uzu from where the evacuation shall be carried out. The rest of our forces shall hold the enemy here, commanded Naruto. Is it wise sending so many capable fighters to defend Uzu? My king, we have a few good men in our home and solid barriers to protect the island. We need every fighter here to repel the enemy, urged Nagato. Enough of our people have already died, brother. We must save as many as we can, pleaded Mito, earning a sigh from her brother, but in the end Nagato relented. It's no use hiding behind walls that are barely standing. We must make our 13,000 ninjas face the enemy in open field, suggested Kagami. We tried that before and they overwhelmed us with sheer numbers, lamented Ayato Uzumaki. Forgive me, my lord. Your people are brave fighters, but they lack discipline. Our 7,000 ninjas are the elite warriors of our lands. It would be best if your people act as their support, and it might just help us hold the enemy, said Naruto Uchiha frankly. She's right, Lord Ayato. Your troops are weary, ours are fresh and ready to fight. We also have good officers to lead this army. I urge you to follow this plan, requested Atama Senju. Very well, agreed Ayato. It was not as if he had much choice considering the ice-cold glare from the king that was challenging him to disobey. The young boy surely had iron in his veins. Everyone in the room listened as Naruto started explaining the battle plan. It was fair to say the strategy went against everything the Uzumaki loved, but the king was in no mood to please anyone. He assigned leaders to command different units and surprised the Uzumaki family by revealing his decision to stand at the front. They tried to dissuade the young man from taking such a risk but were not able to convince the Uchiha leader. The battle for Hiroshima was about to begin. Contrary to his expectations, Naruto never saw a single trace of the enemy for the next 3 days. He sent out patrol parties to search the large island for any sign of enemy movement but was disappointed when his scouts reported no activity. It was as if the enemy had vanished, which he knew was not the case. Still, it gave his ninjas and those of the Uzumaki time to familiarize themselves with the battle plan and with each other. Morale was high, and it went up further when the ninjas discovered the king himself would be standing at the front when the battle came alongside every other leader. On the 4th night, the moment they were all dreading finally arrived. King Naruto stood outside the walls of Hiroshima along with an army of 13,000 ninjas, watching the sole volcano of the island erupt violently. The already darkened skies were now completely shrouded in ash and dust, creating a sense of doom and despair. While the erupting lava would never reach the city thanks to the strong barriers created by the Uzumaki centuries ago, they would not be enough to stop the other thing that came out of that smoldering volcano. Now we know why our scouts never found any trace of the enemy. Nauri watched in horror as several caves suddenly emerged from the bottom of the volcano. The erupting lava changed direction and now headed towards the ocean as a wave of darkness emerged from the caves. The ground trembled violently as thousands upon thousands of human-like deformed creatures walked out of the volcano's caves. Whoever these people were once upon a time, they were long lost. Their skin was charred demonic black courtesy of remaining hiding deep within the volcano's caves. Their eyes just as dark and demonic without an ounce of emotion left in them. Strange seals were engraved on their mutilated corpses and all of them were armed to the teeth. What disturbed many of the king's forces was the presence of nearly 1,000 children among the enemy force. "What is this?" asked Atama in unabashed horror. "The March of Death," replied Nagato grimly. Shisui clenched his fists as he saw even more and more legions of dead march out of the caves. His sharp eyes were quick to recognize that many of these dead still bore the armor of Kaguya, Uzumaki, Hagoromo and many other unknown clans. But what was most disturbing were another series of known clan symbols visible on the armors of many of the dead. "Now we know what happened to the mountain clans from the land of lightning," said Itachi worriedly. "Those fuckers are all dead." "Shit, how many of them are there?" asked Takeshi hesitantly. 50,000 at least. The Kingsguard members flinched on hearing Iyato Uzumaki reveal the rough number of the enemy force. The more disturbing fact was that even more of the dead were coming out of the caves, putting Iyato's estimate in even further doubt. A wry smile came upon Atama's lips despite the grim situation as he found himself facing such horror surrounded by Uchiha warriors and Senjus alike. "Never thought I'd fight death itself with Uchihas," joked Atama, earning an amused smile from Shisui. "We are blood brothers, Uchiha and Senju. Even Uzumaki, it's right that we face such horror together," said Shisui proudly, making Atama smile as well. Many of the ninjas from all three clans chuckled on that statement while they glanced at each other. "The fox would be proud," said Atama with a grin. They watched the army of death being stopped by the barriers the Uzumaki had erected across the city's outskirts. Hundreds were burned alive as they tried to get through only to fail. Yet it didn't stop the enemy as they attacked again and again mindlessly without a care for their lives. Even the mighty barriers of the Uzumaki started to waver against such inhuman force and many ninjas took a step back. Inhuman screams and battle cries of the enemy hordes resonated across the entire island, making many men and women tremble. The desire to flee rose in many hearts on watching death itself marching towards them, and all that stood in between were a failing series of barriers. Despair and doubt started to rage across the allied army until they were all surprised by the sight of their king grabbing a horse and gallop across the entire battle line. "Stand!" Naruto's loud and commanding voice resonated across the entire battlefield as every ninja looked at him, with many even taking steps forward. "Warriors of Uzu! Warriors of fire! My ninjas!" Galloping across the vast battlefield, Naruto tried his level best to look at as many men as he could, hoping to convey some strength in this dark hour. Fear had struck his own heart, yet he knew this madness had to be stopped here lest the entire world burn. "I will not say that I am not afraid, neither are you. Yet we all swore to defend the realms of men. To protect our people. Our lands. Our homes." Nagato was stunned to see a direct impact on the morale of the army as the desire to fight was reignited in many eyes despite the sight of the crumbling barriers and roaring army of death. Against foes. Against God. Against death. For a moment the dark battlefield was enlightened as dawn was unleashed by the king and pointed right at the enemy as the barriers were finally destroyed. The roars of the charging enemy army were dwarfed by the ferocious battle cry of the king. "Fight! Ninjas of the world!" The sound of 13,000 swords being unleashed clashed against the inhuman cries of the enemy legions. Naruto gripped his sword firmly as he watched hundreds of more enemies be consumed by various booby traps set by his forces. They were ripped apart by explosions, consumed by hidden swamps, impaled on concealed spikes, trapped in secret barriers. Yet they kept coming. Never before had he seen anything like this. So inhuman and out of this world. His Sharingan eyes could already see more than 55,000 dead charging towards his small army as each and every trap laid by the allied ninjas were overwhelmed by the sheer enemy numbers. As the enemy got closer and closer, Naruto turned towards his ninjas with an ice-cold gaze. "Burn them!" The entire front line of the allied army along with the king himself performed a rapid set of hand seals as every sensor across the land felt a massive buildup of chakra. Fire style, field of fire. Thousands of ninjas unleashed the most devastating tsunami of fire that was larger than the walls of the city itself and spanning across the entire battlefield. It charged like a raging wave and consumed the entire front line of the enemy. Naruto heard so many inhuman screams as the entire front line of the enemy army was consumed in flames. But as the tsunami of fire finally died down, he was stunned to see another massive wave that was even bigger than the previous one charge. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword, making an entire new set of ninjas replace the frontal ones who had just launched a great jutsu. Water style, Raging Dragons. Through the combined efforts of thousands of ninjas along with the king, nearly 100 monstrous water dragons with deep yellow eyes were created and made to charge towards the unstoppable enemy. Naruto watched the water dragons smash through enemy lines, consuming hundreds of dead soldiers with their full might. Still, they kept coming. Give them a volley. 13,000 kunai and shuriken laced with explosive tags were unleashed at his command, consuming legions of dead in a brutal massacre. Nagato and his Uzumaki clansmen could not help but gape at the one-sided slaughter orchestrated by the king. Every ninja of the king obeyed their leader's command and was fighting with such discipline that the Uzumaki could have never dreamed of. The Uzumaki had tried to overwhelm their enemy with sheer force only to suffer catastrophic losses. But for the first time, the army of dead was not only being stopped but destroyed by the thousands. The enemy army had massive numbers on their side, but what their warriors lacked was the ability to perform jutsu. A weakness for which they were paying the price in thousands. Still, they were almost upon the ninja army. Earth. Naruto's command brought forward another group of fresh Sarutobi warriors who replaced the water ninjas before them. They were encouraged by the sight of their king performing a similar set of hand seals alongside them. Earth style, Earth spikes. As hundreds more were impaled upon spikes of mud that rose from the ground, from the left flank Shisui finished his move just as Itachi did the same on the right flank. Wind style, Wave of Death. Lightning style, Electromagnetic Murder. With the carnage of wind and lightning attacks unleashed by the Kingsguard members and the continued barrage of kunai being launched under the supervision of Atama, Senju and Takeshi, more and more enemies were killed every second. Despite losing nearly more than 20,000 of their numbers in the massacre, the enemy could not be stopped. As the enemy were now merely a few hundred feet away from clashing against the ninja army, Naruto turned towards the Uzumaki led by Nagato and Ayato. Hundreds of Uzumaki went through a rapid set of hand seals and slammed their hands on the ground just in time as the enemy horde reached the ninja army. Barrier. A large red-colored barrier was formed between the enemy army and the ninjas. The dead clashed against the obstacle mercilessly but were stunned when hundreds of them were sent sailing away courtesy of the repelling nature of the barrier. Swords. Nagato and his clansmen twisted their hand seals, creating thousands of small holes as King Naruto and his warriors plunged their weapons through the tiny openings and straight into the heads of the dead warriors. Nagato and his clansmen again channeled massive chakra into the barrier, making it repel hundreds more of the dead. Again, Naruto and his army of swordsmen used the advantage of another set of openings to silence more and more enemies. Slowly but surely the ninja army marched ahead with the aid of the barrier, crushing wave upon wave of enemies mercilessly. To the king! To the king! To the king! One battle cry resonated across the entire battlefield as every ninja followed the lead of their king, whose command only encouraged them further. Kill them all! Surprise! 9 figures stood at the edge of the volcano watching their army being pushed back for the first time. Their pale and stoic eyes were consumed in disbelief. Their gaze turned towards the man and woman standing atop one of the rocks. Both of them looked intrigued. "The ninjas are rallying to their king," commented the man. The lone female of the group narrowed her eyes as her gaze settled upon the boy in golden armor. The sight of him fighting valiantly reminded her of another man with dark hair. Indra's spawn. The 9 pale-eyed warriors flinched on seeing the woman rise from her seat. Her cold gaze promising nothing but slaughter. "My queen," said the man beside her calmly. It was enough to make the lone woman stop and look at her companion, who was staring at her with his ever-stoic gaze. "Let us handle this," he requested. She looked at him and then at her 9 faithful servants coldly before giving a nod. However, before they could leave to accomplish their task, her dangerous eyes flashed wildly in the darkness as she finished a set of hand seals and slammed her hands on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. The barrier being continuously used by the ninja army was utterly crushed as a monstrous tidal wave was launched across the entire island. Hundreds of ninjas and dead alike were sent sailing away due to the sheer force of the attack. When the dust settled, Naruto was stunned to not only see the army of dead retreat in haste but also the arrival of something even more hideous. In front of him now stood 9 warriors on the ground. They were all wearing the same gray armor with strange signs embodied on their chest, their eyes and hair as pale as the moon. In their hands were great white spear-shaped weapons, and even from this distance Naruto could feel the foul energy in those weapons. But the most terrifying thing was the monstrous humanoid statue that was as tall as Kurama standing in front of them. On top of the monstrosity stood a man with long pale white hair and pale white eyes. He had colorful markings above his eyebrows and not a shred of emotion on his blank face. The 9 warriors on the ground all spoke as one. "There shall be no dawn for shinobi." The humanoid statue gave out a monstrous war cry that brought thousands of ninjas to their knees. The killing intent was so intense and all-consuming that many felt their worst nightmare flash before their eyes. Naruto himself was brought to his knees courtesy of the monstrous power. That thing. He knew what it was. To his horror, a group of Akimichi changed into their largest forms that were as large as the statue and rushed towards it with ferocious roar. "No!" yelled the king in horror. The fearless Akimichi giants charged with their staffs ready to destroy the humanoid statue before it wreaked any more havoc on their allies. So focused were they on the statue that they didn't see the other objects sailing towards them. Shisui watched the 9 pale warriors on the ground launch their spears with accurate precision. For all their great size, the Akimichi warriors' armor and skin were sliced apart like a knife carving through butter as the spears grew in size and pierced their chests. Their agony didn't end there, as out of the enlarged spears came out a foul stream of energy that started consuming the entire body of the Akimichi fighters at terrifying speed. In front of the ninja army, the giant Akimichis fell dead to the ground in 30 seconds with their skin and body mutilated beyond recognition. Silence reigned across the battlefield until the energy swirling around the Akimichi was consumed inside their dead bodies as the 9 pale-eyed warriors made a hand seal. "Arise!" Naruto took a step back when he watched the bodies of the giant Akimichi twitch, followed by movement of their dead limbs. Soon enough the giants were getting back on their feet, and this time their eyes had lost all light. "What is this?" asked Naori in fear. She was not allowed an answer as the silent man atop the humanoid statue now pointed his finger right at the ninja army. "And their nuisance," he commanded. Naruto realized the massive buildup of chakra from the statue and was about to give a warning when he saw the Uzumaki had already realized their threat. Ayato Uzumaki himself ran forward with dozens of his clansmen as they finished a set of hand seals. Foon. A massive dark blue barrier rose around the statue, and within seconds its interior glowed so brightly akin to a massive explosion that many had to avert their eyes. When the smoke cleared, the Uzumaki were stunned to see the monstrosity still standing along with the man atop its head. "Dragons of death," whispered the lone warrior. From the mouth of the humanoid statue were unleashed a series of dragons that were demonic purple in color with dark eyes. The beasts roared murderously as they charged towards their enemies as thousands of ninjas ran and jumped away for their lives. Naruto watched dozens of his warriors be consumed by the menacing dragons. Instead of being burnt, it literally tore away the souls of the brave men and women from their bodies, leaving behind their lifeless forms. The entire ninja army trembled, with every warrior doing their best to avoid their inhuman foe. The king snarled in fury as he raised his sword and charged. A large portion of the army followed their leader despite the raging death around them as they all ran towards the monstrous statue. Their former Akimichi comrades were the ones who charged back at them with the intent to butcher them. Naruto channeled a monstrous amount of chakra in dawn as the first Akimichi came towards him. With a forceful jump, he launched himself in the air and avoided the gigantic hands of the man from crushing him. Landing on the giant's nose, he drove dawn clean through his enemy's forehead. The turned creature screamed in agony as a beaming light was released from the king's blade that dissolved the strange seals on his body, making it crash down and never rise again. From the corner of his eye, Naruto saw Takeshi and Itachi bring down another giant with the help of Atama Senju as the 3 boys first destroyed the beast's eyes before setting him on fire, thereby ending his life. Shisui drove his ancestral sword, Fury, through a giant's head, earning a similar effect as that of the king, and brought an end to the turned warrior. Fifth gate open. The pale-eyed warriors were stunned when Kagami Uchiha unleashed a powerful wave of chakra from his body. The Kingsguard member's skin turned red and a greenish aura of chakra consumed him completely. Many ninjas gaped at the sheer display of power as Kagami vanished before their eyes. Within seconds, the remaining Akimichi giants screamed in agony as they were hit by hundreds of hyper-fast strikes all over their body before being set on fire. The last giant found himself being grabbed by the leg as Kagami threw him straight at the humanoid statue, much to the surprise of the man standing on top of it. The humanoid statue simply tore apart the dead Akimichi warrior with his bare hands before it could crush him, but it was pushed back by several feet due to the sheer force of the blow. Naruto saw the panicked ninjas regaining some of their lost courage on seeing the display of valor and power by the Kingsguard and Atama Senju. Thousands rallied behind the young boys and the king. The army of dead again charged from the rear of the humanoid statue led by the 9 pale-eyed warriors. Naruto gripped Dawn firmly as he charged towards them, hearing thousands more follow his lead. Kagami, using his power of gates, evaporated several lines of dead warriors before they could even blink. The remaining Kingsguard led the ninjas as both armies clashed in a brutal impact, sending limbs and blood flying everywhere. The king along with Ayato Uzumaki found themselves soon surrounded by the 9 pale-eyed warriors. "Who are you?" demanded Ayato furiously. "You're betters. You both are just lesser sons of greater beings," spat one of the pale-eyed warrior. Ayato growled before charging at the nearest warrior, ignoring Naruto's command to stay back. The Uzumaki leader slashed his sword in a horizontal arc to hack away the head of the nearest pale-eyed warrior, only for the man to step back easily before clashing his spear-shaped weapon against Ayato's blade, shattering it to shreds. The Uzumaki lord could only blink in shock before he was impaled by 4 spears across his body. Naruto closed his eyes as he watched the Uzumaki leader fall. The man's temper and impulsiveness lead him to his doom. He saw many of his ninjas were trying desperately to get to him but were being ruthlessly stopped by hordes of dead getting in their way. "Now you die," Indra's spawn whispered, one of the 9, loathing evident in his voice. They all moved as one, launching their spears at the king from all sides, only for the master swordsman to twist himself in a full circle with his sword, Dawn, clashing against the weapon of his enemies. They all shattered. Indra's sword. Naruto didn't miss the momentary shock on the faces of his enemies and used that small opportunity to unleash a wave of lightning from his body. He had watched Ayato Uzumaki move against these men, while the Uzumaki leader was foolish in his move. He had been fast. However, these men saw the attack coming from a mile away, which suggested Naruto that their pale eyes could be a dojutsu. His assumption was proven correct when he heard each and every one of those bastards roar in agony as the lightning not only hit their bodies but also their precious eyes. The first 2 didn't even see the king's sword before it severed their heads from their necks. Naruto was about to move in against the remaining 7 foes when his eyes widened as a massive beam of lightning hit him. Every ninja watched in horror and despair as the massive lightning beam launched by the humanoid statue hit their king. Naruto was sent flying away several hundred feet before he landed with a bone-crushing thud. The fighting momentarily stopped as the young Uchiha lay motionlessly in the small stream of water. A painful scream escaped his lips, yet his hand still held onto his sword. His vision was dark and hazy, his chest on fire and blood oozing out of his mouth. Gold flew like drops of blood from the chest of the dying king as his famous golden armor melted. He heard the faint sound of approaching footsteps before a hazy vision of that lone warrior who had been standing atop the humanoid statue appeared before him. The man gazed at him with cold, apathetic eyes, with his spear in hand ready to strike. Naruto weakly tried to swing his sword, but the pale-eyed man kicked the weapon away and broke the king's wrist in the process, eliciting another painful scream from the Uchiha. "Kimimaro Otsutsuki," said the man, as he raised his spear. A series of whistling sound was heard and Naruto hazily saw the man called Kimimaro jump away. "I will kill you if touch my son," snarled Naori murderously. Kimimaro narrowed his eyes at the woman who was now holding Dawn in her hands. The level of hate and anger in her eyes was amusing to see, though. "Foolish woman." Raising his left hand, he unleashed dozens of bone shards from his palm that flew straight towards Naori. To his surprise, the woman fired dark lightning bolts from her free hand that destroyed the bone projectiles. Kimimaro gritted his teeth as he rushed in. Naori barely had time to raise Dawn as the Otsutsuki brought down his spear. She was nearly brought to her knees by the sheer power of the man, but unlike others who had their weapons destroyed against those spears, Dawn held. Another clone of Naori emerged from the ground behind Kimimaro, but before the clone could strike down its foe, it was impaled by several more bone shards launched from the man's back. With his free hand, Kimimaro delivered a devastating strike to Naori's shoulder, sending her sailing away. The Uchiha matriarch lost all sensation in her left arm and had only enough time to dodge, thereby avoiding beheading as Kimimaro started slashing his spear weapon while also launching bone shards from his body. The Otsutsuki was surprised on seeing the Uchiha skillfully dodging his strikes. This woman knew she could not match his physical prowess and was using her speed to overcome that. Her skill with Dawn was impressive, as well as she was perfectly able to deflect dozens of bone projectiles that Kimimaro tried to skewer her with. But her eyes widened when Kimimaro smirked. Naori jumped in wildly as Kimimaro launched dozens of bone shards straight at the wounded king. She gave out a silent scream as she felt several of those bone shards pierce her body. Kimimaro watched the Uchiha fall gracelessly on the crimson ground. She coughed blood and desperately tried to move, but her wounds were grave and she lost her sword as she crashed. He walked towards her but was forced to stop when he felt his senses tingle in warning. His eyes zoomed in on the location from where he had felt that sensation and he froze. The wounded king was sprawled across the small stream of water that had now turned crimson with his blood. His life was fading, yet his eyes burned with such hate that Kimimaro had only seen in Indra. The army of dead froze and the pale-eyed warriors blanched when their commander was set ablaze in black flames. Kimimaro's horrified scream tore through the battlefield as the flames engulfed him. His pale-eyed comrades rushed to his aid and slammed a seal on the man's burning body, which quickly doused the flames but could not stop the severe burns from spreading across the Otsutsuki's body. As they dragged the now unconscious Otsutsuki away, 3 more of the pale-eyed warriors were set ablaze in merciless dark flames. But unlike before, their remaining comrades did not stop to help them and dragged only their commander to safety, leaving their fellow fighters to die a painful death. Tears of blood fell from his eyes as he crawled towards her. He could feel death knocking at his door, but all he could think about was her. He had to get to her. With the last of his strength he turned her towards him, only to see her eyes already half closed. A smile came upon her face as she barely managed to lay her trembling blood-stained palm on his cheek. She wiped the tears of blood falling from his eyes and opened her lips. He watched her struggle to breathe desperately and try to muster the last of her strength. Her eyes so similar to a person he once knew, so full of warmth and love. "Be happy, my son." The spark of life vanished from her eyes as she now stared blankly at him. His heart shattered into millions of pieces and he wept for the first time in years. He could hear the screams of his men as they died by the thousands, the inhuman screeches of the dead as they destroyed the living, the menacing power of that cursed statue. It all felt so distant now. The last thing he saw was the silhouette of the soul-stealing purple dragon as it consumed him. Chapter 29. Battle of Uzu. 4 days later, Shisui Uchiha, captain of the once powerful Kingsguard force, stood in the Uzumaki leader's solar. His eyes a mirror of broken faith and despair as he watched Mito Uzumaki desperately try to save their king. They had watched him fall and be consumed by the soul-stealing dragon. They had watched Naruto Uchiha sacrifice her life while trying to save him. Yet unlike all who perished before the dragon, their king yet breathed. But what life was it when one was deprived of all senses and reduced to a catatonic state? Hiroshima lost. 10,000 ninjas dead. Ayato Uzumaki murdered. Nagato Uzumaki brutally injured. Shinoburame missing. The enemy legions breaching Uzu's outer perimeters and now marching towards the last stronghold of man on this island nation. All that stood between them was the strongest castle of the world and 3,000 fighters. For 4 days, they had fought and held the legions of dead at bay, buying precious time for thousands of Uzumaki civilians to flee on royal ships. Yet more remained, but the ninjas had no more blood left to sacrifice. Watching their comrades, friends and family die before them only to come back again with dead eyes had a direct impact on the morale of any man. Watching their king fall had crushed any hopes of victory. As the highest-ranking officer, he could have ordered his remaining troops to abandon Uzu. Nearly 6,000 men had died on Hiroshima alone under the merciless army of the dead and that monstrous statue. Another 4,000 fighters had to lay down their lives in a fighting retreat from Hiroshima to the final defense of Uzu's outer perimeters. Despite the chaos and death, he had managed to retrieve Naori's body and gave her a quick funeral. It was not worthy of someone like her to be given such a short and hasty final parting, but it was all Shisui could do to make sure she didn't rise as one of them. Her ashes now contained in a jar placed near the king's bed. Every man able to fight is being mustered to fight. Itama Senju's voice did little to bring Shisui out of his despair. He had failed in his duty to protect his king, his people, and that burden was heavy for him to bear. "How much longer before the last civilians are evacuated?" asked Itachi bitterly. "Another few hours," answered Itama sadly. "We don't have enough men to hold them off for so long," spat Takeshi furiously. As the Kingsguard members argued among themselves, Itama saw the despair in Shisui's eyes as he stared at Naruto's wounded form sleeping in the bed. He laid a comforting hand on the Uchiha's shoulder. "Who am I, Senju?" asked Shisui miserably. "Our captain. The one who kept us together when all was lost, the one who chose not to abandon the Uzumaki, and the one who has not deserted us," answered Itama proudly. Never could he have dreamed of a day when he would say such words to any Uchiha. But Shisui had held them together and showed leadership when they wanted it most. "Do you trust me?" questioned Shisui doubtfully, as he remembered the thousands who died following his orders. It was Itachi, Kagami and Takeshi who stepped around their friend to death. Shisui took some comfort from their faith and loyalty, knowing they would prove their words if needed. His eyes shifted towards the sky full of darkness and the distant presence of the enemy marching towards them. Where were the dragons? Where were those roars? The era of ninjas was coming to an end. Young boys and old men not worthy of battle could be seen arming themselves, their fear and despair along with grim determination felt by all. 2 swords were presented before him, their names as famous and ancient as the Uchiha themselves. Dawn and Fury. He caught Mito's gaze as his comrades fastened his armor across his body. Taking the 2 holy swords in his hands, Shisui and the young boys around him exchanged one final glance with the Uzumaki matriarch. No words were said. Mito watched the boys march away to what was most certainly their death. The last of the defenders gathered around the formidable castle walls of Uzu. They were a strange group with ninjas, civilians, merchants, old men and young boys all standing together in this final hour, knowing their end was inevitable. Fear and despair gripped their hearts fiercely, yet the desire to save their families so that they may get a chance to survive this doom kept them standing even in the face of such calamity. Shisui stared at the lot. 3,000 against death itself. They were all staring at him, hoping that perhaps he could give them something to cling to. It could not be hope, for Shisui himself had none, but he could give them something else. He could give them Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, Sarutobi, Inuzuka, Aburame and even Yamanaka. Great enemies of past now devoid of that petty hate and rivalry, knowing something evil was coming for them all. "We cannot stop them forever," said Hiruzen Sarutobi, a young boy of 9 and son of Sasuke Sarutobi. It was a miracle he survived so long, but the little monkey was strong. He looked up when their captain himself stepped forward and knelt to Hiruzen's smaller height, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I know," agreed Shisui. "We should have never come here," said Hiruzen sadly, as he remembered watching 2 of his cousins die before him. "Maybe. But we are here now. It is true that we have lost so much, but every one of us that died here saved 3 lives at least. It's like the first war for Dawn, little monkey. Darkness and danger had plagued the world back then, and our ancestors must have felt what we are feeling now. Even they would have doubted that light would ever come back in their lives. Winter came for them just like it is coming for us," said Shisui calmly. "Then how did they win?" asked Hiruzen curiously, and Shisui saw everyone was listening to their conversation quite attentively. "They never gave up. They kept on fighting even when all seemed lost, they kept on moving forward even in the face of death, they kept on struggling because they held on to something," answered Shisui, as he looked at all the fighters. Itama felt tears prickle at the corner of his eyes, a feeling which was shared by many as their faint sniffing reached him. "What are we holding on to, Captain?" asked another young Senju. Shisui stared at the royal ships onto which the last of the Uzumaki civilians were boarding. His men caught his gaze, and there were many who grimly smiled as they realized the meaning. "We are fighting for something good. We are fighting for those who cannot defend themselves, for their tomorrow we give our today. It is a selfless act and something which the enemy will never understand. They cannot see that despite all the misery there is still some good left in this world. And it is worth fighting for," urged Shisui passionately. Tears fell from Hiruzen's eyes, but along with them also came a proud smile. He watched his captain stand and unleash dawn and fury at the same time, the moment forever becoming immortal in Hiruzen's heart. "Fight, little monkey. Fight for spring." The ground again trembled as heavy snows fell from the dark sky, shrouding the devastated lands in a strange picture of beauty and horror. In the faraway distance, Shisui saw a wave of darkness steadily marching towards them now that no opposition stood in their way. The last of the outer perimeter defenders had held their post to death, buying precious time for the civilians to flee. They should have brought more ships, because evacuating a large nation like Uzu with thousands of civilians and wounded fighters at such a short notice was nigh impossible. Shisui had insisted for their wounded king to be on the first ships to leave, but Mito had warned him of Naruto's fragile state and advised against it. But now there was no chance, and the king had to be evacuated regardless of his medical state. The only reason they had even been able to last so long was the fact that the Uzumaki clan had created unbreakable barriers across their sea borders, preventing enemy fleets from surrounding the main island of Uzu. Centuries-old and strong barriers made through blood sacrifices were impossible to break even for an army of death, and the enemy's strongest trump card, that cursed statue, could not be launched between the sea. It had allowed the royal fleets to evacuate almost the entire remaining population of Uzu that was still alive to the mainlands. Those who remained were being ferried away on the last ships, with only one ship left in reserve for Shisui and his forces to board. If they survived. The fact that he had only asked for one ship to be spared for his men was enough to ascertain how many he expected to survive the coming battle. Still, they were not hopeless, as the Uzumaki had built their castle in the image of a monstrous fortress. Surrounded by deep moats on all sides, it had innumerable hidden barriers and traps spread across its terrain. There was only one gate for entrance, and it was heavily protected by Shisui's forces. The keep where Naruto was being treated by Mito was nearly 7 floors high, and on every lower level there were battle stations from where archers and trained ninjas could rain hell upon any invaders. The castle walls were made up of strong stones which had powerful seals engraved in them. Not only did it prevent anyone, including ninjas, from literally scaling the walls, but could also resist ninjutsu, explosions, and even repel enemy forces. Yet such protective measures were not enough. But it was all Shisui had. His men shivered as the cold only grew more harsher and dangerous, threatening to consume their weakest. It was not natural, and Shisui knew those pale-eyed bastards were definitely behind this phenomenon. Some of the men who had been near the king during his fall muttered a name called Otsutsuki. Shisui did not fully know if these strangers were actually descendants of Kaguya, but they were powerful and dangerous, which was enough for him to be wary. The enemy was now visible, and Shisui could not hold back a flinch as he saw thousands of his former ninjas were now marching in the front. Brave men and women turned by the cruelty of the Otsutsuki, their corpses mutilated and forced to fight against their comrades. Behind them came thousands upon thousands of more dead Uzumaki and warriors from Land of Lightning. Even more shocking were the legions of new white-haired humanoid warriors dressed in shinobi armor. Those troops were never before seen by Shisui in any of the battles, but his sharp eyes didn't miss those warriors alone, numbered close to 150,000 alone. Combine that with the remaining forces of the dead, his 3,000 fighters were up against a force nearly 250,000 strong. Never in the history of the elemental nations had such a monstrous army been seen before. There's plenty for us all. Shisui blinked on Takeshi's boisterous words, but on watching the remaining fighters chuckle at the boy's remark made him give him a thankful nod. Are those white-haired bastards out there? Asked Hiruzen eagerly, as he wanted nothing more than to kill one of those monsters. For his remark, he earned a light bop on the head from Itachi. Become a little taller, midget. Then we'll think about letting you fight one of them, teased Itachi. He's right, little Saru. Leave those monsters to the grown-ups, boasted Takeshi, making Hiruzen scowl. Aren't you supposed to be with the king? They call your Kingsguard for a reason, protested Hiruzen, desperate for a chance to be allowed to battle those who killed one of his cousins. Our king wants us here, said Kagami seriously. They were all silenced by the deafening roars of the enemy army as they approached closer. Shisui walked through the tall 100-feet walls, offering what little encouragement to the men before the battle began. He raised on, commanding the men to get ready when he spotted the first enemy wave about to charge. In the blink of an eye they roared and marked the beginning of the Battle of Uzu. Get ready, roared Shisui, and heard the familiar sound of kunai, shuriken and arrows being readied. He watched in grim satisfaction as the legions of dead warriors were trapped in numerous barriers that arose to defend the home of the Uzumaki. 100 were burned, vaporized, sliced apart and thrown away. 3 times the enemy charged, and 3 times they were thrown back, with nearly 4,000 of their own dying in the failed attempts. Is this it? Is this all you can fucking throw at us, you bastards? Taunted Miyami Uzumaki, wife of Nagato Uzumaki. With Nagato wounded, Ayato dead and Mito busy treating Naruto, Miyami was the last Uzumaki leader still left alive and was now commanding the last of her clan's fighters. Shisui gripped his swords tightly on hearing that blatant provocation. The Uzumaki were certainly rash even in such situation, and it was about to cost them dearly as the enemy army parted. His eyes widened when he saw an extremely beautiful woman with pale white hair and skin as radiant as the moon come forward. Her beauty taking away the breath of every man and many women, but Shisui was mesmerized by her eyes. She raised her hand right towards the barriers. Shinra Tensei. Snow was blown away along with the land it once stained as a monstrous and invisible force of nature clashed with the barriers. It sent a monstrous shockwave that had many civilian and young boys flying away to their deaths. The ninjas only managed to keep their footing on the walls due to their chakra and could only watch in despair as the barriers were utterly annihilated. From the enemy army one chant arose. The White Queen. The abominations cheered in ghastly and foul language as they watched their leader about to raise her hand again, only to be forced to deflect a spear that was about to behead her. Cold eyes narrowed at the form of Shisui Uchiha, who glared back at her defiantly. Shisui blinked in surprise when both Dawn and Fury started shaking as a strange light glowed from the ancient swords. Dawn was rumored to be made by Indra himself with the chakra of the 10 tails, while Fury was also said to be made by Indra's eldest son and rumored to have the chakra of many lost-tailed beasts in it. Shisui felt an inconceivable urge burn through his mind as the ancient power in those weapons compelled him. He brought both swords high in the air as a beam of lightning was unleashed across the dark skies. The enemy queen took a step back and her eyes widened when that monstrous beam of lightning came down right at her. At the last second, she dodged, but it only left her forces open to bear the attack. Shisui watched the woman appear at a certain distance and screeched on seeing thousands of her warriors charred to death courtesy of Dawn and Fury. A strange chakra force spread through Shisui's body courtesy of the swords. One of them was wild and unforgiving, the other cold and ruthless. Indra and Indranil. He didn't know why those names were whispered in his head, but he felt the power of these two entities flow through him. And for the first time he saw the hint of fear and rage in the enemy queen's face as she moved back within her army lines with haste. The ninjas cheered for the first time in battle, and not so soon as the next moment the enemy army gave their own murderous roar and charged. "Prepare to fire," yelled Shisui. The dead charged, uncaring of the numerous traps that shredded them, made them fall into trenches or electrocuted them. There was no emotion or feeling left in them except for the unending desire to kill at their master's command. Ruthlessly they overran the last of the traps and now approached the dense moats surrounding the Uzumaki castle. Hundreds of them jumped into the dangerous waters only to sink instantly as the hidden barriers sucked them deep within. "Set them alight," commanded Shisui. Hundreds of fireballs soared high in the sky from the top of the castle walls before plunging mercilessly into the enemy horde. The screams of hundreds of dead could be heard across the entire island as they were burned alive. Shisui instantly turned towards the upper-level battle stations where some of his best marksmen were waiting. "Namikaze! Fire!" The highly trained marksmen unleashed dozens of volleys of kunai laced with explosives, shredding rows upon rows of enemy forces. "Volley!" yelled Miyami Uzumaki defiantly. The last of the Uzumaki civilian archers raised their weapons and darkened the skies once again before deafening the lands once again through explosions as the arrows went off, killing 1,000 enemy soldiers. Shisui cringed when the enemy had enough and launched their own attack. While most of the projectiles could not scale the high walls, a few launched by the strongest dead warriors scaled the heights. His heart broke when he watched a young girl of 9 get hit by a kunai. The bow in her hand fell as she crashed brutally down the walls. She was not alone in meeting her end, as a dozen men and women joined her in death by falling to their doom on either side of the walls. Steeling himself, Shisui continued commanding his forces and kept on ordering volley after volley of arrows and ninja weapons, shredding as many enemy as he could. But for every 30 the enemy lost, 2 of Shisui's own died as well. He narrowed his eyes when he saw a large horde of enemy forces charge towards the main gate. "Miyami! The gates!" he warned, making the Uzumaki woman realize the threat. "Barrier teams! Brace!" warned Miyami. Majority of the Uzumaki ninjas were dead, thanks to the months of fighting and the series of recent defeats. What few were left were now tasked with maintaining the seals and barriers preventing the enemy from breaching the gates. Itachi, 100 already boasted Takeshi, as he continued launching multiple attacks of shuriken jutsu. 254 answered Itachi calmly, as he shredded another dozen with his kunai. "Smartass," muttered Takeshi glumly, making Shisui chuckle. "Shisui." The captain was alerted by Kagami's warning and his eyes widened as dozens of pillars rose from the earth. It was a clear manipulation of earth style, and every one of them nearly carried 24 enemy warriors on it as they soared higher towards Shisui's fighters. From the corner of his eye, the Uchiha saw some of the pale-eyed bastards standing in the rear ranks with their hands on the ground. "Melee!" ordered Shisui. To his surprise, his childhood friends were the first to react as they all jumped across the wall to land perfectly on the rising earthen pillars. Not even the enemy expected such a suicide move, but Takeshi's blood was up and he roared savagely with his sword, making quick work of enemies around him. Itachi and Kagami were much less vocal in their own battle but were equally ruthless. It brought a thin smile on Shisui's lips despite the fact that he saw nearly a dozen more earthen pillars holding hundreds of enemies rise from the ground to breach his high walls. Bringing his chakra glowing swords forward, he unleashed devastating lightning beams from Dawn and Fury. Each and every one of the earthen pillars was shattered as they were not able to stand the ancient power, sending hundreds of enemies crushing to their deaths again. Even so, the enemy tried their tactic again and again, but the Kingsguard held the line. For the first time, hope was about to surge through the defenders until a familiar roar was heard across the battlefield. Shisui gave out his fiercest battle cry and brought both his swords forward to launch a devastating beam of lightning just in time as the cursed humanoid statue launched its own similar attack. Painful light bathed the entire island, making the dead and living both screech in pain as the two forces of nature collided with each other. Shisui coughed blood as he felt a large chunk of his chakra being consumed by the two holy swords at a rapid pace, but it didn't matter as he saw the enemy attack was neutralized. If possible, the statue became terribly angry. It charged forward with a thunderous roar, uncaring of the fact that it crushed hundreds of its own forces. Many defenders abandoned their posts and fled as they saw the monstrosity headed right for their walls. Every attack they launched never made a scratch and only seemed to make the beast more angrier as it increased its pace. Itama Senju gasped in horror as he saw Shisui charge with his two ancient Uchiha swords. The captain of the Kingsguard army jumped off the high walls to land on one of the elevated earthen pillars. Fearlessly, he hopped across different earthen pillars to charge straight towards the approaching humanoid monster. Three shadows flanked his sides and he quickly tossed one of his holy swords to one of his friends. Together, the four Kingsguard charged fearlessly towards the roaring humanoid monster. Shisui raised dawn, Itachi raised fury, Takeshi unleashed a series of explosives, and Kagami shrouded himself in the chakra flames of the sixth gate. Sons of Indra! Charge! Shisui's ferocious roar resonated across the entire battlefield as the four Kingsguard clashed against the humanoid statue. A blinding light exploded on the darkened island, followed by an inhuman screech. Both armies watched in stunned fascination and horror as Shisui along with Itachi plunged their holy swords into the statue's eyes. Takeshi quickly enshrouded the beast in explosive tags just in time as Kagami roared and connected his brutal kick to the beast's face. Hiruzen watched in awe as the humanoid monster's face cracked slightly as it went sailing through the air. The statue flew away and crashed several hundred feet away, crushing thousands more of its own forces. Its thunderous crash not only shook the land but also the resolve of the enemy army. So frozen were the dead that they were not ready when Indra's four descendants unleashed their rage on them. Fire and blood, roared Shisui. Dawn and fury spewed forth a wave of poisonous and malicious chakra that burned alive any unfortunate soul that got in its way. Kagami descended in the midst of the enemy hordes alongside Takeshi as both warriors started butchering their foes mercilessly. Shisui and Itachi joined their friends and both warriors unleashed a genjutsu shrouding the battlefield in grim darkness. The dead screamed as they were killed by the hundreds. For the first time, panic and confusion spread across the enemy force, which only exploded tenfold when the crashed humanoid statue's face developed several more cracks before it vanished in a puff of smoke. The ninja defenders could only watch in stunned fascination as the legions of dead ran. Cheers and relieved cries were heard across the entire castle as every defender watched the enemy break ranks and retreat hurriedly. Their eyes narrowed down on the four young boys that were soaked in blood and guts, their blood-stained swords the only support holding their panting forms standing. Shisui grimly smiled as he watched their enemies run for their lives, having lost thousands in their failed attempt to breach the Uzumaki castle. But the smile vanished and was replaced by fear when the ground again trembled. A monstrous red-haired monkey and a menacing white horse appeared in a puff of smoke. The thing both beasts had in common, apart from their demonic eyes and stained skin full of seals, was one dangerous factor. 4 and 5 tails respectively. Tailed beasts, said Takeshi nervously. Now we know what happened to some of the fox's kin, realized Itachi grimly. What do we do? Asked Kagami seriously. They got their answer when they saw Itama Senju and Miyami Uzumaki jump from the high castle walls, both warriors already performing a set of hand seals. Summoning jutsu. 4 giant toads dressed in battle armor and carrying heavy swords and shields appeared on the battlefield with Itama sitting on top of the tallest and strongest one. Miyami Uzumaki was also sitting atop a dangerous crab summon. Hop on, yelled Itama with a grin. Shisui brought forth his own raven and climbed atop while ordering his fellow Uchiha to join Itama's 3 vacant toads. They all quickly mounted their beasts and saw the twin-tailed beasts forming a dangerous ball of chakra. Biju Dama, brace, warned Miyami Uzumaki in alarm, her hands already flowing through a set of hand seals. 2 massive tailed beast bombs flew straight at the castle, but the Uzumaki woman was well prepared as she clasped her hands together after finishing her hand seals. Sealing style, vanishing barrier. A strange vacuum-shaped barrier rose in between the path of the biju and absorbed them completely. Just when Shisui was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Miyami flicked her wrists and pointed her palms straight at the tailed beasts. His eyes widened when the vacuum-shaped barrier appeared in front of the two stunned beasts, and from them emerged two biju. The tailed beasts were shrouded in their own attacks, and thousands of dead warriors around them were vaporized instantly as the biju went off. The gigantic beast screamed, which earned a grim smile from Shisui as he looked at his comrades. Never underestimate an Uzumaki. Charge! Take them head on, commanded the Kingsguard captain. The summoned creatures and their riders charged as one towards the recovering tailed beasts. The dead legions took several steps back on watching the monstrous toads and crab coming towards them. Just when they were about to jump on the tailed beasts, a white flash happened. Shisui flinched when the White Queen appeared again with murder in her eyes. Shinra Tensai. He barely managed to jump off his raven and avoided being hit by that invisible force. Unfortunately, his friends and comrades were not so lucky and took the full brunt of the attack, making them go flying away. Shisui grunted as he crashed on the ground and felt the bitter sound of bones cracking. Regardless, he painfully got to his feet with Dawn in his hands and found himself facing the enemy queen. He fell to his knees when that inhuman killing intent washed over him like a tidal wave. A painful scream escaped his lips as he felt his darkest fears and nightmares coming to life. So much death, despair and suffering. He could not rise, he didn't want to rise. The urge to fall and end this misery spread through his heart. He saw the queen walk towards him and her strange eyes held in them a victorious look. It made her even more surprised when the bone-shaped spear that she tried to stab her foe with was blocked. She dodged the lethal slash aimed at her throat and could not help but watch Shisui in morbid curiosity. Very few could resist her power, for him to even be able to stand pointed towards an iron will. "Why are you killing my people?" demanded Shisui, even as he fought a duel against the strange but beautiful woman. Despite all his talents and experience, Shisui felt he was being mocked as his opponent evaded his attacks with childish ease and made it look as if she was toying with him. "Humanity is not my enemy. It never was, but shinobi are," answered the queen. "Who are you?" asked Shisui hesitantly. "The one that holds the divine soul of the almighty goddess within herself. I am her vessel, and through me she shall rule once more." Shisui was brought to his knees when a monstrous beam of chakra was released by the queen, which spread across the skies. "Instead of a foolish king, you will have a queen." Shisui trembled as he recognized the demonic face that spread across the skies. He had read about her once, and the image matched exactly with the one mentioned in the ancient Uchiha scriptures. Dark and beautiful. Stronger than any being on this earth. Kaguya's Otsutsuki's demonic face terrified Shisui to his very core as every part of his body trembled under the crushing power that washed over him, threatening to crush him like an insect. "All shall love and fear her." The queen's eyes widened and the image of Kaguya shattered in the skies when a beam of energy was unleashed from Dawn and hit the woman head on. The wounded tailed beasts vanished and the army of dead froze as their queen was sent flying away. Shisui lost his grip on Dawn as the sword burned up with such energy, unleashing a wave of monstrous chakra that literally set aflame thousands of enemy soldiers unfortunate enough to be near it. Shisui saw the image of an older version of Naruto emerge from the sword and glow so brightly that it nearly rendered him blind. The ethereal being glowed in pure chakra that was so full of light and darkness. His menacing red eyes glaring murderously at the White Queen. A beam of chakra was unleashed by the mighty warrior that hit the White Queen, making her scream in agony as she was sent flying away once again. The armies of dead recklessly charged towards the ethereal man in a desperate attempt to save their queen, only to be sent flying away as the simmering Uchiha launched a massive shockwave before his form vanished. The warrior vanished away, leaving Dawn behind. But the damage was done. Thousands of enemy warriors were slaughtered. The enemy queen was howling in pure agony as she was dragged away with her army retreating alongside her. Shisui gingerly grasped the ancient weapon of the Uchiha as his friends came around him. Their faces as pale as him, for they all could still not believe what they just saw. "Was that?" asked Takeshi. "Yes," answered Itachi. Shisui had always wondered as to why strange phenomenon always kept on happening around Naruto. The first being the incident when the night he became a kinslayer, the entire Uchiha temple and those in it had burned to death except for Naruto. The second was the time when the soul-stealing purple dragon launched by the humanoid statue that had killed every ninja that came in its way was not able to kill the king. Sure, the king was wounded and might not survive his injuries, but his soul was not sucked away. Looking at Dawn, Shisui now knew the reason behind those strange happenings. "My lord Indra, you have not abandoned your sons." Shisui came running out of the keep when he heard the news. The last remnants of civilians and surviving fighters were already being loaded on the final ships that were leaving Uzu. They might have managed to repel the enemy once, but they would come back again, and this time the ninjas did not have the strength to stop them. The castle walls were crumbling, and if that monstrous statue alongside the tailed beasts in the enemy's possession launched an attack, then it would all be over in moments. What had broken Shisui's heart was the fact that there was not enough room on the ships left for him to take everyone. It was why he was even more heartbroken when he watched the last surviving Senju and Uzumaki warriors solemnly marching towards the castle gates under the command of one leader. "Itama! Stop!" commanded Shisui. The Kingsguard member approached the Senju warrior mounted atop a smaller version of his toad battle partner. On seeing him approach, Hashirama's youngest sibling gave him a small smile. "You cannot do this, Itama. You are the queen's brother, I forbid you," said Shisui fiercely, as his friends and fellow Uchiha came around him. "There is not enough room for us all on the ships, Captain. Besides, someone needs to hold the enemy back for our people to escape," explained Itama patiently. "Then I will stay." "You are too valuable to sacrifice your life here," said Shisui seriously. "No. You are a good leader, Captain. The men need you, and I don't think our king will survive if he wakes up only to see another one of his loved ones dead. There was once a time when I used to be afraid of battles, afraid of leading my men, but fighting alongside you all gave me courage and the confidence I lacked my entire life," explained Itama proudly. "Don't do this, Itama. Your sister and brothers need you," pleaded Kagami, earning a bittersweet smile from the Senju. "They will understand my desire to defend this nation till the end. This is the home of the Uzumaki and Senju as well, the land of my grandmother. I will gladly give my life to defend it and our people," said Itama honestly. Shisui opened his lips, but no words came out when he saw the look in Itama's eyes. The bitter truth of not being in any position to save everyone, the hard fact that someone had to stay behind to keep the enemy at bay haunted his heart. For all his desire to stop this, he knew Itama was a fine leader, having proven himself on various battlefields. Most of all, every Senju and Uzumaki had great pride in their eyes as they followed after their young leader in their final battle. No other man could lead these brave men and women better in this hour than Itama. "Our people love you, Itama. They shall never forget the sacrifice of you and your men," promised Shisui. Itama's eyes slightly widened when he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi kneel before him with tears in his eyes. The young monkey offered him a final salute, which Itama returned with a nod. His comrades were also stunned when every Uchiha, Namikaze, Sarutobi, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Aburame and other fighters knelt. They all offered the marching warriors a final salute. A faint smile came on Itama's lips. All his life he had been doubted by people, he was not as strong as his siblings and had always lacked in leading their people. But now in this final hour, he had earned the genuine respect from not just his own people but former foes as well. His sacrifice would only serve to make these ties of blood more stronger between their people. He looked at his 600 men that had decided to follow him and steeled himself when they all gave him a nod. The gates of the castle opened up, and in the faraway distance could be seen the disturbing presence of the regrouping enemy army. Shisui watched Itama mounted on his toad cross the gates with his men. When the final warrior stepped outside, Itama, who was at the lead of the small force, heard the sound of gates closing. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his sword as his toad summon enlarged itself to its original size. 2 more large battle toads carrying Senju riders marched alongside him. Itama summoned forth another army of smaller toads, and soon enough his small force was mounted atop the reptile species. He raised his sword high in the air as his warriors aligned themselves around him with their battle toads. "For family. For duty. For honor." The Uzumaki roared in approval when he said their clan's prized words. With a resigned smile, Itama glanced at his own Senju clansmen and saw them grimly smiling at him. This time, his roar was joined by them all and resonated across the entire island of Uzu. "Ours is the fury." One of the Otsutsuki warriors came forward towards the front lines. He narrowed his eyes on seeing a small force of Senjus and Uzumaki warriors mounted atop battle toads charging towards their army. He raised his hand commanding the disorganized army of dead to reform their lines. His eyes zeroed down on the form of the young boy charging atop the largest toad. Flags and banners of antlers, dragons and whirlpools were fluttering high in the sky. The wounded enemy queen snarled in rage on seeing the approaching ninja force. Getting to her feet, she stared at the one leading this last charge. A battle cry left her lips. A few miles off the coast of Uzu stood a lone figure on the deck of the last ship retreating away from the ruined islands. Shisui watched a monstrous explosion akin to a biju dama envelop the island of Uzu. A lone tear fell down his cheeks. And his world turned red. Chapter 30. Remembrance. Land of Fire Den Nara had always perceived the Uchiha to be a fierce and cold-hearted clan. Even their pride and arrogance were as famous as their legendary power. What he had never seen before was a broken dragon. It was the sight that greeted him and Sakumo along with their hundreds ninjas as they watched a frozen Tajima standing at the banks of the Naka River holding 2 jars in his hands. 2 jars that contain the destruction of the man's family and that of the Land of Fire. The king is dead. Sakumo's sad but firm declaration was met with many looks of despair and anxiety. Since the last few days, they had started receiving thousands of Uzumaki refugees that were being evacuated by Naruto. Tajima had been confused as to why his son would decide to help a clan that was never an ally of the Uchiha. But knowing the boy's kindness, it was something that he could possibly be moved to do. However, when the Uzumaki survivors mentioned the horrors destroying their homeland and most importantly the defeat of King Naruto, the Uchiha clan head had not believed them. Up until the point where hundreds of jars containing ashes of fallen Uchiha warriors reached the fire capital, and in them were those of King Naruto and Naori Uchiha. The fact that they were sent by none other than Shisui Uchiha along with a somber letter left little doubt as to the fact that the Uzumaki were telling the truth. The Otsutsuki were back with an army of dead intent on destroying the world of men. And they had killed the Dragon King. Naruto was the only reason the former enemy ninja clans were staying united. Now with most of the elite Kingsguard warriors wiped out and the king dead, the alliances were on the brink of destruction. The Uchiha were badly hit as many of their elite fighters had went with their king only to come back in ashes with him and Naori. Now, an ancient enemy was marching towards the Land of Fire, with few reports even saying that they had already started attacking the coastal cities and villages. With no news of Madara or even the queen, Tajima was the last capable and official leader left behind by the deceased king to defend their homeland. The said man was not loved by many because of his ruthlessness, but he was feared too. Den and Sakumo stepped towards the veteran Uchiha knowing they had to keep this peace standing until at least Madara or the queen arrived with their armies. It could also spark another war since the Uchihas would now want Madara to rule since his brother was dead. The Senjus however were not entirely comfortable with Madara and would likely push for Tsunade to rule since she was the deceased king's widow. It could very well start another bitter civil war. Lord Tajima, said Sakumo gently, and saw the man still staring at the 2 jars of ashes with a broken gaze. The Naka River has always been the final burial site for my ancestors. My father's and his father's before him, my 3 sons and my siblings. They all lie here, whispered Tajima, his voice heavy with regret and sadness. Now it shall be the grave of my last sister and my 4th son. Sakumo placed a hand on the man's shoulder, knowing very well how Tajima felt since Sakumo's eldest son had died a few weeks ago protecting his Hokage. It had consumed Sakumo with grief. Even if they were shinobi and he had 2 more children still alive, that pain had threatened to consume him. Tajima might have committed many heinous acts in his life, but so had the other clan heads. It was the nature of shinobi, but Sakumo could only imagine the pain of the Uchiha, for he had now lost his 4th son. A child he had a stormy relationship with, but one who had also made Tajima most proud. If it was not enough, Tajima's last surviving sibling whom he had loved more than anyone else had also perished. The gods have seen fit to punish me with these dark days. That I should live to see the fall of my house, my family, said Tajima sadly. Their deaths were not your fault, Lord Tajima consoled Den. Tears fell from the old Uchiha's eyes as he saw the jar containing the ashes of his son. His youngest child had been the most loyal and best member of their clan, raising it to powers even Tajima never dreamed of. Izuna and Naruto were the last remnants of his dead wife, and now they were both gone. No father should have to bury his sons. Sakumo had to grab the broken man as tears slipped from his eyes. Tajima clutched the 2 jars deep in his chest as he fell to his knees. Heavy sobs wrecked his body as memories of Naruto and Naori passed through his heart. Den and the ninjas could only watch the Uchiha head wallow in grief and misery as he poured the ashes into the river with Sakumo's help. Even the most bitter enemies of the Uchiha remained silent, having also lost loved ones to this war. They all knew that the enemy was now marching towards them with a very large force. Possibly more than 150,000 strong if Shisui's report was correct. In comparison to that, they barely had 10,000 men, and those 2 were not the best fighters of each clan. Tajima remained standing on the bank watching the last ashes of his family being carried away. His hands were clenched shut and so were his eyes. He could feel the anxiety and fear burning within the men, with no one knowing for certain what course of action they were supposed to take. Den blinked when Tajima swiftly turned around. Grief and pain still coursed through his dark eyes, but there was also a fierce hate along with grim determination present in them. Our king is gone, but we are not. The Otsutsuki took everything from us. They want to destroy our people, our homes, our lives, but we will not let that happen, declared Tajima fiercely. Sakumo and many others were surprised by the declaration, but they would be lying if they were not relieved to see the cold determination in the Uchiha leader's eyes. The Hatake and Nara leaders quickly stepped behind Tajima as the man swiftly starting walking towards the capital. We will stop those bastards for as long as we can until our armies return home, decided Tajima. He cast one look at Sakumo, making the man stand even more straighter. Muster the army at Castle Tsukiyomi. As many men of fighting age, ninjas and civilians both. You have 3 days, ordered Tajima. Sakumo swiftly nodded and hurried off with several ninjas to carry out the orders, making Tajima turn towards the other clan head. Prepare the capital for a siege and hoard provisions so that we can shelter as many of our people behind the city's walls if the enemy overruns us, instructed Tajima. Our people? Asked Den with a wry smile, earning a grim stare from Tajima. My son and my sister died for the world of men. I shall see to it that their sacrifice didn't go in vain. For the second time in his life, an Uchiha had defied Den's expectations. He nodded at Tajima's resolution and decided to carry out his orders. The matter of succession would be a point of contention in the future, but for now humanity had to unite against an army of dead led by the Otsutsuki. He watched Tajima stand in front of the ninjas and looked them all straight in the eye. Warriors of fire. We march to war. A thunderous roar of battle cries was unleashed at Tajima's statement as ninjas from various clans and even civilian fighters raised their swords. The last of the defenders, the final wall between death and their people. We march to death. Coast of Land of Lightning. After several days of travel, Itachi caught sight of land for the first time. It elicited a wave of cheers from the men on the ship even as he approached their leader. You think we'll find them in time? Asked Itachi hesitantly. We have to. Otherwise our king won't survive his physical wounds, replied Shisui resolutely. We still don't have any idea about his mental state. For all we know his mind may have already left his body, pointed Itachi. It was a bitter fact but one not out of the realm of possibilities. Shisui grimaced knowing his friend was right, but he just could not believe that their king was gone. Let us hope the queen and Lord Hashirama can get him back on his feet, said Itachi hopefully, earning a nod from his friend. He saw Shisui was still wallowing in guilt, and rightly so, for he had sent all the surviving Uzumaki and the remaining Kingsguard forces to the Land of Fire, only leaving a handful men and Mito to carry Naruto to the Land of Lightning, where they had received information that their main army was currently stationed. The enemy had been ruthlessly pursuing them on sea for every day, and they had to leave many civilian ships behind when they were not able to escape quickly. It only added to their list of failures, along with thousands of more dead to the enemy army. For some reason, the Otsutsuki desperately wanted Naruto dead, which had forced Shisui to risk a costly diversion at the price of many warriors and civilians. Their small ship had escaped in the chaos, and by making all the Kingsguard survivors and Uzumaki go the Land of Fire, they had essentially directed a large chunk of enemy forces in that direction. To make things more safer, Shisui and Itachi deliberately spread rumors of Naruto's passing among the Uzumaki survivors, so that in the case if the enemy had spies in the mainlands, then they would focus on the Land of Fire and other areas first, leaving them alone. It was a heartless move, but one necessary for the survival of their king. Both boys could only imagine the grief it would have caused Lord Tajima knowing that his sister and son both died. Not to mention hundreds of Uchiha. However, their duty was now first towards their king and then to their clan. Shisui had no doubt the enemy had spies in the mainlands that were providing them critical information, and if that was the case, then he was definitely expecting the possibility of another attack. Lord Hashirama and Tsunade had the main army of the Land of Fire under their command. If they managed to defeat the samurai nation, then it was now possibly the largest force of fighters left in the world. The enemy would surely try to wipe them out while also focusing on destroying the Land of Fire. Not only destroying the most powerful nation in the world sent a message, but it would also bolster the ranks of the army of dead tremendously and nearly destroy the morale of the ninja forces if their home was destroyed. Shisui did not know what the future held for them, but unless Madara came back from the Land of Wind with his forces, assuming he had any left or was not defeated or ambushed, then Lord Tajima was the last line of defense for their people. Land of Wind. Tobirama deflected a sword strike aimed at his neck and used the momentary opening to drive his lightning sword clean through the man's heart. As his enemy coughed blood and fell, he was assaulted by the overwhelming battlecry resonated across the battlefield. The first Hokage. The first Hokage. The first Hokage. Madara charged through several ranks of enemy forces with his sword, making quick work of any warrior that got in his way. The poor bastards never had a chance thanks to this Sharingan predicting their every move. He grabbed a nearby warrior and slapped explosives on his body before throwing him in a group of his own comrades, watching them be shred to pieces. From the skies, he saw Rei unleash a powerful barrage of explosives, destroying scores of enemy. If that was not enough, the remaining Namikaze were firing volley after volley of precise kunai and shuriken strikes, thinning out enemy forces at an alarming pace. On the other side of the battlefield, Sasuke Sarutobi was wreaking havoc with his gigantic monkey summon. While on the left flank, Tobirama demolished his enemies brutally. Madara grinned when he saw another large wave of enemies charging towards him. Judging from their attire, these were ninjas from the land of Earth. He defiantly charged towards them and was not surprised when Danzo, Kakashi and Mikoto joined him along with several more Uchiha. The heat of the desert didn't bother them, nor did the treacherous sand. The enemy might have been able to mount up a powerful defense had his forces not descended down on them so suddenly that half their forces were butchered before they could even yell out the first scream. The Earth ninjas gave out a battle cry expecting a brutal close-quarter combat and were terribly alarmed when the men led by the Hokage quickly performed a set of hand seals. Fire style, fire tornado. One of the disadvantages of fighting in the desert was the fact that the Earth ninjas had no mud or stone to use for their ninjutsu. That was not the case for the sand ninjas who were used to fighting in this environment, but they were too few to begin with, leaving the Earth ninjas to do the heavy fighting. Madara watched in satisfaction as the Earth ninjas panicked on seeing the massive wave of fire being unleashed at them at such close quarters. Half of them tried to run, few tried to unleash water jutsu, but there was hardly any source of water nearby and none of them were powerful enough like Tobirama, who could gather water from the air itself. It was no wonder when all 200 of them were incinerated and died in agony. He glanced at Tobirama as the Senju came near him. Watching the remnants of the once 30,000 strong enemy army being reduced to half their number and surrendering quickly was a satisfying sight. Not that those sand and earth buggers had any chance, with most of their leaders murdered by Madara and Tobirama. A small smile came upon Tobirama's lips as his thoughts went back to the conversation shared between him and Madara. Flashback. Tobirama and Madara stood alone in the Hokage's tent observing the map of the Land of Wind. The Senju could not help but steal occasional glances at the older Uchiha. After their encounter against the Kaguya and suffering heavy casualties, he had expected their army to fall apart. He was proved wrong when a grim-faced Madara woke up the next day and took charge again. Contrary to his expectations, Madara personally made sure the dead from all clans received proper burials as per their clan's traditions. Madara had consoled those who had lost friends and loved ones, visited the injured and thanked them for their bravery, and in doing so he had not shown discrimination between anyone. Those warriors still fit enough to fight were given a straightforward speech by Madara regarding the importance of their campaign and how despite their losses they had to link up with Sasuke Sarutobi's forces and defeat the combined ninja armies of the Land of Wind and Earth. It was the first time Tobirama had seen Madara actually rise to the task of a leader. He never thought the Uchiha had it in him, but Madara had developed a strange streak of proving Tobirama's expectations wrong again and again. A fact which baffled the white-haired Senju. The enemy has 30,000 forces under their command. They have divided their forces equally and stationed them in two important cities here and here, pointed Madara. Those locations are heavily defended and traveling there alone will wipe out more than half of our supplies. Our troops are not used to fighting in that terrain and it is very likely sand ninjas will ambush us all the way using the desert as their weapon, said Tobirama worriedly. Then we need to force them to get into open combat with us, suggested Madara. How? Questioned Tobirama. The enemy knew they had the advantage and unless drastic measures forced them to move they were not going to take such a risk. Take 2 small companies of the best water ninjutsu specialists from our forces. Take this dam and stop water supply to this city held by majority of the Land of Wind's forces, directed Madara shrewdly. They'll come back in full force and retake the dam back. I won't have enough men to stop them, pointed Tobirama, and was not relieved when he saw Madara give him a grim look. When that happens, destroy the dam. Tobirama froze. His wide eyes stared at the large dam which held almost 50% of water for the Land of Wind. Destroying it would not only make the nation literally bleed to death, but also wipe out the largest city nearest to the dam where most of the Land of Wind's forces were currently stationed. It would also wipe out thousands of civilians. Even for ninjas this was a drastic step and the collateral damage would be massive, but on the other hand Madara did not have enough men to defeat the enemy in combat on their own turf. Even their army's morale was currently low and they had suffered many casualties. With the majority of sand fighters wiped out, the warriors from Land of Earth would be left alone to deal with the armies from the Land of Fire. Those stone fighters were the most hot-headed race of the world and a properly placed challenge would have them charging like stupid donkeys. "Are you sure about this?" asked Tobirama seriously. He was not averse to doing dark things if it helped in saving the lives of his people, but Madara needed to understand that as the leader of this army he would not be judged favorably by history if he did this. The Uchiha gave a grim smile. A Hokage protects his people from all enemies in whatever way he can. I bear this burden so my people don't have to. It is my duty. Tobirama watched the Hokage walk away in silence and could not help the grim but small smile that came on his lips. Flashback end. Nights in the desert were truly one of the most unique and beautiful phenomenon Tobirama had ever witnessed. The sight of their people cheering and dancing over their victory also added to his joy. Madara's brutal plan had worked. Tobirama, acting on the Hokage's orders, stormed the dam and took it from the small company of sand ninjas defending it. They had never expected such an attack and had actually thought Madara would foolishly siege the two cities where the main enemy armies were stationed. When the dam fell, the sand ninjas in the city panicked and rushed to take it back. Tobirama and his men held it for as long as possible and then at the last second destroyed it completely and flooded thousands of kilometers of land, wiping out half of the enemy's joint army in a massive wave. Tobirama and his soldiers would have themselves died in the flood had Rei Namikaze and her clansmen not waiting to evacuate them on eagles. The Namikaze female had made a terrific recovery from her grave wounds thanks to Tobirama's help, and she had been most eager to return the Senju's favor by saving his life. With the Suna forces mostly wiped out, the Earth ninjas panicked and some carefully timed crass words from Madara had the fools charging stupidly out of their well-defended city walls. Tobirama and Madara had made sure to defeat them thoroughly, which marked the complete victory of their nation over the Land of Wind and Earth. After their initial losses against the Kaguya, it was a much-needed victory which boosted the morale tremendously. In the campaign, they had lost 2,000 more fighters, but compared to the enemy which lost close to 17,000, mostly in the flood, 4,000 injured, 8,500 prisoners and remaining fleeing away, it was a small price. Civilian casualties were in thousands, as many had drowned in the massive flood, but Tobirama wrote it off as bad effects of war. Anybody who believed wars were won without any dark actions were utter fools. No. He was not prepared for the anguish scream that escaped from Madara's tent. Alarmed, the Senju dashed towards the Hokage's location, as did many of the other ninjas. When they began their campaign, Tobirama had hated Madara, thinking the man not capable of leading their army. But Madara had proved him wrong and did everything necessary, including taking harsh steps to protect the lives of their people. It had earned the Uchiha a grudging respect in Tobirama's heart, enough to make him worried, as that painful scream was definitely Madara's. When his group reached the location, they barely saw Madara storm away from them furiously. Darkness and hatred were resonating from the man in waves, making many ninjas scramble for cover. But what shocked Tobirama were the tears falling from Madara's eyes as he dashed away towards the outskirts of their camp. Madara was many things but an emotional man? He was not. The fact that such a hardened warrior was reduced to tears after such a splendid victory he had achieved made Tobirama gulp. He gestured the others to wait outside as he entered the tent and saw an unconscious messenger lying on the ground. The man must have instantly passed out under Madara's explosion of anger. The Uchiha could be really scary when he was angered, and his killing intent was not something even Tobirama could dismiss. He narrowed his eyes as he saw an abandoned letter lying idly in the middle of the tent not far from the messenger's unconscious form. Hesitantly, he stepped forward and picked it up, only to have his world shattered. The king is dead. Tobirama could barely believe what he just read, which forced him to quickly read the rest of the letter, which detailed the king's campaign to rescue Uzu, which was being attacked by Otsutsuki. There were mentions of the army of dead, the cursed statue, and a list of important leaders who had died there alongside their leader. One of them took away Tobirama's breath. Tears came in his eyes as he gingerly touched the name so dear to him written on a piece of parchment. Itama Senju. His cheeks were stained with his tears as the cursed letter crumbled to dust in his hand. Anger and pain flooded his veins, his hands shook terribly as memory of a young boy dutifully following him around came back to haunt him. For years, he had encouraged the boy that he had the capability to become a good leader. In the end, Itama proved him right, but at the cost of his life. The whispers in his head and the darkness on his chest started to spread rapidly as Tobirama was consumed in his grief and misery. He sat in the empty white plains bound within the unbreakable cage. The aura of cold, death and doom infested the air. The visage of his lonely presence sitting in a chair, the only thing of notice in this empty existence. Time and reality had lost meaning, making him clueless, but he didn't care. All he could think, all he could feel, all he could see was hate. It burned through every inch of his broken form, sucking away every last ounce of emotion. Yet it also made him stronger, it fueled his anger and desire for retaliation. He remembered feeling like this a long time ago, and even then this feeling had been small compared to what he felt right now. He had tried to get out of the cage only to fail again and again. The cage was strong and not possible to break no matter how hard he tried. But it would not stop him. It might take years, generations or eternity itself, but he would get out one day and then he would burn them all. The field of white twisted into shades of red, and in the high sky he saw a dark moon staring down at him. It's powerful, isn't it? He blinked on seeing another presence appear in this pointless existence for the first time. The man was older than him, but what disturbed him was the fact that he looked exactly like an older version of him, with a few minor details being different. What do you feel after what you just went through? Asked the man. Did you put me in here? Demanded the prisoner, his dark red eyes narrowing dangerously, but it only earned a smirk from his visitor. Yes. To save your life once again, just as I did years ago. His eyes widened on hearing the man make that claim. For years, he had wondered as to why he was almost immune to fire, and now he had his answer. You are like me in many ways, and in others you aren't, commented the man nostalgically. I know you now, replied the prisoner, receiving a grim nod from the older man. That you do now, my son, said the older man, but was surprised when he received a cold look at his last statement. You are not my father, spat the prisoner bitterly. The older man laughed. Hate clouds your mind and emotions, just like it did to me once, it still does. But you, your father, and his fathers before him all came through me. Your people remember me just as your descendants will remember you long after you have passed from this world, said the man sagely. Indra. Naruto. Both Uchihas stared at each other, trying to discern all they could about the other. For Indra, the boy was an anomaly. He had accomplished all Indra had ever desired and expected from his descendants, yet he had also refused to make sure his descendants stooped to their rightful place and instead gave them power as his equals. Am I dead? Asked Naruto seriously. Do you want to be? Countered Indra, considering the boy's past he would not be surprised if he wanted that after what happened. In some ways, Naruto was too fragile, like Ashura had been. No. Why? Questioned Indra, now intrigued by the level of anger he saw in the boy's eyes. They took something from me. Someone who meant the world to me, and they murdered her. They butchered my people, I will see to it that they all die screaming in agony. I'll bring fire and blood to their lands, to their people, and destroy everything they ever held dear, promised Naruto vengefully. A ghost of smile came upon Indra's lips as he felt pride swell within him on hearing those words. He had expected the boy to fall apart and not be capable of bearing the loss of a loved one, but Naruto was like him in many ways. Instead of drowning in grief, he was being consumed in hate and the desire to burn alive those who had hurt him. The boy had almost restricted himself to foolish morals his entire life, but now the cracks were wide open for Indra to see. There would be many among your people who will use your recent defeats to overthrow you, warned Indra, aware of the treacherous nature of shinobi. If possible, the intensity of the boy's dark red eyes doubled. Then they shall burn. Indra was satisfied with that answer as he approached the boy's cage. The Uchihas are the rightful ruler of the world, King Naruto. It is your responsibility to see that our line continues its dominance over the world of men. Those whom you call allies might support you, but they will always need a reminder as to never cross the dragon, explained Indra. I will butcher every last Otsutsuki from this earth, declared Naruto, earning a nod from Indra. I will help you in that. The one who killed your beloved aunt is Kaguya's third son. But he's not their leader, revealed Indra. Then who is? Asked Naruto seriously. Her name is Hinata Otsutsuki. Before my father and his brother defeated Kaguya, the mad bitch created a woman in her image that inherited most of her powers. She was made with the sole intention of becoming Kaguya's vessel once the mad bitch was revived, explained Indra, his hatred for the cursed woman clear for Naruto to see. How did Kaguya's son and her clone daughter survive for so long? Questioned Naruto, making Indra grimace. My father once told me that an average Otsutsuki could live for at least 3,000 years. The stronger ones even longer. Originally they never even originated on Earth but somewhere else in this vast universe. They are creatures that need energy like chakra to survive and consume every world that has that power before moving on to their next meal. Apparently, Kaguya was tired of that practice and broke away from her kind and settled on this planet. In the beginning, she had good intentions and a desire to protect humanity and this planet from getting destroyed by her people. But she was a frightened woman who always dreaded that one day her kind would come and destroy everything she held dear. It drove her to gather more and more power until she finally became insane and thought herself to be a god. "Stupid bitch," explained Indra bitterly. "She was your grandmother and you were not exactly the paragon of sanity," rebuked Naruto playfully, taking great comfort when Indra glared at him. "I'd watch your tone, boy. I saved your life by trapping your soul in your body, otherwise you'd be Dragon Chew by now," warned Indra, projecting a great portion of his power to make the boy cower. He was mildly surprised when Naruto gave him a cold look. "Death does not scare me, Indra. All men must die someday, but your self-interests lie in my survival, so your threat is useless," countered Naruto coolly. He was waiting for Indra to be outraged and was surprised when the Uchiha founder gave him a cold but proud smile. "I made the right choice when I chose you to be my successor in this era. You are not just a dumb powerhouse like your brother, or a cunning but less powerful man like your father. You have both those traits and it is why I will not let you die if I can help it," said Indra honestly. "I'll say this once, so listen carefully. Don't ever insult my family. They may not be what you want them to be, but they are my blood. Cross them and you cross me," warned Naruto icily. Unknown to the king, a wave of sadness and nostalgia washed over the Uchiha founder as he remembered a young boy just like the one standing before him now. That boy too had loved his brother and father dearly once, only to have them betray him. "Then I hope your family does not end the way mine did," whispered Indra. Naruto's anger lessened as he realized what Indra must be feeling. It raised a question in his mind. "Why did you try to revive the 10 Tails?" Indra clenched his fists as a wave of anger washed over him. "With my powers I tried to defeat my brother and father, but they were too strong with the help of their supporters. They destroyed my allies until I barely had any left. Defeat was staring at me, and in that dark time a foul creature full of malice and hatred whispered in my ear. Zetsu was his name, another foul creation of Kaguya before her defeat. The bastard convinced me that reviving the 10 Tails would give me enough power to defeat my family and take what was mine. Truthfully, the idea was not bad. Dangerous, yes, because it was no easy task to control that beast, but with my Mangekyo Sharingan I could do it. I captured the tailed beasts one after another except for the Kyuubi who always evaded my grasp, but still I managed to capture a large portion of his chakra, which was enough to at least revive the 10 Tails at half power." Indra paused, and if possible his fists clenched even more tightly, and there was unmistakable sadness visible in his eyes. Something which Naruto didn't fail to miss. "Something went wrong," deduced the king, making his ancestor nod solemnly. "I was betrayed. Hinata and Kimimaro Otsutsuki had been waiting for me to revive the 10 Tails, and when everything was in place, they attacked me with full force of their power and supporters. I fought them for 7 days and lost 5 of my sons and hundreds of my last supporters in those battles. In a desperate move, I sent my eldest son Indra away so that my line would at least survive, and gave him Dawn, which I had made through a foreign metal that Kaguya had brought with her from her homeworld, and fused it with the Juubi statue's chakra. Indranil also had a small portion of that metal, and in the future he made the sword Fury, albeit with the less powerful chakra of the other tailed beasts. When my end was near, my family came to fight," explained Indra. "They came to help you after all that had happened?" asked Naruto in surprise, but could also understand why. No matter the differences between him and Madara, they were always brothers. Apparently, Indra and Ashura were not much different, if the older Uchiha's sad smile was any proof. "It was at Ashura's insistence and my father's desire to stop the 10 Tails from being born. Together with the Kyuubi, we fought the Otsutsuki. It was a bitter battle and many of our supporters died. Victory was near until Hinata almost killed my brother. I gave my life to save his own," whispered Indra, earning a surprised look from his descendant. "Indra. I was better than my brother at everything, yet people always loved him more. Neither of us cared about that. We both had seen in our lives that humans understood authority very well. Allow them too much freedom and they would show their hidden animal, and the only way to keep it in check was establishing order with an iron fist. The burden of leadership is not easy to bear and always isolated the ones tasked to carry it. Ashura understood at once and promised to support me when my time came to replace our father. And then," said Indra bitterly, as his entire body shook with rage as he remembered what happened after. Then he betrayed you by siding with your father, deduced Naruto, earning a nod from Indra. Ashura always held that old man in a higher pedestal than me. His words were like gold, and the final command for Ashura, he was foolish enough to buy into the old man's bullshit that love and cooperation was enough to keep the peace? In a way they were just as delusional, or perhaps mad, like Kaguya, spat Indra furiously. Naruto winced but could not help but agree. Humanity, even before the emergence of shinobi, were certainly not a peaceful race. Men were ambitious, and it was not bad if it didn't go out of control. Sadly, humanity did not like to be bound, and most of the time had to be controlled by firm authority, or it would have destroyed itself with the sheer level of chaos and anarchy they would wreak on each other. Ambition was good and even needed, but humans needed moderation as well, to a certain degree. And that certainly was not going to be achieved by something childish like love. Ashura forgot everything we once promised each other. It was supposed to be him and me against the world, bringing order to the world of men. But he betrayed me, defied me, mocked me with his childish ideologies. He brought his doom upon himself with his treason, but I loved him, Naruto. I always loved him, whispered Indra. Naruto could not help but feel Indra's sadness and anger. His emotions were so raw and open for him to feel, and it made him angry at Kurama. The fox had told him a very biased account of the first war for Dawn. Kurama never failed to mention Indra's mistakes, but never mentioned the fact that Indra, for all his hate, gave his life for his brother. It did not lessen his crimes, but it surely did not make him the monster Kurama said he was. Indra was a powerful man with his shortcomings, and in some ways he had been right. His methods to attain leadership might have been misguided or even wrong, but Naruto could not help but wonder how the world would have been had Indra succeeded. My father also died stopping the Otsutsuki. He was very old by then, and that allowed those bastards to slip away, but before he died he again created a rift that continued the war that ended when you became king. Before I died, I had seen in Ashura's eyes the desire to end this feud between us. He would have even accepted my son Indranil as the one true leader until my father instructed him not to. Ashura knew he had the power to end our civil war, yet he chose to again obey that old fool and follow his wishes. He died very shortly, consumed by grief as my sons and his sons tore each other apart, spat Indra furiously. Is that why you don't want me to trust the Senjus? Asked Naruto cautiously. Hashirama is the reincarnation of my brother and is more like him than I would like. He is someone whom you can trust to a degree, there may be some more like him in that family. But never trust the Senjus blindly. If arrogance and pride is the weakness of Uchiha, then idealism and emotions are the weakness of Senju. Your own wife is a stark example of that weakness, explained Indra honestly. Naruto winced as he was again reminded of his spat with his wife. Tsunade was very emotional and opinionated in her views, the same went for Tobirama and many Senjus. Hashirama and Atama were the exception. But still, grief washed over him as he dearly missed Naori and her support. It was not to say she was not opinionated in her views, but she was one of the more rational Uchiha and she had always given him the right advice. And now she was gone. Just like his brothers. He would never see her again, never get to see her smile, hear her snarky remarks, not feel her comforting hand on his cheek. Fear coursed through his heart as he wondered about the fate of his friends. The fate of his dear brother whom he had left alone with a vicious man like Tobirama. How would he ever face his father again after being unable to save Naori and hundreds of his clansmen? Despair and sadness overwhelmed him again, to the point that even his hate felt small in comparison to the grief that threatened to consume him entirely. He had failed his people. He looked up when the cage vanished and he saw Indra come forward to lay a hand on his shoulder. Your eyes will never be the same. Naruto looked at his reflection in the water that Indra conjured beneath their feet. His Sharingan now sported a twisted shuriken instead of the regular 3 tomoe. Considering what he had read vaguely from the Uchiha tablet before destroying it, this was the ultimate form of the Sharingan. Perhaps, he was even the first to awaken this dark power after Indra. You have proved yourself to be a better leader than me and my brother. I would want you to keep the Senjus in check, but will trust your judgment in the end. I will tell you all there is to know about the Otsutsuki you face and teach you all I have ever known, including the power of your new eyes, offered Indra sincerely. Foes and treacherous allies surround me, said Naruto bitterly. The crown lies heavy upon your head but is a burden that you must bear if you desire to rule. You have suffered defeats, you have lost loved ones and comrades, but don't fall apart now. Rise a true dragon and make your enemies burn in the flames of Amaterasu, said Indra fiercely, dark eyes ablaze with the same hatred that burned in Naruto's heart. He surprised the boy by engulfing him in a firm hug and felt the fiery hate burning brightly in his descendant's heart. Naruto's entire body was engulfed in a power so enormous and dark that it was even hard to comprehend its true magnitude. It washed over him, soaking all his hate and grief only to embolden his resolve and strength with Indra's words resonating across his heart. The Uchiha remember, my son. The Uchiha remember. Chapter 31. For honor. Land of lightning. The morning rays of the sun had barely started to enlighten the vast mountains of the land when she heard the familiar horn. Her eyes widened in shock and hope as she dashed out of her tent. She was not alone in her surprise as the entire camp was trying to reach the outskirts. Fortunately for her, men and women parted a clear path when they realized who she was and even bowed, but she didn't pay them any attention. Her quick sprint made her reach the edge of their camp more swiftly than she imagined, where she found her eldest brother waiting alongside Hanzo, Mifune and the fox. She tried to see any form of the approaching party, but the fog hindered her vision. Yet they had all heard the familiar horn, which was clearly meant to inform them all of the approaching party's march. What made her heart sink was the crestfallen look on her brother's face. Hashirama's lips were trembling and his eyes were getting moist. Tsunade knew her brother better than most and was aware about his powerful sensory abilities that not only allowed him to gauge the chakra, numbers and power, but also the emotions of people. "Brother," she whispered, as she laid a hand on his shoulder. Tsunade gulped when he looked at her with such a saddened gaze that did not ease her worries but only increased them. To make it worse, the flag of the three-headed dragon banner finally emerged out of the fog and she saw the distant silhouettes of men approaching. They had received a brief letter stating the arrival of the king along with his Kingsguard force. No other details were mentioned, which had not eased anyone, but the news of the king's return sent the men in a cheer. That feeling was soon replaced by dread and horror when they saw barely 200 fighters approaching when 7,000 had gone to Uzu. The best of their fighters and barely anyone had returned. Tsunade gasped as she saw most of the ninjas looked very weak, tired and few were even injured. Still, they were keeping their discipline and marching under the lead of Shisui Uchiha and the other three Kingsguard. Her heart started beating faster as she saw neither her husband or her beloved brother among the group. She looked at Hashirama and if possible he looked even more heartbroken now with tears falling from his eyes. The fox suddenly bolted forward and charged towards the group. Both Senju and the people around them were shocked when the fox forced the approaching Kingsguard fighters to make way, and it was only then they saw a group of men carrying a stretcher with a heavily wounded man in it, who was constantly being looked over by Mito Uzumaki. A strangled scream left the fox's lips, one which was soon echoed by Tsunade as she saw the familiar body lying numbly on that stretcher. She ran towards him and none tried to get in her way. When she reached him, a gasp escaped her lips as she took in the state of her husband. The king's entire body was wrapped in bandages, and when Tsunade cast a quick diagnostic hand over it, she realized almost all his ribs were broken. There were second-degree burns on his chest and many of his internal muscles were badly fried, especially the ones near the heart, as if he was struck by thunder itself. His once beautiful brown locks had now turned completely white, his face as pale as a corpse. But the most disturbing fact was revealed the moment she touched him. She felt nothing. His heart was barely beating, much to her relief, but in every other sense he was dead. Every shinobi always had an aura of energy in them which always allowed other shinobi to determine easily their mortal status even if they were pretending to be dead. Naruto's energy was almost non-existent, as if something had sucked it away from him cruelly. She glanced at Mito to see her Uzumaki friend give her a sad gaze. Tears fell from Tsunade's eyes as she knelt and laid a tender hand on his cheek. She remembered their fight and could not help but lament the fact it ever happened. If it hadn't, then perhaps Naruto would have never left for Uzu. He wouldn't have to suffer like this, and that burden was heavy for her to bear. Tsunade, despite her aggrieved state, heard her brother's voice as he confronted Shisui Uchiha. "So few of you have returned," commented Hashirama sadly. Shisui grimaced as he saw the entire army staring at him. Almost every one of these people had a friend, relative, lover or family member in the Kingsguard force, and they were all looking at him anxiously for their news. Guilt threatened to overwhelm him, for after Naruto, he had been the commander of the Kingsguard and all those deaths were his responsibility. It was one thing to watch his men die and be turned into those monsters, but a whole different and painful matter when he saw their fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts. They were all staring at him, but no words left his lips. He could not stop tears from arriving in his eyes despite Hashirama Senju looking at him with an understanding gaze. "The Uzumaki are safe and sent to our nation. Many more of the Kingsguard fighters went with them to keep them safe, but we did suffer heavy losses," reported Itachi calmly. Relief flooded through Shisui and he hoped his thankful gaze conveyed his eternal gratitude to his silent friend. Itachi was a very observant man and had clearly realized the fact that if the full truth of their disastrous defeat was revealed, this army might very well butcher them right here. Consequences be damned. The sight of their heavily wounded king near death's door would only encourage their outrage. So he had given them a brief of the truth. Despite their inability to save Uzu, they had managed to save thousands of Uzumaki, and those Kingsguard fighters who had survived were indeed sent to the Land of Fire by Shisui alongside the Uzumaki refugees. His statement regarding heavy losses combined with the news of many Kingsguard going to their homeland was enough to give majority of the ninjas hope that their loved ones were still alive. Some of the more rational and paranoid people knew better but thought it better to keep their mouths shut when Kagami and Takeshi unleashed a mild killing intent, warning them not to do anything stupid. Just when they thought they had avoided a major disaster, the queen approached them. "Where is Lady Nauri? Where is Atama? Where is my brother?" asked Tsunade worriedly as she stared directly at Shisui, who had become a good friend of hers over the past few weeks. His eyes said it all and Tsunade felt her heart stop. The last hope in her and Hashirama's heart was shattered when Shisui steeled himself and looked at them with a gaze full of grief and pride. They did their duty. Land of Wind. Tobirama Senju sat alone. His tears had long since dried up, but the grief he felt over the loss of his brother still burned painfully in his heart. Itama had always been the kindest among his siblings, and unlike him the boy had never truly hated Uchihas despite the fact that they killed Kawurama, something for which Tobirama had never forgiven them. "We are brothers, Uchiha and Senju. I hope one day you can also make peace with it like I have, brother." He had been so outraged when Itama had said those words to him during Tsunade's wedding. He had called the boy weak and even a traitor to their clan, but Itama had only given him an understanding look and never said anything more. If only he had known that was the last time he would have talked to his brother. Itama gave his life saving Uzumaki, who were staunch allies of the Senju. Tobirama could not be more proud of his brother, as the letter mentioned that it was because of Itama and his men that many Uzumaki still lived. Many other brave warriors from different clans, including Naruto Uchiha and the king himself, had died to save the redheads. He had only interacted with Naruto on a handful times, but the Uchiha always had an aura of mystery around him. Perhaps there had been more to him than Tobirama had imagined, but now he would never know. The news of the king's death had spread like a tidal wave across their camp. Despite the reservations of many, the different ninja clans were staying united only because Naruto was king and Tsunade his wife. It was the perfect union of Uchiha and Senju which brought the remaining clans together. With the king dead, nobody was certain about the future and where their allegiances lay. Madara had isolated himself in his tent since the past day and was not taking any visitors. The aura of darkness and hate radiating from his place of location was enough to make anyone brave or stupid enough to approach their army leader a dangerous move. This isolation by Madara had been the final trigger, and now the staunch Senju loyalists were openly whispering dangerous things among their clans and allies. Tobirama was aware of their talks, having been their leader once before this war started. The most important figures were Hiro Inuzuka, Tori Yamanaka and one of the civilian generals. The Inuzuka had always hated the Uchiha because of their inferiority complex and arrogance, which was inherited by their current clan head. Hiro had been a mad dog being kept on a leash only because of Tobirama's firm command, but with the king dead, all bets were off. Tori Yamanaka was the widow of Itama Yamanaka, the former Yamanaka clan head whom Naruto had burned alive. The vengeful woman had given such a cold smile when she heard the news of the king's death and subtly nudged Hiro to initiate the coup. The civilian general, Hayate, was just a greedy man who wanted to gain more wealth for himself by siding with the powerful Senju. All three of them were rallying men to their cause under the banner of supporting Tsunade as their rightful queen. Many Senju loyalists were flocking to their cause already. Technically, with Naruto dead, Madara was the most likely candidate to become king, but there was too much bad blood between the man and Senjus for them to claim him as their king. Being Hokage was one thing, but their supreme leader? It would be a cold day in hell before anyone accepted that. Surprisingly, the coup leaders had run into a major trouble. Many Uchiha had died in this campaign, leaving only a few hundred left to defend Madara. Even Tobi Shimura was injured, but his clan fighters, however few remaining, would defend Madara to death. Rei Namikaze was also a fierce leader, and her clansmen had command over the aerial units which could wreak havoc. Most importantly, Sasuke Sarutobi had balked at the idea of a coup. The Monkey Clan head had snarled furiously at such a disgusting and illogical plan, since Madara had made quite the impression on the clan head with his tactics and leadership, enough to make Sasuke spit at the idea of stabbing Madara in the back. He had told his allies in clear terms that while he would not outright tell Madara of this treachery, but if they truly rebelled then Sasuke and his clansmen would defend their Hokage. Fighting against Shimura and Namikaze, even few Uchiha was one thing. But the Sarutobi currently made up the largest contingent of their forces. They were the best fighters after Uchiha and Senju warriors. Whoever they chose to support would be the clear winner. That was not even taking into account Madara's fury. The man was a dragon in all but appearance and his power was intimidating. It had only become more darker and 10 times strong since the ill news of the king's death arrived. If provoked, Madara would likely burn everyone alive in his pent-up anger and grief. Most importantly, Tobirama did not want to hurt the Uchiha who had strangely become a dear comrade. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined himself coming to respect and admire someone like Madara. But the Uchiha had gained his trust with his actions. Madara was not a perfect man and had his faults, but with Naruto dead he was their best bet to maintain the peace. Nobody in this army would trust Tajima, but these men had followed Madara and despite their losses, Madara had always led them to victory. The man had not lost a single battle. A feat not even the deceased king could boast of. No, he will succumb to grief and madness with the loss of his brother. You must put him down for the sake of peace. Tobirama gripped his head as that treacherous voice whispered in his mind again. He fought with every ounce of his power, but it made his chest burn with pain. He hastily walked towards one corner of his tent and glanced at his reflection in the mirror. Removing his shirt, he saw that his entire chest was now a picture of darkness. The whispering was becoming more and more stronger to the point that it had stopped Tobirama from raising any objections or asking for more time like he had in the past to the coup leaders. His resistance was failing and he knew it won't be long before this darkness took him. He cursed the day this evil sunk its claws into him, remembering very well the moment this power had whispered in his head for the first time during his captivity with the Uchihas. It was before Hashirama agreed to Naruto's term, before that his Uchiha guards had taken great pleasure in starving him, mildly torturing him and making his wounds worse. Tobirama had been shivering in pain and was lucid at best. The voice had whispered to him then, promising to take away his pain, and in his desperation he had foolishly accepted it. The pain had went away as his wounds were healed, much to the shock of his cruel guards. Naruto did find about those acts later and apparently punished the culprits. After that, the king had made sure to post more loyal guards who would not torture Tobirama at least. But it was too late. No. He felt the dormant power within him unleash its full fury at his defiance, but was surprised when Tobirama's own cold fury clashed against it. Their wills clashed against each other viciously, and Tobirama's eyes widened as he caught glimpses of the creature's memory. With a silent hiss, he pushed him back into the dark corners of his mind. Tobirama panted harshly and fell to his knees when the darkness receded, if only for now. He felt very tired and exhausted, but there was no time to waste. Struggling, he got back on his feet, grabbed a nearby paper and hastily wrote his message. Steeling himself, he called for one of his Senju guards and made sure to look his usual stoic self. "Take this to Lord Sasuke. Don't give it to anyone else under any circumstances," instructed Tobirama. "Yes, my lord," agreed the guard, as he took the letter and went away to carry out his orders. As soon as the guard was gone, Tobirama hissed when the pain in his chest started to flare again. It was ordering him to do something treacherous. The pain was becoming so worse that he wanted to do the task and rest, but the rational side of him knew very well that if he killed Madara then their army would be destroyed. Grabbing Raijin no Ken, he hastily donned his armor before rushing out of his tent, only to disappear into the vastness of the desert. In his haste, he failed to see two figures following after him. Sasuke Sarutobi had been very tense ever since he discovered the treacherous coup by his allies against Madara. To say they were fools would be an understatement. Granted, Madara had fewer loyalists on his side left now, and if the Senju and their allies united then they could overthrow him. Maybe. But the fact that they currently had thousands of prisoners from the land of Earth in their camp only made the situation more volatile. Those bastards would definitely use this coup to either escape or simply slaughter them all in the chaos. They had thousands in numbers, and that was not even taking into account their injured comrades currently being treated upon by Senju medics. Sasuke held no personal love for Madara, but he respected the man. At first he had his doubts about the eldest son of Tajima Uchiha, but regardless of his personality issues, Madara was a good leader who actually cared for his people. The king's death had hit him hard and had led to his isolation, but if those fools tried to attack a wounded dragon, then they were all destined to burn. Naruto might give second chances to his enemies, Madara gave none. What had baffled Sasuke was Tobirama's lack of either support or resistance to this foolish coup. His lord was acting strangely ever since news of Atama's death came. More than once Sasuke had sensed a darkness in Tobirama and had seen the young Senju fighting something within himself. When he asked, Tobirama had rebuffed his claim and said he was fine, but Sasuke didn't believe him. Yet he knew that until Tobirama gave the final permission, the traitors would not make their move, for they feared and respected the white-haired Senju. It was why Sasuke was surprised when one of Tobirama's personal guards came rushing into his tent and wordlessly handed him a letter that bore Tobirama's personal seal. Sasuke quickly opened it up and read the dreaded order he had been waiting for. Whatever his personal issues and opposition to the coup plotters, he was bound to obey Tobirama's command regardless of his personal opinions. And his lord had given him a command. Sasuke burnt the letter and grimly looked at the lone messenger. Prepare the men. Tobirama knelt on the cool sand of the desert and glanced at the moon shining in the sky. More than half of his body was consumed in the darkness and he could feel the last of his control failing. You cannot fight the darkness. Tobirama gave a silent scream as another pain terrorized his body. It sucked away every happy memory from his mind, filling it with nothing but hate and anger. Even now you fade. He coughed blood and panted harshly. One of his eyes started to see things differently, much to his horror. One flame alone in the dark. His trembling hands etched towards his holy sword. The blade of lightning made by Ashura himself had always been passed among his descendants and been a source of pride and power. As soon as he grasped the sword, he felt a serene chakra rushing to his body. So full of warmth and love. The two entities clashed fiercely and Tobirama distantly saw an older version of his brother emerge from the sword before merging with him. Hashirama. Tsunade. Itama. Kawurama. Father. Mother. I am the son of Butsuma, descendant of Ashura, wielder of Raijin, whispered Tobirama fiercely. The darkness roared furiously inside of him but was momentarily stunned as Raijin no Ken unleashed a bolt of lightning straight across the darkened skies. Shakily, Tobirama stood up on his knees and glanced at his flashing sword. It was calling to him like a mother would to its terrified child. Grabbing the weapon firmly, he steeled himself as he now knew what he had to do. The darkness had too strong a hold on him, but at least this way he would not be used to hurt his comrades and become a traitor to his people. He could not betray Atama's memory and sacrifice, could not betray his king who died for their people. He raised Raijin no Ken, pointing it right across his heart. He was about to plunge the sword and end the darkness threatening to consume him along with his own life when two shadows whizzed past him. One of them firmly grabbed him from behind while the other swiftly stole his sword. Tobirama protested weakly through his hazy vision, but his captors paid him no attention. Hazily, he saw Raijin no Ken being raised high in the air, making the sword glow even more brightly just before it came down right at his head. He closed his eyes knowing it was his end either way and screamed in agony when instead of taking off his head the sword sent a monstrous stream of holy lightning inside his body. An inhuman scream echoed across the vast desert, one more powerful and painful than Tobirama's. Go back to the shadows. Tobirama barely heard the feminine voice screaming that command fiercely and felt the darkness lose hold of him. More and more of his body could be felt by him again as the dark power started to recede. The one holding him firmly didn't slacken his grip even when Tobirama thrashed violently. The female holding the holy sword pointed the blade right at Tobirama's forehead. A shockwave was unleashed and Tobirama sighed in relief when he felt something be violently pushed out of his body. He gracelessly collapsed on the ground as his captor let go of his grip. The darkness screamed in pain as it crashed violently on the desert sand, however it soon started to rise to take the shape of dark creature in humanoid form with demonic yellow eyes. It gave out an inhuman scream as its first enemy approached him. Danzo, son of Tobi Shimura. Tobirama blinked in surprise as he watched through his hazy vision. The Shimura heir was part of Madara's personal guard. What the hell was he doing here? The sight of Mikoto Uchiha wielding Raijin no Ken in one hand and her own sword in the other surprised Tobirama even more. What was the commander of Madara's personal guard along with her fellow brother in arms doing here of all places? Why were they not with their sworn leader? Now that he looked at the creature and was free from his control, he remembered its name. Zetsu. It moved too quickly, evading Danzo's strikes, but was still reeling from the forceful eviction from Tobirama's body. It also looked injured if the black blood oozing out of his head was any indicator. Even in this state, it cast an aura of death and misery, making Tobirama's worst memories haunt him again. He saw Atama and Kawurama dying in front of him, Tsunade be burnt alive, and Hashirama be consumed in darkness. It made him scream, and Danzo did the same as he was brought to his knees as he saw his own father die. Mikoto fell to her knees as she was assaulted by the vision of how Naruto must have died. Alone, wounded and in pain. He called out to her for help, but she could not reach him in time. Tears fell from her eyes as she watched the man she loved die in front of her, unable to do anything. Zetsu grinned victoriously as he saw his enemies trembling in despair and horror. Foolish humans. He walked towards Danzo and conjured a spear made up of his dark chakra in his hand. The boy was thrashing in pain and calling out for his father. It was better to end the fool's misery. He brought his spear down only to have it blocked by the cursed lightning sword of Ashura. Surprised, he saw Mikoto was the one opposing him and was momentarily stunned by the level of hatred and anger in the woman's eyes. He had known this woman had loved the king, and surely news of his death combined with the dreaded vision would be enough to make her crumble. Instead, it had only awakened the dragon within her. For our king! She yelled murderously. Zetsu quickly stepped back as the fierce Uchiha attacked him viciously. He quickly conjured roots of the ground to trap her, only to have them be sliced apart by Mikoto's common sword. Her skill in Kenjutsu was just as good as the original members of the Kingsguard. Trapped, Zetsu tried to sink into the ground in order to escape, but Mikoto had other plans as she unleashed a massive bolt of lightning from Tobirama's sword that sent Zetsu flying away. Not giving the creature any time to resist, Mikoto moved in. Zetsu parried her horizontal slash with his dark spear and cursed when Regine no Ken didn't crumble like other swords. Mikoto kicked him brutally in the knees, making it yell out in pain. As he fell to his knees, Zetsu's eyes widened when the murderous Uchiha woman raised Ashura's sword. Disappear. Mikoto brought down the lightning sword, cleaving Zetsu from head to toe. The inhuman creature of darkness screamed in horrified agony as its dark chakra was literally consumed by Ashura's lingering power in the holy sword. His body was torn apart as well. In a few seconds, Zetsu was literally evaporated from the world of men. Mikoto panted harshly as she fought off the rush of adrenaline before focusing her attention on the remaining two people in the area. Danzo had shaken off the genjutsu effect and had now crawled towards Tobirama. She quickly went towards the two men. Lord Senju, she called out to him, watching Danzo shake the white-haired man. What are you doing here? Asked Tobirama groggily, as Danzo and Mikoto helped him stand up. Much to his relief, Mikoto gave him back his holy sword, and Tobirama felt his power return to him along with a very warm chakra. It healed his minor injuries and cleared the last cobwebs of darkness that Zetsu had left. Relieved, he looked at the two young Uchiha loyalists for answers. Our Hokage sent us to help you, said Danzo frankly. How did Madara even know what was happening to me? Asked Tobirama in shock. We don't know. He only said that he saw a great darkness that was consuming you and instructed us to save Lord Hashirama's last brother at all costs, answered Mikoto. Tobirama was left speechless. Even in his grief at losing his last sibling, Madara still had enough strength and will left in him to help his best friend's little brother. Hashirama had always said that the day Madara's last brother died would be the moment when Madara gave up on everything. But he didn't. A small smile came on his lips. Maybe, just maybe, their world was not doomed to fall even after their king's death. Thank you, said Tobirama gratefully, earning brief nods from the two Hokage guards. Before they could decide on their next course of action, they were silenced when Tobirama went very pale. Wordlessly, the Senju ran towards the northern direction, making Mikoto and Danzo curse but follow after him. They ran for several long minutes with Tobirama being bombarded by pleas to stop and other questions. He quickly silenced the two younger ninjas when they climbed on top of a sand dome and saw the vision waiting for them. A wave of darkness was charging. Thousands upon thousands of bodies. Deceased sand and earth ninjas and civilians. Men, women, children, even large scorpions, all heading straight for the direction of Madara's camp. Is this the enemy our king faced? Asked Danzo in horror. It would appear so, answered Tobirama grimly. I see many Kaguyas among them, along with few of those white-haired bastards. Are they the Otsutsuki that Shisui warned us about? Asked Mikoto worriedly. If these monsters had managed to kill someone powerful like Naruto, then what chance did they have? Tobirama saw the skies darken with clouds hiding the moon. Vast sandstorms had started to appear across the entire desert that would easily create panic among Madara's camp, while also allowing this heathen army to reach them silently. By the time Madara would realize the threat, it would all be over. Danzo, Mikoto, warn Madara now, commanded Tobirama, his eyes fixed on the white-haired Otsutsuki marching behind the army of dead. Danzo nodded, but Mikoto hesitated, knowing very well what Tobirama was planning to do. She had no doubt about his prowess, for he was the second most powerful ninja of their army after Madara. Her hesitation didn't go unnoticed as Tobirama reared back and glared at her. "Run, you fools!" Danzo grabbed Mikoto by the shoulder and started dragging her way. Mikoto cast one last glance backwards as Tobirama unleashed his holy sword and walked forward. She had failed in her mission, but there was no time to lament, with death marching for them all. "You are a good man, Tobirama," she said sadly, making the Senju glance back at her. "No, I am not." He walked away with those words, leaving Mikoto and Danzo to make a mad dash towards their army camp to warn their comrades of the impending approach of the army of dead and Otsutsuki. The army of dead had been charging through the sandstorms without any trouble when they were suddenly forced to stop by their masters. The 4 Otsutsuki emerged from the rear ranks as they felt the immense power marching towards them. Just one look at the thundering clouds was enough to show the energy build-up. Had Zetsu failed? The creature was supposed to corrupt Tobirama and make the man launch an inner coup, allowing the Otsutsuki to finish the shinobi army when it was torn apart. Zetsu had plagued Tobirama's body for months now and had infested his brain with thoughts of mercenary armies coming to his aid, where in truth those armies were those of the Otsutsuki, who would slaughter everyone, including both Uchiha and Senju. But watching Tobirama stand in front of them with a menacing glare was enough to convey that Zetsu had failed. It could very well be possible that the ancient creature had perished. "Kill him," commanded the lead Otsutsuki. The army of dead charged forward at their command, having no sense of self-preservation. For if they had, then they wouldn't be running towards a man having the killing intent of a many-tailed beast. And certainly not the one holding Ashura's blade in his hand. Sheer cold fury spread across Tobirama's murderous eyes as he saw his enemies charging at him. He raised his holy sword high in the air, making the clouds cackle thunderously. "You shall not pass." His war cry, combined with the chakra released from his body, merged with his sword that sent a beam of energy straight into the raging clouds. Blinding light descended from the dark sky, shrouding every living creature in the vast desert. The Otsutsuki had to urgently take cover behind their massive reanimated scorpions, and even their powerful eyes were blinded, and they felt the sand beneath their feet tremble as the land was rocked with a monstrous explosion. Ashes and fire were all they saw when they emerged from their cover, along with the charred remains of nearly 4,000 of their minions. Not a trace of them was left in this world except for ash, and that too disappeared in the scorched desert. Heavy rains fell from the dark clouds, along with random bolts of lightning that incinerated anyone unfortunate enough to get in its way. From the field of smoke came a volley of fluttering paper shards, and the Otsutsuki were forced to take cover again as the explosives on the paper went off, shredding even more ranks of their forces. By the time they emerged from their cover, they saw Tobirama charging towards their army with his holy sword. "Release the beasts," commanded the lead Otsutsuki. The group of scorpions roared as they charged forward towards the lone Senju warrior, and if possible Tobirama's cold smirk became even more dangerous. The scorpions raised their tails, unleashing several hundred needles laced with their deadly poison at Tobirama, only for the man to disappear in a quick flash. Before anyone could understand what happened, the Senju reappeared below one of the beasts and jabbed his lightning blade clean through. The scorpion roared in agony and violently lashed out with its tail at its 2 comrades nearby, sending them flying away. Emerging from the corpse, Tobirama saw 2 more scorpions furiously open their mouths, launching a wave of poisonous smoke right at him. His hands weaved through a set of hand seals rapidly, and he focused his attention on the 2 sources of energy that had unleashed the poisonous smoke and were now standing behind it. Water style, water bullets. His sensory abilities didn't betray him, and the telltale sounds of twin scorpions screaming in agony told him that he had hit the targets. The blind scorpions now rampaged wildly through their own army, killing scores of dead warriors as they tried to stem back the pain at the loss of their eyes. The rains were falling heavily from the skies, allowing Tobirama enough source to make his next move, as he was now being swarmed by dead warriors from all sides. "Is this what you had to face, little brother?" Water style, water wall. He unleashed a massive tidal wave in all 4 directions that sent hundreds of dead warriors tumbling away, unable to match the force that was nature. Still more and more charged at him, but he was ready for them. Hirashin. Soon enough the desert battlefield was glowing with bright white flashes as Tobirama apparated across distances, wreaking havoc on the surprised dead warriors. For all their mighty numbers, they were too slow and no match for the power of Ashura's sword that burned them alive instantly and freed their twisted souls. Combine that with Tobirama's speed, quick reflexes and rational thinking unleashed a massacre across the battlefield. Most of the enemy scorpions were either dead, badly injured, or went berserk. Thousands of dead warriors were literally evaporated on Tobirama's lone lightning strike, and hundreds more joined them, with each passing minute being cut down by the Senju's swordsmanship and lethal water ninjutsu. Tobirama kept the monsters at bay, knowing very well that he could not allow them to reach Madara anytime soon. It was easier said than done, and he had to repeatedly force the dead warriors from surrounding him. Even so, for all his power and talents, Tobirama was bound by mortality. The dead were not. His inner battle with Zetsu had tired him to a degree, but he kept the hordes of dead at bay for 20 long minutes before fatigue started to catch up to him. Using Hiroshin repeatedly took a toll on his muscles. Firing devastating ninjutsu ate away at his chakra reserves, no matter how large they were, and every time he fought the dead, one or two managed to land blows on his body through their sheer numbers. Yet his fury burned brightly than ever. The humiliation that the Zetsu and Otsutsuki wanted to put him and his people through encouraged him to fight on. He ducked and raised his sword in time, blocking the dozens more swords from the dead warriors. With a roar, he pushed, making them go flying away. Raijin no Ken was slashed in a total 360-degree angle, severing dozens more heads from bodies. Seeing more dead about to pounce on him, Tobirama used his teleportation technique once more. He had barely touched the sand and was preparing to fight more dead again when he felt the attack coming. He twisted backwards and raised his sword. His flesh was pierced. Surprised, he stared at the long white-shaped spear lodged clean through his upper chest. He coughed blood from his lips as his knees threatened to fall apart, but the sight of dead warriors charging at him again made him snarl. Tobirama unleashed dozens of water bullets, mercilessly severing heads from bodies while he charged forward and started slicing apart as many enemies as he could with the help of his sword. There were so many of them, so many attacks coming from all sides, so many to counter against. He never heard the whistling sound in the air, but did buckle painfully when one more similar spear pierced his back. As he turned around, he caught sight of the ones who hurt him just in time as one more spear pierced his heart. Tobirama felt the last of his strength fade as he fell to his knees. He couldn't breathe properly, pain flooded through his entire body and his vision started to darken. Blood leaked from his body like a raging river, and hazily he saw the army of dead part as the Otsutsuki warriors who struck him down approached. He watched them come forward. The four white-haired bastards with their smug looks raised their white-shaped spears around him. Tobirama saw the other three staring at the one in the center with deference, which could only mean he was the leader of this army. A thin smile came on his lips. Raijin no Ken fell from his hands and the four Otsutsuki spears pierced his flesh mercilessly. A silent scream left his lips. Yet through the fog of agony, he again grabbed his sword, much to the shocked Otsutsuki's horror. Raijin no Ken unleashed massive bolts of lightning that struck two of the Otsutsuki, sending them crashing away. Tobirama, still lodged with the spears in his body, roared as he grabbed the spear of the leading Otsutsuki and yanked it forwards, forcing the man to come crashing towards him. The stunned warrior could not even unleash a scream as Tobirama pierced his sword through the man's brain and reduced him to ashes. The army of dead screamed as its leader was murdered, and the last Otsutsuki still standing screeched in hatred as he raised his spear, this time to sever Tobirama's head from his shoulders. Tobirama closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable final blow. Time lost its meaning as Tobirama now fell gracelessly to the ground. His thoughts were jarred and confusing, but he was still alive. He heard an inhuman scream roar across the skies, followed by thousands of battle cries. Through his hazy vision, he saw a sight he had never seen before. In the dark skies, he saw a strange monster. It had the face of a demonic bull with two large horns. Its body was strangely in the shape of a man, but marred in dark shadows and scorching flames. Two large dark wings made of just shadows that were even barely visible were carrying the creature through the dark skies. Its inhuman screech made the lone Otsutsuki take several steps back as the beast's demonic red eyes narrowed down on him. When it opened its monstrous mouth, a wave of dark fire was unleashed across the desert. "Uroloki," whispered the Otsutsuki warrior in terror. Tobirama did not know the meaning of that word, but he did see the Otsutsuki turn tail and run, grabbing one of his fallen comrades with him. The other injured one tried to get up but was soon engulfed in dark flames unleashed by the creature. "Kill them all." The roars of thousands of enraged shinobi filled the air as an army of ninjas made up from the land of fire and even wind as well as earth joined the battle, slaughtering scores of the disorganized dead warriors. But most devastating was the creature of fire and darkness. Uroloki. What a strange name, Tobirama could not help but think as his lifeblood drained from him. Yet it was a satisfying sight to watch that dark creature turn the battlefield into a field of fire, burning thousands of dead warriors mercilessly. Tobirama was quite surprised to see Madara standing inside the creature, and his eyes were full of anger as well as hate. These bastards had killed the Uchiha's last brother, and tonight they were truly going to face the wrath of a dragon. Tobirama himself felt satisfied to watch the killers of his own brother be butchered under Madara's wrath. It was poetic justice. Karma was a real bitch. He didn't know how long he lay in the bloodied sand, but slowly the sounds of battle started to fade. The screams became less and less frequent until one roar of victory was unleashed in the desert by the living as they vanquished the dead. His breathing was getting erratic and his eyes were moist from the unbearable pain coursing through his shattered body when he heard the hurried footsteps. He was forced to open his eyes fully when he felt someone touch his cheek gingerly. "Is it over?" asked Tobirama tiredly, coughing blood at the man before him. Madara sadly watched the state Tobirama was left in, and he didn't know why it made his heart clench in pain. Tobirama didn't deserve this. "Yes," answered Madara honestly, as his Mangekyo Sharingan saw the worry in Tobirama's gaze. "Did Mikoto and Danzo make it?" questioned Tobirama painfully. To his relief, the two young warriors were standing nearby with Mikoto crying as Danzo and Kakashi held her. It brought a faint smile to his lips. Sasuke Sarutobi came running forward along with Rei Namikaze and froze at the state Tobirama was in. Rei placed a hand on the Sarutobi's shoulder and saw his eyes moisten up. "Did you stop the traitors?" asked Tobirama tiredly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Your warning saved us all. Sasuke helped me imprison Hiro, Tori and Hayate along with their supporters. We stopped the coup before it started, and Mikoto warned us about the enemy, allowing us time to prepare. You saved us all, Tobirama. Now let us do the same," urged Madara, as he tried to lift the Senju only to have the young man resist his attempt. "Leave it is over." Madara did not want to hear those words, nor did he want to see the regretful look in Tobirama's eyes. He looked at Rei for help, but she only shook her head. "The world of men will fall, and the Otsutsuki shall bring darkness to this world. I've ruined us all," lamented Tobirama. If only he had been strong enough to resist Zetsu, if only he had been able to discern the Otsutsuki's plans beforehand, then his brother would not be dead today. Their king would still be alive and Tsunade wouldn't be a widow, Madara wouldn't have lost his last brother. Tears fell from his eyes as he realized the grief he had brought to his loved ones, and it was about to fill his heart with regret and pain when Madara grabbed his cheeks. Tobirama looked into those dark eyes so full of anger and grim determination. "I will stop them no matter what. I will not let this world fall, nor let our people die," promised Madara sincerely. Tobirama's eyes widened on hearing those words, and he felt relief flood through him when he saw the sincerity in Madara's eyes. "Uchiha and Senju. Our people?" asked Tobirama happily, making Madara smile grimly. "Our people." A relieved but proud smile appeared on Tobirama's lips as his trembling hands grasped his holy sword. Madara's eyes widened when the young Senju offered him his prized sword. "Tobirama," said Madara, unable to hide his shock, but the Senju still smiled as he placed the sword in Madara's hands. "I am glad I followed you, my brother. My Hokage. My king." Life vanished from Tobirama's body, yet his proud and moist eyes still stared at Madara, making a lone tear fall from the Hokage's eyes. With trembling hands, Madara closed the young Senju's open eyes and respectfully took the holy sword offered to him. Regret and guilt flooded his heart as he glanced at Tobirama's lifeless body. "Now we both don't have any brothers left, Hashirama." He could not help but remember how hostile and tense Tobirama had been at the start of this war. Yet for some reason, he had supported Madara to the point that they both started trusting each other. Madara would never deny the fact that his victories were achieved many times due to Tobirama's support and shrewd thinking. They both had their differences, but the love for their people and siblings had kept them together. It was that same feeling that made Tobirama warn Madara about the coup. Even though a foul creature corrupted him, Tobirama held on to his code and didn't allow his conflicted emotions to harm his people. In many ways, Tobirama was like him. Cynical, cold-hearted, determined, brave, and loyal. "Be at peace, son of Ashura," whispered Madara respectfully. The Hokage finally got up from the ground and looked at the warriors surrounding him. Even the now freed warriors from Land of Wind and Earth were stunned after the enemy they just fought. It was no longer ninja against ninja, nation against nation. But men against death. Madara saw not just the Senjus and their supporters but also Uchihas, Namikaze and Shimura glancing at Tobirama with sadness and pride. Hashirama, you wanted me to build the village of our dreams for our siblings. But now they are all gone and yet we must fight on. The Hokage glanced at his fighters, both new and old, whispering the ancient words of the Uchiha to give them hope in this dark hour. From the ashes we shall rise again, promised Madara fiercely, as he raised Raijin no Ken. He was glad to see his army raise their own swords in respect and agreement. There were no cheers for this victory, for they all knew it was far from over. Mikoto and Rei came forward and respectfully took away Tobirama's body, soon to be cremated. Madara would make sure that the Senju's ashes and sword reached his family no matter what. If Shisui's warning was accurate, then the enemy was currently ravaging across the land of fire, with Madara's father the last opposition standing in their way. Naruto and Naori were dead, so were many of the Uchiha fighters. The Senjus were not much different, for they too had suffered equal losses. Madara had a grim feeling that by the time this war ended, the sons of Indra and Ashura would perish. But none of those possibilities mattered anymore. With his brother dead, he was the highest-ranking leader still left alive, and he had an army that his nation dearly needed in this hour of need. As Hokage, it was his duty to protect them even to his death. Even the warriors from Land of Wind and Earth knew this threat was grave enough to set their differences aside, because if the Land of Fire was destroyed, then sooner or later the Otsutsuki would come for them as well, and they would not be able to stop those monsters. It was better to stand united than fall divided. They all looked at the first Hokage as he made his decision. Let's go home. Chapter 32. Return of the King. Land of Lightning. Shisui attentively observed the fortifications and traps being established across the beach. Watching ninjas and samurai work side by side would have been a bizarre sight a few months ago, but now, after seeing the dead walk among the world, it was not that much of a surprise that men, regardless of their different beliefs, were working together for the survival of their race. Yet despair and anxiety were clearly visible among many, for they were worried about the enemy and the fate of their loved ones. It had been 3 days since Shisui arrived with the meager Kingsguard force. The majority of the Kingsguard survivors had hopefully delivered the Uzumaki refugees safely into Lord Tajima's hands and joined the Uchiha leader in the defense of their homeland. The Senju family had not taken the death of one of their own very well. Even so, Hashirama and Tsunade, despite their grief over the loss of their brother, had devoted themselves to saving the life of their wounded king, knowing very well that if Naruto died, then it would be a disaster. Having already endured several defeats and terrible losses, their people would not survive the death of their king. He had been amazed at their healing prowess as the two siblings healed even the most grievous wounds of the king in 2 days. But that was where the good news ended. Hashirama had suggested that while Naruto was physically recovering, it was his mind that worried the Senju leader. The king had lost a lot of blood, and combined that with the loss of his beloved aunt who was like a mother to him, nobody was sure what the mental damage was. Shisui had insisted them not to give up and keep at it, while he and his friends along with Mito, Hanzo and Mifune took up the charge of preparing their army for the upcoming battle. He had been very surprised when Tsunade informed him that almost the entire Land of Lightning was badly ravaged. Villages were utterly annihilated, cities burnt to the ground, and every last trace of civilization, whether ninja or others, wiped out ruthlessly. It explained why the Otsutsuki had so many dead warriors in their ranks. The bastards had silently attacked this nation and destroyed it completely first before marching on Uzu after bolstering their ranks. Yet they had not managed to kill every last man, as Hashirama did find a few thousand survivors who had taken refuge in the deep caves within the mountains. Most of them were civilians, but there were a handful mountain clan survivors as well who were eager for vengeance. The fact that they readily accepted Naruto as their king proved how much they wanted to hurt the Otsutsuki for what they did to their people, not that they had much of a choice either. Almost 40,000 warriors were against them, with more than half being veteran samurai and remaining skilled shinobi. Those ninjas might not be on the level of the Kingsguard warriors, but they were more than enough to subdue the few mountain clan and civilian survivors should they choose to resist. They had joined without a single protest. Despite the drastic situation, a grim hope was burning in his heart, for if he combined every last person currently present in his army, then he had 50,000 humans ready to fight. Granted, only 43,000 of them were trained warriors, with the rest civilians, merchants and even farmers, but he would take whatever help he could find. This time they had warriors like Hashirama, Tsunade, Mito, Hanzo, Mifune and most importantly the nine-tailed fox with them. They were also now familiar with the enemy's tactics, but that information had been gained at a very high price. The mountain clans had revealed that the Otsutsuki had attacked them from the sea and stormed their coastal areas with ease. Even though they had only Kaguyas and Hagoromo warriors making the bulk of their army at that time, along with Uzumaki dead who had died on those foolish expeditions in the Land of Water centuries ago, none could match the Otsutsuki warriors in battle, much less their deadly king and queen along with that cursed statue. Every person they killed only increased their army, and the mountain clans had warned them that this time also the Otsutsuki would try to storm the coastal areas. Shisui had taken their advice to heart and instructed the warriors to start making preparations. With Hashirama busy, he was the temporary army commander. "We cannot afford another defeat," Shisui said to Takeshi hesitantly, as the boy sharpened his own sword. "I know," relented Shisui, knowing his friend spoke the truth. "No matter what happens, we will crush those bastards here once and for all before we go to save our nation," decided Kagami, not an iota of doubt visible in his eyes, something which Shisui desperately wished he could share. "You seem cocky," teased Takeshi with a grin, earning a scoff from Kagami. "Last time I checked, my single kick was enough to send that cursed statue flying. Even crack it," boasted Kagami proudly. Shisui smiled when he saw Takeshi sulk at that remark. There was no doubt about Kagami's taijutsu prowess, and he had played a large part in stopping that statue from destroying them all on Uzu. Out of their entire group, he was the one who never gave up no matter the odds, which was again proved when the boy clenched his fists grimly. "My father told me the ninth gate can unleash a power never seen before. If push comes to shove," muttered Kagami. He was stopped when Shisui placed a firm hand on his shoulder, his dark eyes boring into his friend's very soul. "I forbid you. Unleashing that power will kill you, and you haven't even mastered it yet," warned Shisui. "We may not have a choice," protested Kagami, but Shisui didn't budge in his unnerving stare. Takeshi was about to intervene in order to break the tension when they were all disrupted as Itachi came galloping towards them on a samurai horse. The boy's face was as unreadable as ever to anyone else, but to his childhood friends the small spark in his eyes didn't go unnoticed. "Come quickly." Without any protest, the three boys charged after their friend. Shisui and his group stormed through the large tent with haste and nearly toppled several people who were already present. Many grumbled at the sudden intrusion but soon sealed their lips when they realized the identity of the four Kingsguard. They saw Hashirama and Mito standing near the bed. Their hands were clasped together tightly as they stared in one particular direction. It took some more maneuvering for the boys to reach forward, brushing past Hanzo, Mifune and many other minor ninja lords. They froze at the sight they witnessed. In the large bed, a heavily wounded man with pale white hair was slowly trying to open his eyes. The queen had tears in her eyes as she gently rubbed the man's cheeks and helped him sit up when he tried to move. His breathing was shaky and he was as pale as a corpse, but his eyes did open. The first thing he saw was a halo of gold. He squinted his eyes trying to clear out the cobwebs in his vision until a face started to form before him slowly. He leaned in closer to get a better look and a small smile came upon his lips. "I know you," he whispered. His trembling hand touched her cheek, making tears fall from her beautiful hazel eyes. "Tsunade." Hashirama smiled when Tsunade gave out a joyous laugh before kissing her husband deeply. How long had he waited to see that smile? It had disappeared ever since Naruto went to Uzu and threatened to never come again when they discovered Atama's fate. Watching her regain some of that happiness lightened his own heavy heart, and he felt Mito squeeze his hand gently, making him smile at her. The couple shared a few private moments of intimacy, with Naruto trying to believe that this was real while Tsunade memorized each and every inch of his face. His eyes then settled upon four familiar faces who were all smiling at him with relief and happiness. He himself felt quite overjoyed that at least they had survived, for he could not bear to lose any one of them. "My friends." Takeshi winked at him for that kiss with the queen, Kagami gave him a wide smile, Itachi gave a nod, but his small smile said all that he felt, and Shisui. "Welcome back, my king," said Shisui happily with a tearful smile. Naruto gingerly touched his head, remembering all that he had gone through in there. He would never be the same, but at least he was not as clueless as he once was. "I was in a dream," he whispered, and was displeased when he saw that his hands were shaking and his hair had turned white. That was not even taking into account the fact that his entire body was a mess of bandages and he smelled like shit. Shisui chuckled, having realized his dilemma, and approached forward. "This belongs to you, my friend." Naruto could not help but try to get up, much to Tsunade's protest, but on seeing that he was not going to relent, she helped him stand up. He looked at his best friend who was holding out Dawn towards him. His trembling fingers reached towards the hilt of his ancestral weapon, and he could not stop the eagerness flooding his heart. Dawn was very dear to him and a part of his people's history. But now that he knew its complete truth and every ancestor that ever wielded this sword, it made him yearn for it as if it was a part of his own soul. There were more than one moist eyes in the tent as the king unleashed dawn from its scabbard, and for a moment the tent was blinded in glittering light. Tsunade gasped in surprise along with everyone else as the light died down. A thick layer of chakra had been unleashed by the blade, which was now merging with Naruto's body. To their sheer shock, Naruto's white hair turned their natural brown again. The paleness of his skin vanished to be replaced by a healthy natural color. His eyes and face lost the tired and dazed look, regaining his focus. But most of all, it was his aura that now burned as brightly as a dragon, radiating power and iron will. Shisui was stunned when he saw, instead of the regular Sharingan, there was now a shuriken shape burning in the king's eyes. Naruto looked around and was surprised to see people familiar to him and even strangers kneel before him. Their surprise and even awe clearly visible for him to see. He himself shared those same feelings, but unlike them, he knew what power it was that restored him back to strength. Dawn is not just a holy sword. It is not just made up of foreign metal and the chakra of the 10 tails, but it also contains chakra from each and every one of its wielder throughout the sands of time. The blood of the dragon rests in this blade, and it shall answer a true Uchiha's call when the time comes. Indra's words echoed through his mind, making him grip his prized sword even more fiercely. No longer was he afraid of the power of his people. No longer was he wary of his ancestors. His eyes narrowed dangerously as they settled down on the fox that was staring at him in shock. Noticing his stern glare made the beast flinch. Kurama was feeling nervous after a very, very long time. He had to be when faced with a pair of Mangekyo eyes staring at him unnervingly. If that was not the case, the aura of Naruto felt very different than what it used to be. There was his familiar warmth which had flared brightly amongst his loved ones, but when he ordered them to leave him alone with the fox, it vanished. Instead, it was now replaced by coldness and simmering anger waiting to erupt. "Are you going to kill me now, Kyubi?" The fox's eyes widened on being called that name for the first time by his friend. What terrified him was the knowing stare that Naruto was bestowing upon him. The king got up from his chair and walked around the tent with his every step, making Kurama feel even more nervous. The Uchiha stared back at him, and this time his eyes were full of hate and betrayal. "That was your mission, wasn't it? Kill every Uchiha who awakened these eyes," revealed Naruto, gesturing at his evolved dojutsu. "How do you, Indra?" said Kurama in despair, his doubts regarding his friend being Indra's reincarnation being proven true finally. "Yes. My ancestor who had many shortcomings, but one who was also manipulated and betrayed by his family. A man who fought his brother for power but also died for him when the situation demanded. Yes, that Indra. And every Uchiha that you killed over the thousands of years without hesitation for the sole reason of them awakening these eyes. It got so bad that you started eliminating every powerful Sharingan user with the potential to awaken these eyes. Isn't that right, Kyubi?" asked Naruto darkly. "Indra is twisting you to his will, Naruto. Don't fall for his lies," said Kurama pleadingly, earning a raised eyebrow from the Dragon King. "And aren't you twisted by Hagoromo's will? Even now you obey his command. You were not staying in that valley because you were just keeping watch over my people. You were waiting for the next Mangekyo user or even a powerful Sharingan user to be born so that you can again fulfill your mission. My people didn't just lose our dojutsu because of their own mistakes, but also for the fact that you killed our strongest warriors every generation," snarled Naruto murderously. "But I didn't kill you or your brother, did I?" asked Kurama calmly, his shock now being replaced by the desire to adhere to his code given to him by the sage. There was a reason he had never befriended any Uchiha in history for fear of this exact moment happening. Yet he had made a choice and the cards were out now. Naruto laughed. Kurama saw a shadow of Indra laughing at him with that familiar malice, hate and loathing. "No, you did something much worse." Kurama's eyes widened when Naruto's Mangekyo swirled and he felt himself and the boy be sucked into a dark portal. When his vision was restored again, the fox found himself standing in a vast valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. Light barely reached the land, giving the entire area an even more gloomy appearance. And there was Naruto standing in front of him. Kurama had never felt so much power in any other Uchiha after Indra than the one he was feeling in Naruto now. Deep in that twisted heart was so much pain, anger and sadness. "Naruto, don't fall to the curse of these eyes," insisted Kurama, hoping for once these damned eyes did not steal his only friend in thousands of years. "Maybe I am falling, but it does not change the fact that you lied to me my entire life. From the beginning you have been an enemy of the Uchiha. You killed so many of my people. Innocent and guilty both. And on the words of a crazy old man, yelled Naruto murderously. Kurama was about to reply when the dark power within his friend surged like a raging volcano, making him take a step back. Will you kill my daughters too if they ever awaken these eyes? Did you ever wonder that not every Uchiha wanted them? That it is in our blood to awaken them when consumed by grief? Not every Uchiha is a monster. Who gave you the right to kill my people? Roared Naruto. Indra nearly destroyed the world when he awakened those eyes. He fell to darkness just like you are now, yelled Kurama furiously. Why couldn't the boy understand why it had been necessary to keep the peace? And you condemned and murdered entire generations of my people for the crimes of one man? Asked Naruto in disbelief. The Otsutsuki are about to destroy the world and you are stuck in the past, hissed Kurama disappointedly. Naruto stumbled as if someone had slapped him. The past? It's not about that, Fox. It's about us, our friendship. I never lied to you, never kept secrets from you, stood by you no matter what. But I never knew you truly, did I, Kurama? Asked Naruto sadly. I was bound by my duty, Naruto. You have to understand that. Pleaded Kurama. Every one of us has a choice, Fox. I made mine when I chose to kill those scumbag Uchiha that night. They were my clansmen, but I did what I thought was right despite my allegiances. I made peace with the killers of my brothers for the sake of my people. I only lied to my wife for the safety of my daughters, and even then I eventually told her the truth. Were you ever going to tell me the truth about you? About what you've done? Demanded Naruto. He waited for the beast to say anything, but speech had somehow left its lips. Naruto could not believe what he was seeing. He had denied all these allegations that Indra laid on Kurama about killing Uchihas without provocation, even those who were innocent, actively playing a part in hunting down powerful Sharingan users over the course of history, playing a vital part in making the Sharingan extinct for many centuries. But now the silence of his friend was all the proof he needed. He had trusted the fox with everything, even more than he ever did with Madara, who was his blood brother. Yet the biju had twisted history, made his ancestors appear as monsters when they were just men with ambitions, supported him when he saw that it would perhaps achieve peace between Uchiha and Senju, which was what the sage wanted. It had all been about the sage's wishes. His heart broke, and he could not help but imagine if this was what Indra must have felt when Ashura betrayed him. Were Indra's descendants forever destined to be betrayed? Would you have forgiven me had I told you the truth? You were the first friend I made in a lifetime. You were different from your people. I could not afford to lose you over my past, confessed Kurama, his eyes unable to meet those betrayed ones of his best friends. You should have given me a chance to make my own decision. Just as I gave one to Tsunade with my own truth, said Naruto sadly. Kurama tensed as he felt the monstrous power flare up. He dared to look at Naruto and saw the desire to fight burn in his eyes. The boy wanted to hurt him badly, just as Kurama had hurt his heart. The fox didn't know what to do but was saved from his dilemma when Naruto's dark power subsided. All that was left was the broken look in the boy's eyes. You were my brother, Kurama. The biju was about to rush towards his friend only to see him turn his back on him. The dark portal opened again, proving the fact that Naruto had mastered his new eyes. When the boy looked back, there were tears falling from his dark red eyes. I loved you. The portal consumed the king, making him disappear, and Kurama's world came crashing down. Naruto stood alone on top of the mountain, observing the vast army camp beneath him. He now had a lot more men to fight his enemies with, but most of them were scared sheep who would run at the first sight of the enemy. Most of his elite warriors were butchered and now made a part of the enemy force. He could not help but wonder whether these people would be able to face their turned loved ones as their enemies. Would they flee? Would they crumble? Would they hope that this nightmare ended? Weak. He could not rely on numbers, not anymore. His trusted friend had betrayed him. The only ones he could truly trust to have his back were his 4 childhood friends. No matter, he was not weak anymore. Either these warriors would man up and fight for their survival or perish. There was no room for weakness against death. He clenched his fists and felt unending hatred burn in his heart as he remembered Kimimara's arrogant smirk when he killed Naori and almost killed him. He could feel those bastards approaching, and soon he would face that worm again. But this time he would burn him alive, rip him apart, make such a mockery of him that 1,000 generations from now would tremble when they heard of that fool's fate. He took in a few deep breaths to calm his nerves and control his hatred. Indra had warned him that his new power would change him, and the man was not wrong. Never in his entire life had Naruto expected Kurama to betray him like that. He had shared everything with the fox, thinking him to be a friend only to be betrayed. The biju could do whatever it wanted, he just didn't care anymore. There was one more person he had to confront before going into battle. He would settle the matter once and for all so that his mind was not troubled by silly issues ever again. With those thoughts, he flared his powers in search of the person's chakra signature and after a few seconds discovered their location. Tsunade blinked in surprise when she saw Naruto march into her tent swiftly. She had trouble believing that he recovered so quickly from his injuries. Even if his wounds were healed, his body shouldn't be strong enough so fast. She had never believed as to why the Uchihas were so protective of Dawn, but after seeing the power the sword had, she could understand why. She didn't know why, but she could feel a change in Naruto's aura. A sense of bitterness and bubbling anger was what she felt when she tried to feel his aura. It was further proved when he took in a deep breath to calm himself before looking at her regretfully. "I'm sorry about Atama. I just came to know about him now. I will avenge him," and Naori promised Naruto fiercely. She approached him and laid a hand on his shoulder. Her eyes meeting his. "There's something different about you. And it's not just your eyes," commented Tsunade. Naruto was about to tell her the truth but stopped himself. He needed to set things clear first before making another mistake. He had already made one by trusting Kurama blindly. He could not afford another with his wife no matter how dear she was to him. "I've been through a lot," he reasoned. "I'm sorry about your aunt. I wish I had known her better," consoled Tsunade honestly. The air of awkwardness around them was heavy and they both felt it. Deciding not to let it grow, Tsunade grasped his cheeks with her hands, making him look back at her. "There is a distance between us, Naruto. Let us not widen it any further," she pleaded. He remained silent, staring deeply into her eyes. She knew what he wanted. Thankfully their separation had given her enough time to think things through. "I'm sorry," she whispered. If possibly the intensity of his stare magnified tenfold, but the aura of anger and bitterness faded considerably from his heart. Something had changed in him, but she could still feel remnants of his old self still in there. It was buried beneath layers of grief and pain, but it was still there. "You will be loyal to me and our family. I really like you, Tsunade, and in time I will come to love you, but not if you let your emotions rule our relationship. I will trust you with everything in my life and never hide anything from this point onwards. Can you promise the same? Can you give me your unwavering loyalty?" he asked seriously, looking right into her eyes. Yes, she promised, and could not help but be a little turned on from his commanding presence. He had been so hesitant and careful before, but now it seemed like she was truly in the presence of a king and not someone trying to learn how to rule. There was no doubt or hesitation in his eyes, and she could not help but confess a thing that had haunted her for past several days. "When you were gone, I blamed myself for our fight. It was stupid of me to lash out at you like that, but I promised to be better. It may take time, but I will do my best for you. When I learned my brother died, a part of me died with him. But seeing you half dead made me realize that I have started to truly care about you. Neither of us are perfect, but we can try to build something good by understanding each other. I don't know if what I feel for you is love, but I do know that I want you in my life," confessed Tsunade. She sighed in relief when a soft smile broke across his lips. "Missed me that much?" he asked cockily, making her roll her eyes. "Don't push your luck," she reprimanded playfully. He stole her breath away by smashing their lips together, eliciting a surprised gasp and moan from her at the same time. When they finally parted, she looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "Someone seems eager," she teased, as her hands touched at his private regions. He grinned. "I can find someone else if you're not in the mood." He could not finish his sentence as she nearly growled and ripped his shirt apart before pushing him roughly towards the bed. He rolled sideways when she jumped at him, making her crash on the bed face forwards, eliciting a yelp from her. He could not help but chuckle boisterously at her fate, receiving playful punches to the chest from her in return. He let her hit him for a few moments before grabbing her arms and pinning them above her head with his one hand. With his other hand, he ripped apart her dress, receiving a half-hearted protest from her. He started planting kisses across her body but stopped when he noticed that her eyes were starting to get moist. "Itama?" he asked gently, very well aware of the love a person had for their siblings. She touched his heart and looked at him with moist eyes. "You're hurting, aren't you?" she asked knowingly, making him hug her if only to hide his own miserable pain. "There is no time to mourn the ones we lost. We have to fight," he whispered sadly. When he woke up from his coma, for a moment he had expected Naori to be there to greet him, only to remember she was gone. While approaching towards Tsunade's tent, he had heard a few of her clansmen whispering about Atama's death, which had also shocked him. He had assumed the young Senju had been busy elsewhere, but to think he too was dead along with Shinoburame, Ayato Uzumaki and so many others was too heavy a burden for him to bear. It had been his duty to repel the enemy from Uzu, but he had failed, resulting into heavy losses on their side. Now, he could not trust his strongest ally, certainly not after the secrets Kurama kept from him intentionally. He still wasn't sure what the fox would do now or what he himself was going to do about the beast. "How do you deal with someone who has hurt you? Someone dear to you?" he asked her, and eased up so that he could look at her face properly. "Where is this coming from?" she asked tentatively. He sighed before telling her all that had happened to him after he was injured at Uzu. How he met Indra, the history of their world and the role of the Otsutsuki, about his new eyes, and about Kurama's past. To her credit, Tsunade patiently listened without interrupting him even once. A feat which he never thought his impulsive wife was capable of. She also listened to him as he revealed his spat with Kurama just an hour ago. "You feel betrayed?" He could not help but nod at her simple but accurate assessment, because it was what he exactly felt towards the fox. "I trusted him with everything, but now I cannot help but doubt whether all his actions were just to fulfill the sage's wishes of reconciling the Uchiha and Senju, or did he truly do it for me as my friend?" questioned Naruto doubtfully. "What does your heart say?" asked Tsunade gently, as she laid a few gentle kisses on his cheek and neck, relaxing his tense muscles. "Honestly? Right now I just want to harm the ones who hurt my people and my family. I just don't know what to do, Tsunade," he confessed tiredly. "This power is making conflicting emotions rise within you. They are clashing with who you were before to who you are today. To be honest, I really don't know what is the right choice for you in this situation. But what I do know is the fact that people can change with time. Even I never imagined myself ever marrying an Uchiha, much less coming to care for one. Maybe it was the fox's mission to sabotage your clan and keep them in check, but he went against his code by not harming you or your brother. He never knew that you would someday become king and bring peace between our people, and yet he fought for you against the Senjus. He stood by you even when your own family was angry with you, was one of the first to claim you king. Yes, his actions might have been influenced by the mission the sage left him with, but I think despite his secrets and faults he did come to care about you. There comes a point in everyone's life when they have to make tough choices. Ones which are not easy to make. I think the fox made his when he chose you over his mission. It does not lessen his guilt of keeping secrets from you or laying down his own biased account of your ancestors. That makes him more human to me." She was surprised when Naruto smiled ruefully, making her send him a curious look. "The beast thinks himself to be better than humans. I cannot imagine his reaction when he realizes that he made the same mistakes as any other human would. That ought to bring his overinflated ego down a peg or two," said Naruto humorlessly. Even as he said those words, she saw the lingering worry ever present in his eyes. The Otsutsuki had done a great damage to his self-confidence after inflicting repeated losses, with each bearing painful casualties. She knew he would still fight because he was not someone who gave up, but for once she knew she had to say this whether he wanted to hear it or not. "Whatever happens, be it victory or death, I'll stand by you till the end," she promised. A ghost of a smile appeared on his lips, and she was glad to see the worry in his eyes be replaced by his usual confidence as he grinned back at her. "There will only be victory or a greater victory," he promised. She did not say anything else and simply kissed him. 2 days later. Dark clouds spread across the skies like a layer of ash, robbing the earth from every last ray of sunlight. Heavy rains lashed out on the vast mountains, ferociously drenching both rock and man in its fury. Distant thunder roared regularly, with occasional lightning strikes hitting the soil, making the ground tremble. Even in such a dangerous weather, a gigantic mass of humans stood strong. 50,000 against the approaching wave of darkness led by the striking form of Kimimaro Otsutsuki. The field was covered in various flags and banners, men and women adorning different battle armors, anxious eyes and nervous hearts awaiting the inevitable clash. What made the living more nervous was the sudden absence of the nine-tailed fox from their ranks. The beast was supposed to be their trump card, but yet it was nowhere to be found despite their best efforts. It had sent a wave of anger, panic and fear among the army, which was eventually stopped by Hashirama and the king himself. No explanations were offered, but the chaos was stopped by the monstrous aura unleashed by the two men. It had made everyone back down and get in line despite their doubts. Those same two men were currently standing at the head of their army alongside the queen. Behind them stood the 4 Kingsguard, with the left and right flanks maintained by Hanzo and Mifune respectively. Even the civilian fighters among the army could see the enemy outnumbered them vastly. Maybe even 3 times at least. It was why a wave of relief and cheers spread across the human army when they heard a monstrous roar followed by the menacing form of the Kyuubi charge through the valley and wordlessly joined beside them. The beast expectantly glanced at the king and flinched when the said monarch never even looked at him once. The king's heart was as cold as ice and filled with nothing but pure hatred as his dark red eyes glared murderously at the approaching form of Kimimaro and his massive army. He turned back and looked at his warriors. His people were afraid and he couldn't blame them, for they would face their worst nightmares tonight. "I don't know what will happen tonight. But I won't lie to you, it is going to be brutal," declared Naruto loudly. Thousands winced at his harsh words, and the sight of the gigantic enemy army only served to increase that fear, but they still looked at their king, whose eyes held sadness and determination as he glanced at Hashirama. "We've lost good people, we may lose more," confirmed Naruto, earning solemn nods from Hashirama and Tsunade as well. Naruto looked at his friends, and this time his eyes were full of nothing but anger. "The Otsutsuki attacked our world. They killed our people, our friends, our family. They think we'll crumble tonight before their might, but they are wrong," yelled the king defiantly, and was satisfied when the most defiant among his soldiers clenched their teeth in silent fury as they now saw what the Otsutsuki had done to their loved ones and friends. "They started this war. But we will not just finish it, we will make them regret it. Tonight we show them and everyone else in this universe what happens when you cross mankind," declared Naruto fiercely. Thousands of humans stepped forward with grim determination and burning vengeance in their hearts. The sight of dawn being unleashed by the king made the entire human army unleash their own weapons, deafening the entire land in a frightening sound. No more running. No more hesitation. No more waiting. King Naruto Uchiha, the first Dragon King, ruler of the elemental nations, turned around and charged. His battle cry unleashing roars of 50,000 bloodthirsty human warriors and one monstrous fox. Fire and blood.